PTX, and yeah, I'll listen for you a little later, or maybe I'll call some CQs in a little bit. Pick it up there, Chuck.
Yeah, noise levels here are really low, and you're about 10 over 9 here, full strap, and I think Greg was 5 to 10 over here as well. Yeah, really good conditions here. Yeah, somehow I figure you guys had met one time or another. They were at the Hamfest. Yeah, I bought my Valiant from way back. When I got here, and took a trip up there and got to see the museum. He had it's quite a. He had a lot of stuff there. And here he's still kicking there and sounding good. So yeah, I've been on here. I don't know if it was 4 o'clock or so. Man, I've been on here for a while with a couple guys, so I was going to take a break. So I'll either catch you here, or maybe we'll hook up on 2 meters or something in a while if you're around. But yeah, good luck with the clock. I don't know if that's electronic or just mechanical. But old, I guess, so probably mechanical. See if you can get it going there. But check it out. Some of those old clocks are worth a lot of money. You know, the old-fashioned. You never know. Those old clocks. So you're going good there with the 17 miles away, and. Catch you in a bit. K3 PTX. We'll be listening here from W3FJJ.
Okay, W3FJJ, KA3 PTX. Yep. Another thing we should try sometime is 75, because I mean I hear cars are booming in here from 3873. So at least, well, I don't know but what the condition, but anyway, the band has been open. They've been getting on in the afternoons. I've been kind of listening to 40 mostly, but I switched over to 75 occasionally, and yeah, they're on there, and the signals are strong mostly. So it's been a while since we've been on the big 05, but yeah, 955 repeater maybe shoot Eddie P an email if he reads it. Maybe he will get on. That was fun talking with him the other night. So 73 W3FJJ KA3 PTX. Catch you later.
Whoops, too much audio. Yeah? WA1 Henry YLR. It must be my breath.
We can hear you, Tim. We were all kind of signing out. I popped in to say hello to Chuck and Greg EWZ there. But we were going to take a break and maybe get on 75 or 2 meters or 40 again. So, but yeah, just taking a break. But you are making it into Wilmington. Strong signal. I even heard Marcy in the background, so no problem getting out. And hopefully some other anything here can pick you up. So have a good evening. WA1HLR, KA3 PTX will be clear.
All right, Ed. Yeah, I've been listening in for on and off for quite a while. I'm doing a lot of other things other than operating. But just keeping my ear on things. All right, I'm going to be chilling here for a little bit. And, catch you. Quite a few others passed by. So I'll be hanging here for a little bit. Whoever wishes to fire up and get on. If not, I'm probably going to shut this crap off and hook things up on 75. This W818, y'all have a good evening. And there goes the Boston Fuzzy, so conditions to Boston are good as eligible here on farty phone.
Yeah, well, you didn't see the emergency escape door blew right off the jet.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. Yeah, right off the jet. And I think that wasn't the only time it happened.
Yeah, well, the bolts were missing, Rich.
Yeah, I mean, how did the people... That's what I mean. Nothing is like it was years ago. People took pride in their work, you know, when they did anything. They took pride in it. Now you can't trust the workers to make sure they're supposed to be doing what they're doing.
It's kind of like you when you say, I got all these leftover parts, but I put it together.
Oh, yeah, Mike, yeah. I never took a motor out of a car or transmission. If I did, I'd say, hey, Mike, what are these parts for? But did I need those parts? Hell no. I've seen the guy, like the body shop I used to hang out at, you know, down in Bloomfield all the time. And we were good friends at the time. But he customized vets and restored them. And he was restoring his vet. He had all the seats, everything out of it, everything. Parts in these boxes all over it. I says, how the hell are you going to remember where all these parts go? He said, I know where they go. I know. And when the car got restored, it was gorgeous. But I mean, that's a talent. You know what I mean? Pulling bolts and everything out of something. There's no way in the world I'd do it. The last time I remember doing something is the missus has got these, they're expensive, the upright, what are they, Lux, whatever they are, something Lux, vacuum cleaners. And one of them, when she would bend it downwards to go under something, it would go off. Then you bring it back up the handle and it would go on. I said, it's got to be a loose wire in that handle or something, you know. So I brought it out here on the porch, and then you're going down the handle. It goes to this part, that part. You got to take the top of getting in by that engine, the electrical motor there. And I'm trying to look all around. I had a million parts all over. Now, yeah, you should take pictures before and after, right? Yeah, well, I didn't. I think I told you that whole story. It cost me a ton of money. And she came on the porch and says, what the hell did you do to that? The vacuum. Well, I don't know.
That was the power cord. The Electrolux had a cord that ran down. I don't know if it was in the pipe, but or next to it. But that was probably bad when it flexed.
Yeah, no good. I mean, no good. And to tell you the truth, though, Mike and Ron, I had no patience for working on anything. I never wanted to work on anything. And then when I got married, you know, our car needed brakes. Yeah, you can do all that minor stuff, put a starter and brakes. But I hated it because I am one, like you see me, it's got to be done right away. And so if I'm doing something, it's got to be done right away. So he said, that car is, I can hear it, the brakes. I says, oh, okay. I got to take the front wheels off. in the shoes. So I'm taking it off. I'm trying to take the wheel off. Hot summer, it ain't coming off. And instead of putting that oil all around the bolt there and maybe wait a little bit and try it again, I just took all my power with that 4-way lug wrench and I went, boom, snapped the nut off. Oh man, the whole bolt and nut. I took that lug wrench and I threw it at the car. I says, I'm done. From here on in, we go to the mechanics. I am not touching any more cars, and I never did. I don't care what it is, bring it around to the mechanic. I won't touch it. Electrical, go electrician. Plumbing. Minor stuff I can do plumbing, but I don't even want to do that no more. I don't want to do anything. Just call somebody, and that's it. It's done. But patience is, oh my God, it's out the window for me.
It's the magic touch, Richie.
Well, I ain't got it because I got zapped a few times, even in amplifiers. I had 77 SXs. I would think of nothing, switching tubes, using it, talking on it, and then pulling the cover right off and going right in there and pulling the tubes out, putting them in. And I used to get yelled at a lot. And yeah, it was stupid, very stupid. Now, I would never do it. But back then, when I was in a hurry, no, it's fine. It's got that shut off there. But that shut off or that shunt where it grounds, sometimes it may not work,
Some of the stuff I worked on, Richie, if you got shocked once, that was it for you. You were dead.
Oh, I believe you. Janet said hi, Mikey. Ron's out here. Mikey. Say hi, Ron. And, yeah. Oh, they're killer. I've heard it where people killed over, dead, What, Jen? Hi to Dottie, too. Dottie. And, yes, and Ron's missus? Gail. Well, she knew Ron. Yes, said Gail. But yeah, you got to know what you're doing. They're going in amplifiers and everything. So then I went and bought myself one of those. I think it's a Heath kit. It's long. It has a meter on it. It's a long stick. And you put the clip to a ground and you go on that anoid or whatever over there and you touch it around different things and you see the meter's not moving. You're good to go.
Yeah, hiya, Janet. Hope you're well. 12 a.m.
I don't know if you heard Mikey. He said he hoped you're well. She's as well as she can be being with me, Mike.
Just bash him in the head with your frying pan, Janet.
Yeah, she's got a few of those, Mike. Yeah, hamburger, yeah. Oh man, forget it. That's another story.
You make sure you use the cast iron one.
Yeah, she's got one. She's got a cast iron one. So, Mike, everybody's traveled down the shore. Oh, man, it's gonna Parkway Turnpike's gonna be, loaded.
Yeah, nothing like soaking in the ocean, Rich.
Yeah, man, not me going in that traffic. Did you used to go down the shore, Ron, like years ago in that traffic?
I used to live near the shore, so there was no traffic.
Oh, you had it nice, yeah. Because I remember when I was younger going down the shore with my friends and, oh, man, what the hell are we doing? Let's turn around. The traffic, wall to wall there.
Yeah, I can see the bay
You gotta
from
go
my
all
house.
the way out to the tip of Jersey. That's the real beach.
I heard you, Ron, and I heard you, Mike. Where at the tip of New Jersey? What beach?
Cape May, Wildwood, that's the only place to go.
Yeah, when I was a kid, no, I didn't go there. But nice there, huh?
It's the safest beach going. You go swim with the dolphins.
Yeah, now you hear, too, these damn sharks sometimes grabbing these people and biting their leg off for different things. Damn.
Yeah, that's why the dolphins are there, Rich. They drive them off.
Dolphins drive sharks off? No.
Oh, yeah.
You'd think the sharks would not be afraid, but dolphins are pretty big.
They ram them.
Yeah, there's a lot to ram. They're pretty damn big.
Dolphins are mammals, they give live birth.
Any of you guys boaters like to go out on boats?
No, you go swimming there, Rich. You move your hands and you float on the water.
Oh yeah, I can swim over the deepest ocean. But for how long? Just say your boat capsized and went down. Well, I mean, I'm not afraid to swim or keep myself above the water. But if you don't get rescued quick, I'd be a goner.
And there's ways to deal with that.
I don't know how many hours could you last in the water, and then the sharks way out in the ocean. Ho, ho.
Yeah, I sailed for 20 years.
20 years, Ron?
Yeah, I had a sailboat, had a cruiser, a 25-foot cruiser, and I had it for 20 years.
Did you ever, now when you were way out there, did you ever get off the boat and swim around the boat?
Well, yeah, but I didn't go out in the ocean. I wasn't an ocean person. I very cautious. So I used to sail in the Great South Bay, just south of Long Island. It's actually Fire Island is to the south of that, and then you have the bay, and then you have Long Island. And I used to sail in the bay, and I only lived a half mile from the bay. I could see it from my house. And I do that all the time. I go swimming off the sailboat in the bay, and sure, I did that.
Damn, that was close then. Where you weren't even far from it. And did you go fishing off the boat too?
No, never liked fishing. Wasn't something I was interested in. Don't like the smell. I'm not a fisherman. Everybody asks me that. Very few people, if they have a sailboat, are into fishing because it's. Sailboats, you got ropes all over the place and everything else. The two don't really go together well. If you're going to go fishing, you get a fishing boat.
Ron, I like a fish when it's cooked, like just to catch a fish and you got scale and go out. No. If I go out, there's something. Red lobster I used to like to do. I don't even know if they're any longer there, but you go out and you have, filet or something, some lobster. But I definitely hear that. You go into some of these fisheries and damn, it stinks.
Yeah, Richie, there's nothing like bringing fresh fish home. It's the best there is.
Put an antenna on top of the mast, and that would work out great. But I sold it years ago.
Wow. And Mike, what did you say?
He said there's nothing like fresh fish. Hi, guys. K3AC.
Hey, there he is. Bob, good to hear you. How you been?
Well, having a bad day here, Richie. My older sister passed away today.
Oh, is that the one you told me that wasn't well?
Yeah, she's been dealing with cancer for the last couple of years, and it finally got her.
I'm sorry to hear that, Bob. How old was she?
She was 84. I have two sisters. The other one's 87, but this one I was closest with. She lived not too far from me.
That's a shame. Yeah, and it's never, lots of times when you go, you don't want to go. It's always too early. You want to go longer, and that's a shame. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thanks. She struggled quite a bit. They treated her, with the chemo, radiation. She was okay for, a couple of years, and then it came back and more radiation, but she kind of went downhill the last few weeks.
Well, the next, she was good for a few years. Then when she got it back, and they started giving her chemo, I guess, and radiation, how long did she go with the treatments the second time?
That was about, because I took her for the last dose of radiation. It was over the summer, maybe 2-3 months ago.
Wow, and usually they got all different meds, all these things they got now they didn't have years ago, and they got a lot to try, different ones.
Yeah, well, she had whatever the right the right chemo was. She was being treated at the cancer hospital here.
Oh boy, yeah. I think I don't know if Chaz is still out there. Mike is here, and Ron. But yeah, it's a sad thing. It really is, and I've been through that a lot with families and different things, and it's very, very hard to take. And you still think they're here, when it happens the next day, and yeah, it's hard to take. But Ron, pick it up.
Yeah, Bob, really sorry to hear about your sister. That's quite a shock. Well, I'm surprised you're on the radio, but I guess it kind of keeps your mind off of it.
Yeah, I wanted some distraction. I was watching TV and thought I would get on here because I knew you guys are on here this time. But I enjoy the camaraderie on here, and I don't have anybody else to talk to other than now my other sister, who's in Arizona. I lost my brother. He was the oldest. He died in January, and he was 88.
Well, it sounds like longevity runs in your family. That's a good thing.
Well, yes and no. My mom lived to be 85. She died from pancreatic cancer. Dad died at only 58. Heart disease, multiple heart attacks, heart failure. Yeah, he went fast. He didn't linger. I was very close with both of them because the other three were much older than me. So, I grew up just with my mom and dad all throughout my childhood.
So you were the youngest of the siblings?
Yeah, I'm the youngest, and the sister that died today was the next one up, 12 years.
Yeah, it sounds like my family. I'm the youngest of the four. And, all right, well, go ahead, Mike. You were going to say something.
Yeah, I don't know, did I double with Bob? I said, sorry to hear that, Bob. It's always bad news. It's hard to deal with. Into LM.
Yeah, okay, Mike. Thank you very much, and I'm not going to hang in here. By the way, Ron, do I on your Anan there? Do I look like I'm on frequency?
Oh yeah, of course. You're right on frequency.
Roger. Okay. Well, guys, I'm going to get out here. Thanks for the condolences. And her son is planning the funeral. So that'll probably be, I don't know, maybe Sunday or Monday. Not Monday, but I don't know. Anyway, thanks again. And you guys have a nice holiday weekend. This is K3AC. We'll be quick.
Okay, Bob. 73. And again, sorry to hear that.
Yeah, 7-3, Bob.
7-3, Bob, and yeah, I remember my sister I was a few years younger than her, so I think she was 21, and she died. She's ovarian cancer. From when she was diagnosed from it, she lived 6 more months, and I contributed that. I still think it had to be that Johnson powder. They said I can give you cancer. She used to always use that Johnson baby powder, whatever it was. But, that was a shocker. And my mother, she went to around 80, I think. And I remember my father's mother going to her funerals. She was in her 90s. And my father never went to the doctor. Now, I left home when he was 65. And he never went to a doctor. Up every day at the crack of like 5 o'clock in the morning, out every day. Every day. Then weekends, Saturday up, and he had nothing to do. Saturday up, Saturday in the morning, go down and visit his friends here, there, and always in the mornings, always up early. And he said, the key to living a longer life is, a lot of his friends, he said, passed away. The key to it is keep going, keep busy. Don't sit around, don't go, you keep busy. And when I saw my brother a few years ago, because I didn't see him since I left home when I was 19, my brother said he still was selling tractors. He bought a fleet of tractors. He was selling them. He says, and the last project he was on, he bought a house and he was going to flip it. He said needed some work, so he had my two brothers going over there working, and he was over there every day. My father, I said, you got to be kidding me. He was 80 years old, but then he got hit by a hit-and-run driver, and that did him in. He was in the hospital there, passed away, but he would have still been going, because I says, 80 years old. He's up early in the morning out, and he still was, buying stuff, selling. Like, oh my God! And I'm the opposite. I mean, I'm lazy. I told you I used to do 3 miles every day. I stopped doing it, so I mean, I'm lazy, and that's not good neither. But damn, I enjoy being lazy. I don't know. But what's to be is to be, I guess. What the hell are you going to do? But in any case, yeah, I've seen a lot of that with Janet's families. Oh, she had a big family, relatives all going one by one by one. And then even like when I forget how old I was, 17 or 16 maybe, I saw a 6-family house up in flames. They got the father out of there. He had all burns on his arm and dark smoke on his arms, and he's fighting with the firemen, and he ran back in, and they all ran. They grabbed him. They got him back again. My baby, he's yelling. He's got to go in, and they're holding him back, a lot of firemen. And then one fireman comes out with the baby. He bypasses the father real quick, and he's going to the fire truck like he's trying to revive the baby because the father is watching. And I saw that kid was dead. I saw it. And he's like pretending he's working. Okay. And, they got her in the ambulance, but she was dead. And I saw that. I looked. I said, damn. I mean, it was something to see. I wish I never saw it. You got memories that you see these different things, and it's crazy. But I've seen a lot of that. As I'm sure you fellas did too. A lot of my friends. But the funny thing is, most of my friends are gone. And when I was a young kid, these guys were all in shape, boy. Always playing out there in the park, football, baseball, and I don't want to play baseball. I'll sit on the bench here, I'm sitting on the bench. They're playing, screaming, and yelling, yee-haw! But, no, that's, I don't know. I thought I'd be gone, because I was always a little chubby, and I always thought, well, I'll probably be gone before these guys. And they're all gone. And I said, how the hell's that happen, But who knows? In any case, KF2 Golf, we're going to turn it up, I guess, to another subject. I don't know if anybody else is in here with us also. Any other stations aboard?
Yeah, I want to clear Richie, and I'll tell you, I have come to the conclusion that the most important thing is genetics. If you got good genes, and you got people living into their 90s in your life, you got a good chance of doing that. My dad kept busy every day. He worked up until the day before he died. He was type A, but he was a smoker. He must have 3 heart attacks before he finally died. But anyway, yeah, bad genes, and I haven't heard of them. So I had my heart attack when I was 37. Knock wood, haven't had any since, but... No, I definitely did not get good genes from either parent. Okay, guys, thanks again. Have a nice weekend. Take care. K3AC.
Yeah, but if I knew people, like back then when I knew people, I'd hang out at the body shop, my friend, different places I'd go. Another one had a scrap yard down there. And I don't know anybody today. If I knew somebody had like a used car lot, and I knew him, I'd probably go hang out there, probably hang out there, sitting around, and if you got to go to the store, go ahead, I'll handle everything here, But if I did that, I'd probably, knowing me, and I'm out of cars, I'm out of it. But even if I was hanging around a used car lot, then I'd probably buy a couple of them, put them in the back, and sell a few cars. But I don't know anybody. And how you going to know people now? You go up there and say, what do you want? Oh, I figure I hang around fellas, and get the hell out of here.
Yeah, Richie, I just wanted to mention, you mentioned one of your relatives had ovarian. That tends to hit younger women. That famous comedian, Gilda Radner, that's what she died from ovarian. She was pretty young. I think she was like in her 30s. But anyway, my sister is very sad. She got no warning, had no bleeding, nothing, no pain. and was picked up on a routine CAT scan of her abdomen. And so it was too late. By the time they opened her up and cleaned her out, it had spread. And I'll tell you, I mean, to my way of thinking, I'm not a woman and I'm never becoming one, but if I'm not going to have any more children, if I'm like 60 plus, I want that thing out of there, the uterus. It's not doing you any good, and it become cancerous. But I don't think the surgeons will just take it out unless they're having a problem. My mom had a dropped bladder because she had so many children, and she did have a hysterectomy at 62, thank God, and lived to be 85 and died from pancreatic. But I'll tell you, I mean, that uterine cancer and that other famous actress, that's what she died from. If you remember the show Bewitched, not Samantha, who was played by Elizabeth Montgomery, but Endora, her mother, played by Agnes Moorehead, a famous actress going back to the 30s and 40s, character actress. But anyway, she died from what my sister died from. And I have a sister-in-law who died the same way. She got about 18 months. Anyway, I'm going to sign out here, guys. And thanks again for the condolences there. K3AC will be clear.
Yeah, that's sad. I mean, too, with the modern technology, sometimes they really can help you, but I guess, the second time it got a little bit too bad. Who was I going to mention now? I told you my sister had it. I didn't know that, though. Younger women get that. I never heard of it. I'll be damned. Then my sister-in-law, she was 35. Janet had breast cancer back in the 90s, and she went through all the treatments, radiation, everything, and they told her, and a lot of
very detailed schematic, and it's not very big and not very dark. So I'm kind of scanning over it to see what I can figure out. All right, I will do a report if I find anything to get it fixed. Getting some good comments back in the. Gotten on our good.io. A short and sweet found out. And so good.io and search for that. All right, 7-3 everyone. Have a good evening. N3KCB WA3DSP.
Blue, I got my hand put it down with the hair. I hope it didn't go down that far. I can do that. So,
highways are really messed up around here. Airport is at maximum capacity for flights going out.
It was a nice day today. Let me see what I went out to lunch today. Had a good lunch, and had to go to the hospital this morning. Michelle had to get some blood drawn, and spent 45 minutes on the treadmill this morning. And now I'm talking to you guys. A gin and tonic, and contemplating the rest of the evening. Oh yeah, I got a gin and tonic. I've been on the gin and tonic there lately, Jeff, for the last month probably. Using the Tanqueray, the Tanqueray and Fever Tree tonic. Yeah, man, it's great, very refreshing cocktail. And of course, a slice of lime in there. Yeah, that quinine, man, gotta have some of that.
Houses up and all that stuff, Ernie?
On the eaves. There's a vents. I like to go in those vents, but I screened off those vents and put the bathhouses up next to them. They move right in.
Something like that, because I got mine like vampire bats. When you go in the woods, man, it's terrible. When you're not in the sun. You come out in the sun, they don't come out after you, but man, it's terrible in the woods.
The mosquitoes.
The mosquitoes.
Oh, yeah. Don't go in the woods. Go in the trails in the woods. They dark out. And the bats flying around.
Go through there like once a month, knock it down.
If you sit out there until it gets to be dusk, you'll see the bats flying around.
What does a bat house look like? Like a bird house or more complicated?
Hey, Bill, your antenna's working great, man. Openings at the bottom. Plug them in there and they latch onto the roots and hang upside down and sleep.
Okay, well, I understand. So they come in from the bottom. I understand.
And they poop all the time. So there's always a big pile of bats open at the bottom.
So you got to put it in the right place, I guess. Oh, I understand. Yeah, I know it up in outside of Spartanburg, South Carolina. When I was a picture up and traveling at Stevens Aviation, we'd go out to this local place for lunch or something, and across the way was a big warehouse. And the big entrance, the sign above the big entrance was Bat Guano. It was an old faded sign.
Hey, Bill, is this your new antenna?
Supposed to be pretty strong stuff, I understand.
Hey, Frank. Oh, is this your antenna?
Yeah, I'm on the antenna. The double bazooka loaded antenna, yeah.
Oh, okay. So I thought you said there was a problem with it in the text.
Yeah, one of the hold down lines, which I got it wrapped around a tree, and it came loose and dropped one side of the antenna dropped down. This morning it wasn't tuning up, and I said, I know what happened.
So you fixed it now.
When I went to the gym, when I came back, I pulled the line back up and wrapped it back around the tree, and hopefully made it a little bit tighter.
Oh, okay. Good deal. Bill's this tuner in his arcade doesn't work.
That's what it looks like.
Oh no.
Well, I'm running I've got a Kentech 238 Charlie here that works fine, but it would be nice to let the tuner in the RF amp do the work, because this part of 40 meters, the SWR here, without the tuner in line, is like 1.6 or something.
Okay, what doesn't it do, Bill? It doesn't make any sounds or try to tune?
Yeah, If you click on the tune button, then nothing happens. So but Ernie gave me some pointers, and later on tonight I'll turn my 238 Syntec tuner. I'll put it in bypass, and then I'll go into the RF kit, and I'll get it up. But one thing he told me I should be doing some of that stuff under manual.
Yeah, but wait. The tuner, do you have the manual for that amplifier? Because there's some caveats in that tuner, parameters of the radio that won't let it tune. If you got too much power going in, too little power going in, there's different things that might be locking it out.
Okay, well, Ernie I've got 15 watts. Right now on this band, I've got the Anan set up for a maximum 15 watts. Right now I'm running 13 watts, and Ernie tells me that should be plenty.
That sounds like plenty.
There's ways to tell, you see those values by the inductor and capacitor and the intros that means you're in the range. Yeah, okay. And you hit the button and you hear clickety-clack, clickety-clack, clickety-clack. Yeah, if I go through all this and it doesn't do anything, then I'm going to make the phone call on Monday down to South Carolina, or Florida. Yeah, Florida. You always start with the manual first. Well, I need to download one. Because I don't have a manual. I have to get that from wherever. It's email me or text me the location where I can download that manual, Frank. Ernie, I would appreciate it.
It's in the user group under files or in there. But anyway, groups.io, right?
Yeah, groups.io.org. I haven't been there in a long time.
When I'm bored and want some excitement, I go to those groups.
There you go.
Saturday night, nothing's going on. Oh boy, Groups.io. Let's go through there.
And look at the thousands of postings.
Yeah, look at all thousands of them and stuff. Look at, honey, check this one out. We share the post. It's very, very cool.
Yeah. It depends what group you're in,
Yeah, well, I'm talking about ham radio groups.
For really quick, I go to the Mahjong channel on the TV.
Oh, that's that game old people play, right, Jeff?
Yeah.
Mahjong. I've seen it, but I wouldn't even know how to get started with it.
I thought that was something out of the Orient.
That's women play that game.
I have a friend that's the wife of a Mahjong expert.
You got to be over 80 to play the game.
You play for money?
I don't know if the women play for money or not. I mean, they keep score. I guess you could play $1 a point or something or whatever, however they keep score.
And a neighbor is big into all those games, and I'm just not a game player. I never have been.
Oh, not me either. If somebody makes me play a game, it's punishment.
Oh, Steve didn't stop by on his way to bingo tonight. Sometimes on Friday, Steve will stop by on the way to bingo. WA4YGG.
That's so cute.
Well, bingo can be fun, though, I have to admit.
Yeah, well, that's where all his girlfriends hang out on Friday night, I think, the way he was talking about it.
Oh, my. So bingo is the place to meet babes, huh?
Oh, well, when you're in your 60s, I guess, maybe that's considered normal. I don't know. Or the laundromat. When I was younger, the laundromat was, when I was single, you go in there on a weekend morning, there's always lots of gals around at the laundromat when you do your own laundry,
I'm going to have to check that out, Bill. The laundromat. You still have laundromat?
Apparently.
We got them down next to us.
They got machines that are driven by goats or something for the Amish to use?
You don't see them going up there very often because it's too expensive for them, but these Amish over here kind of cheap. You know, they got these washing machines. They hook up these little Honda motors, and they run them off a gasoline motor. And that'd be illegal in California. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. You have to join Gavin's club. I'll be back in a moment. I gotta run upstairs. Back in a bit. W2SU. N4WC. I'm gonna get me something to drink. Be right back. Okay, see you later.
Contemplate dinner.
No, we ate so much for lunch, I'm not thinking about food till tomorrow.
That's probably a very good discipline. I can't do that. I had no lunch, so therefore I'm hungry for dinner.
Yeah, they say what's good for you, eat early in the day and don't eat like this time, you know, until bedtime. But man, that's a tough one.
Yeah, that's just common sense.
So, how many walls did you get washed off yet, Jeff?
Well, the solid wood paneling in the den, I pretty much got it taken care of. I went all the way around the roof on the wall, and then I just happened to squirt down the kitchen cabinet, and I had to start all over again. The kitchen cabinets are just as bad.
Yeah, you probably should have started with the room you're sleeping in. At least that would be decontaminated, shall we say.
Well, that room is in the other end of the house. It's not quite so bad. It might be out of the zone.
No, that's cigarette smoke. It's everywhere.
Hey, Bill.
Yeah.
Here's what I got to say to your laundromat, okay? Dating after 40 is like trying to find the least damaged item in a thrift store. That doesn't smell and is still useful.
That's really good. Steve McElroy, you might bring back memories for him. He used to own some laundromats, and he's ended up selling them to somebody up the road from where he lives now. And it was a handshake loan kind of thing. Steve could really tell you some stories going back about 6-7 years ago.
I think you can make money owning laundromats.
Yeah, around here, most of the laundromats, you can go in and get change and run the machines yourself, buy soap or take your own. But they also have people stationed there that will do things for you here. There's like 3 laundromats within 3 or 4 miles of where I live. And they're all set up that if you just want to carry it in and say, hey, wash it, they'll do it and charge you, or you can go do it yourself.
Okay, that's novel. Well, I used laundromats for years. I didn't have my first washer and dryer in a place that I lived until 1988. And used to always have to go to the laundromat all the time. So spent many hours in the laundromat. W2SD.
Yeah.
Me too. That's no fun. J4UIE.
All right, guys, I want to get out of here. I want to do a few other things, watch a little TV. So we'll catch you guys later. Jeff, really good signal up here tonight. And hope you're having fun in your new place. And Brian, Bill, 73, and Ernie, if you're in earshot, see you guys later. W2SDR.
Hey, have a good weekend. And this is the opening weekend for college football.
Yes, it is.
Oh boy, go Dogs, etc.
Yeah, of course, all the talking heads are talking about Texas and Ohio State. That's the hot setup. But anyway, it's a big college football weekend.
I think you can still hear me. I'm just using a 100 watts and a dipole, and I'm surprised you're hearing me so well.
Yeah, see you later, Frank. Have a good one, Kay. So Ohio State is they're only ranked number 3 there, Brian. I thought they were number 1 last year, but this year they're ranking Texas number 1 and Ohio State's ranked number 3. I wonder who makes all those decisions. It sounds kind of strange, especially since nobody's played yet.
Well, those talking heads.
Yeah, I guess they make money by showing up on ESPN. I know, of course, now, the NFL bought, 15-20% of ESPN.
Yeah, well, there was a big controversy about that last year because they weren't first last year either till late.
Yeah, for a little while.
Yeah, it's just starting off tomorrow.
Yeah, go Dogs.
Yeah, my former son-in-law and his kids, my grandson, Devin, they're big Florida State fans, and Florida State's playing the big game tomorrow also. I forgot who they're playing, but Devin, we went to lunch today, and Devin was telling me Florida State, he always roots for Florida State.
Well,
it's just another thing. I mean, tomorrow they're ranked number 1.
What was that, Brian? Texas is ranked number 1, right?
Yeah, that's who they're playing tomorrow.
Who? Ohio State.
Yeah.
And Texas has got this new quarterback, the grandson of a famous NFL quarterback who used to play with New Orleans back in the 70s or something. Anyway, it's fun to watch a lot of that.
Because they're all transitioning over to streaming. So right now, the first couple of games, they're going to allow you to watch them, and then they're going to probably switch over to streaming, I would imagine.
What for me?
Well, one thing in the world of NFL, and maybe on the federal side, there's some kind of deal that they have to show on local television, local broadcast television. The NFL can't get rid of that. They still have to keep that going. There's some kind of agreement. If it's on a federal level, I'm not sure, but they just can't turn off local television NFL games. Right? That will go against whatever the rules and regulations that have been set up for the last 50 years. They're going to try. The NFL is going to try to go to where if you want to watch the game, you're going to have to pay like you went to the stadium. They're working on that, but right now they still have to allow NFL games on local television.
Yeah, I gave up on the NFL a couple of years ago when they started all that kneeling crap.
Yeah. Well, that's all gone away theoretically, but I'm a big. I grew up in Kansas City, so I follow the Kansas City Chiefs. I used to go to the games with my father-in-law back before when they played at the baseball stadium and all back in the day. Those were good times, I have to admit. My dad, he grew up in Chicago. He's always been a Chicago Bears fan.
Did you know that squirrels eat bats?
Oh, no.
I didn't know that. I just looked it up on the internet because I was wanting to see what these bat houses look like and how they were set up. I see where they router like slots in there for them to grip on, but he's talking about multi-chamber. I wanted to see what they look like.
And do they find one of these things, or do you have to put a sign on it and say, "Bats welcome"?
Or
you guys are double-checking. What'd you say, Ernie, now?
yeah, a multi-chamber is just got that's twice as steep front to back, and it's got a divider in the middle with slots in it, so they can go on all four surfaces there and hang. Ideally, because you want them to warm up, when the sun hits them, so they get their blood circulating. So by the end of the day, they're a warm bed there because they're cold-blooded. So but I haven't painted mine black. They just work.
Actually, they talk about like in the southern part of the U.S. that you can actually paint them like a lighter color because they don't want it to get too hot. They said anywhere between 80 to 100 degrees is where they want to see it, Kay.
Well, maybe that's how they avoided black until they never got home.
And they got to be facing towards where the sun comes up, but you don't want it in the sun all day long. It's
one on the east side of my house and one on the south side of my house, but they get a little bit of sun, but not a lot. They're not painted. They're stained a little
going to try again, but not panic.
Yeah, well, might work better.
Don't let them. I want them to roam around. I just don't want them in my house, like in the attic.
Well, you got to exclude them. You put a little piece of screen cloth up there over your vents, and it'll keep them out of there. It's simple.
Well, from what the internet says, it says they want you to just choose a sunny location on the east or south facing sides of your house, or where you see 6 to 8 hours of direct sunlight.
Yeah, I sort of have that, but not that quite much. Not maybe 4 hours of sunlight.
And the houses shouldn't be anywhere by bright lights, and that's perfect for you, Jeff, since you don't like bright lights either. You must be part bat.
I'm certainly batty, that's true.
You should convert that tree home into a belfry.
There's some batty people in that one, too.
They say they prefer morning sun.
All the windows open and the door open. Anything could be flying in there. Trying to get some of that steak out.
Does it still smell like dog?
A little bit. The cleaning lady did not do a spectacular job.
Never do. Oh, yeah, 2FMU.
She was in there all day. She could have needed it. K4UIE.
N4WC.
In fact, I'm going to do that before I forget it. I have some other little errands I got to do. I got stuff all over the place I need to put away and shut doors and get rid of the sundown. So good luck to you, birds, and we'll talk to you later. K4UIE, East Georgia.
All right, cheers, Huey. 7-3.
Yeah, get you one of those Swiffers, that you use to clean the floors, like the tile floors. Get you one of those Swiffers, and you can get it on the wall. That'd be kind of interesting. Anyway, have a good one there, Jeff. N4WC.
Yeah, I'd be taking that foot guy every shot, it'll wear me out. I got pretty good system. The little scrub brush I have on stick works well, as long as the paper towel's rolled out. 53, K4UIE.
See you, Jeff. K8CNI.
Have fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna try building some of these bat houses. I probably will put them up in the spring, but yeah, I like to see them take care of some of these mosquitoes back there. It's terrible when you go back in the woods.
Yeah, they will do the trick, man. And bats, there's places, there's a cave in Texas where every evening 8 million bats fly out of this one cave.
Yeah, I saw something on TV about that years ago, and the bat guano is unbelievable.
Yeah, more than in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, bats are cool. They're our friends.
They did say there, at least in this article, it said that it does expose you to possibility of rabies.
Yeah, that is a possibility.
But you're not gonna let that. Keeping bats forever. I haven't had one bite me. I've been camping forever too. I haven't had one bite me. They don't bite you. They'll just come out and bite you.
Yeah, I guess there's a certain kind of bat that's more noticeable for the ones they're larger bats down in South America. They go and at night when the animals and the horses they'll go in and they'll land on one of those critters and suck their blood. I guess they call them vampire bats, but I guess that would be the ones to worry about for getting disease.
Yeah, we don't have them around here.
I didn't think we would.
We come out of a cave one day that was real low, we're crawling right against the ceiling, in about 1.5 feet of water. And one guy come out of there, he had 2 bats on his collar of his overalls. I think I have a picture of that somewhere.
Well, I've a couple of times in the last 60 years or thereabouts, I've taken a dead bat off the front of my car. That doesn't happen very often, but that has happened.
Hey, Bazine, what's going on?
Out back yard, trimming pear trees in his yard, over at my yard, and dropped a zillion pears in there. Some of those are going to hang over and got rid of all the pears.
Are they any good to eat, or is it all just work for you?
You can eat them. They're not the best pears. They're more like, you can call them like a cooking pear. They fall off all over the ground. Bees and butterflies. Butterflies on them, the bees on is good.
Right. Yeah, we got some of them cooking pears somebody gave us, yeah. They're hard as a rock.
Yeah, that's them.
I think probably the deer would eat them too, but I don't know if you have any deer up there.
Well, we got lots of deer, but I don't want the deer in the backyard. I took them all out. Took it all down to the front curb, piled the brush up down there, and pulled all the pears down there. So they probably will have deer right beside the tree eating, so they'll probably get the deer hit by cars.
Well, you just missed you. You got hungry.
Yeah, so what's new? What's new?
This is Bill, N4WC down in Sharpsburg. 45 miles line of sight from W4WMT. He was in here yesterday.
Yeah, I talked to him yesterday. Hi, Bill.
And Brian, I'm up here in Ohio by Cleveland. Calls Kilowatt Alpha 8 Charlie, November, India.
The band?
Yeah, name's Brian, Bravo, Romeo, India, Alpha, Norway.
Over there. Okay. And here's Steve. W4WMT.
Hey, Monkey Man.
The other white brag.
Monkey Man.
Spells it different. Brian in Alabama is B-R-Y, right? Not B-R-I?
Yeah, so that's the last one. This is her name.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Bazoo, I got a question for you.
Maybe I'll give you an answer.
Yeah, maybe, if you can, nobody can. If I got a TK8180, and it doesn't go into test mode. No, I mean, by holding the A button and turning the power on.
Crap, I don't think I've ever done one like that.
The software, all I have is a KPG. I don't have the tuning stuff.
We should have, bring the software in. Should be able to go into the test mode under programming.
CQ40, this is Hotel Golf 9, Hotel Oscar Sierra. This is Hotel Golf 9, Hotel Oscar Sierra. Somebody hearing me?
Monkey Man, just miss
CQ. This is Hotel Golf 9, Hotel Oscar Sierra. Somebody hearing me?
And Dr. Peter won't be here because he's in the air on his way to Maui. W2 FMU.
Yeah, hopefully he's there by now. When you said Colorado, which Colorado?
Oh, well, it's Colorado State, I guess. University of Colorado in Boulder. They went to a tech game out there, away game.
Yeah, that's University of Colorado at Boulder. But then there's Colorado State. That's another one. And, of course, the Air Force Academy is out there, too.
Okay, it's gonna.
Hey, that sounds like a lot of fun. There are a bunch of fanatics out there in the football world.
But tomorrow, Bulldogs are going to, start their season, and at the end of the season, they're going to beat Tech. And, these people will shut up for another month or two.
I want to know why Tennessee or Syracuse playing in Atlanta?
Who is playing Syracuse?
Tennessee? They're playing in Atlanta.
At the enclosed stadium, right? At the inside the building?
I guess. I don't know where they're playing. It's not going.
That's probably what it's all about. It's for TV, I guess.
Yeah, well, they're staying home a whole lot more.
Yeah. Well, maybe it's considered neutral ground, so they're both home teams or whatever they call that crap.
Hey, Ernie, I loaded KBG 80 yeah, if you bring it up and you got the radio plugged in, go under the program tab, and then drop down, you got read, write, and test mode. There's no test mode. You go into it and set everything up.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Not a problem.
Mr. Kenwood.
Yeah, well, just, what I know so far. I'm not going to learn anything else.
Y'all are GMRS, they're GMRS crazed up here, so I got to stay with that program, too.
Oh, yeah, well, I told that Georgia GMRS group. I was bunch of those radios at Lawrenceville a couple of years ago. Those guys came down and bought every stinking one of them.
Yeah, and they're, they program them and flip them, for probably double what they bought them from you.
Yeah, that's right.
Vegetarian group, I'm friendly and familiar with that group. They're right here, right next to me. They're a mile from me. They're their main here. And I went up there to their picnic. I'm a member too, but they got it going on, but they got a bunch of lights and gears and stuff, and they're like GMRS, the masters of GMRS.
Yeah, unlicensed ham radios.
CB radio.
Somewhere in between.
I thought they were all preppers.
Not all anything. That's a generalization, Bill.
Okay. Well, I've heard that. I mean, I have no clue.
There's a fairly high hillbilly factor there,
Oh, so therefore a little bit of the CB influence. Yeah, everybody's got their own handle.
Yeah, no Tweety Bird.
No, they got these giant call signs. It's like a 4x3. It's a useful service. I'm not mocking it or anything. It's just different. Like Monkey Man says, it's what CB should have been.
Yeah, well, then CB just went off the deep end.
Yeah, I remember when I was gainfully employed, our tech reps from over in Europe, when they came over here for meetings, they'd buy up all the CB radios they could and take them back to Europe. And that's what this is back in the 70s and 80s. That was a big deal, come over here buying all these cheap CB radios and taking them back to Europe.
Yeah, so they could talk to the people in the Mojave Desert.
Why were they always working into the Mojave Desert?
It just seems like every time you turn it on, there's somebody there in the Mojave Desert.
What? What?
I think it was you, Brian. I think you were out. You actually were on there, and you used something in the Mojave Desert. Yeah, I was just a thought.
Well, Frank told me about the Super Bowl, so I tuned into that, and I was addicted to that for several days.
I can't understand what they're saying.
Well, I didn't know that there was this weird intersection between rappers and CB radio.
That's been around for for 50 years.
What are you talking about? Well, it makes sense now that I think about it. I just wasn't aware of it.
Am I missing out or something?
No. Go listen to the Super Bowl.
Well, it's no area sports for a couple hours.
Where is it? Where do I turn in?
Channel 6.
Is that what it is? I forgot.
Yeah, I don't know the frequency, 0795 or something.
Google now.
I stand by while I Google that for you.
27 now,
There you go, that's where you tune.
That's what they ask.
And they're running AM and they're running 100 kW.
There you go, Brian. You sit right in.
And when they key down, the goal is to take out the whole band, not just that channel, but to wipe out the whole band.
And to dim the lights in the whole city.
They're on channel 6. They want everybody on all the other channels to know it.
You'll have to see if they have it in Australia, Brian.
Australia's CB is on UHF and they have repeaters.
They got it going. That's what we call GMRS.
Yeah, that's what it should be. You know, none of this 11 meters was a big mistake. I don't care. They're fine with me. I actually might listen there once in a while. I don't ever transmit there, but I have been there a few times in the past.
You've been nosy?
Oh, that's what I did before I got my license, right?
Yeah, we all did. I remember talking to the guys down in the big Emory base over by Emory University. I finally met the guy, a little bitty old scrawny guy.
How about that? Brian, I'm sorry you missed Huey.
He was cleaning walls today. That was the people that he bought the house from. They smoked a lot, and he says his walls are covered in tobacco tar.
Phone call on a third phone.
Out here, get a old pressure washer or something. Yeah, I saw that. He posted something where he showed the rag where he cleaned the one window on the door.
Yeah, that's what goes in people's lungs, I guess. It's smoke.
Yeah, go figure.
That was a gorgeous window there, wasn't that?
It is pretty disgusting.
That's the way addictions are. Whether it's tobacco or sugar or what.
Or heroin or fentanyl.
Yeah, get addicted to something clean.
Yeah, like fentanyl. It kills you quicker. It doesn't take 20 years.
Hey, what's Brad doing now that you sold out?
Brad is he is the shop manager.
So he chose to keep working, huh?
Well, yeah, he's got a 2-year contract. I'm kind of still going in and once in a while and pick up slack a little bit here and there, but not that mountain. For the next 2 months, I've got too much travel planned.
All right, so he's still there for the time being, at least.
Yeah, I'm doing about 8 hours a week.
That's what I'm doing.
Lawrenceville?
My company. Well, Brad, within 2 years, he'll be pulling up to retirement age anyway.
Okay, John.
Oh, yeah, 2 FMU.
N4WC, I'm going to be checking out of here. I've decided I'm hungry. I'm going to get something to eat here. So, you all enjoy. Have a good weekend. N4WC.
I'm going to get out of here, too. I'll check out you guys later, maybe tomorrow. We'll see. Have a good one, K8, saying I. I don't eat supper anymore. 7-3 there, Ohio, Brian.
Thank you, Brian.
You coming to Lawrenceville?
He's working. Well, he does. I think he's probably getting a little stressed over so many changes and everything, but we'll see.
Yeah, it's never easy.
I just have such a hard time dealing with all the corporate changes and this, that, and the other. I don't want to learn anything new.
Oh, that's the truth. Are you coming to Lawrenceville?
Lawrenceville's, what is it?
November, early November.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I gotta see what's on the calendar. I don't know. Leaving to Vegas next week. Come back and leave to Florida the week after that. I'm not sure what else is being added to the schedule. Yeah, now that Wizard of Oz opened here on the 28th. Yeah, yesterday. There's a bunch of video being posted now on that's going to be a really interesting thing.
Oh, cool.
Well, originally we were planning to go see the Eagles at the Sphere, and then after I got tickets for the Eagles, then they announced the Wizard of Oz was coming to the Sphere, and we got tickets for that the next day. We're going to see 2 shows at the Sphere. Yeah, we're going to see the Eagles on Saturday night, and then Wizard of Oz on Sunday. I think a lot of that is probably going to be Vince Gill. I heard he quit. I hadn't heard that.
Oh, good. That was probably misunderstood something.
Well, that'll be a cool trip, I guess. Kind of gave up on flying. Never been.
Well, you know, I guess if I'm going to stay at the Sphere, I got to go to Vegas, because they're not going to bring it here.
I've been to Vegas so many times already. I'm going to open up the plane and have to go again.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, our trade shows are always out in Vegas. You know, the first time you go, it's exciting, it's great. The second time, okay. Third time, okay. Fourth and fifth and sixth, watch there this weekend. It'll be alright. No one just going to try to have a really fun. Rubber shoes. Rubber shoes.
Also, you guys get
Crabs. Crabs.
Yeah, I'm not collecting those papers down the street.
Oh, man.
Well, we thought now the second time we played with the Eagles in New York. We just get right here.
yeah, What would he be doing now? Yeah, okay. I didn't realize he was still with them. I thought he had moved on.
We saw him in New York. The first time Vincent played with us, well, second time he played in LA. And Glenn Fry's son, Deacon Fry, was playing with him for a short time. He's pretty good. He sounds like a dad, but he's not. Been with the Eagles since 2017, and he stayed with them, including the residency at the Las Vegas Phoenix, where he's returned to the 2025 school. You know, they're just working it in. He said he'd be returning with a summer tour, but so they're only doing so many things out at the Sphere, which they kind of were off for a while, and then they came back with some dates for October and November. Yeah, so he's still with the Eagles during the extended residency at the Sphere in Las Vegas through late 2025.
No, I won't be going.
Oh, come on. We'll put you right on Southwest and take you.
Yeah, my wife's crippled, all that stuff's not as fun as it used to be. We're happy to just, go camping a couple times a year, and that's that. That's all we can do.
Yeah, I'm making up for a lost time working later. I think what was happening was spend everything before we got so we don't have to do anything.
Yeah, amen, brother. More power to you.
Yeah, that's true.
My kids are on their own. I'm going to spend it on something. I don't know what. Probably not travel. Probably just camping.
I don't think I could spend it like this.
Yeah.
Damn, I got to buy a house out in Alabama with a chicken house.
Well, he wants to move to Arizona, so you might could buy his.
You want to move to Arizona?
Yeah, I do.
Well, that's like a win-win.
I've that problem a number of times, haven't you?
Normally, that'd be considered a win-win. Sorry. Well, I hope Betsy's not listening.
What you gonna do? Move out there in a cheap place so you can have a remote base there?
That'd be okay. Brian wants the weather. Gosh, the weather this week has been absolutely beautiful. W2FMU.
I'm sure there'll be payback.
All right, Brian, when we get back to Vegas, right before we leave for Florida, the night before we leave for Florida, we're going to see Mac McAnally and the Coral Reefers opening up for the Doobie Brothers in a local venue.
Wow. McAnally pumping the reefer, opening up some duty. What's in it?
First Bank Center. It was an old quarry down in Franklin, Tennessee, that they turned into a big amphitheater.
Oh, in Springfield. Okay. That's cool.
Yeah, we've seen Mac several times, and I tell you, he is one hell of a truck.
I still can't believe Jimmy Bucket's still.
Hey, this weekend is 2 years.
Yeah, I took my wife to a concert up in Hiawassee, and it should have been a good concert, but the two drunks in front of us ruined it for us, and I don't think I think my concert going days are over.
Well, everybody else is going to see his brothers. I'm going to see Mac and Ruby.
I stopped going to the Bucket concerts when it turned into a Grateful Dead kind of thing.
The people dancing.
That happened Monday's day one. Yeah, if I was a betting person, I would. Can you go to a show up at that show?
We did do a trip to Nashville one year, and that was really cool. We really enjoyed that.
Yeah, if you don't get hung up in all the Amatuers, it's a really good stuff.
So we stayed at a campground up there, and we come into town, and we just walked around the street and went to different bars and drank way too many beers and listened to all the local music and just had a great time. We didn't do anything special. It was fun.
Yeah, there's a lot of good bands, a lot of good groups playing down there. People you never heard of.
Yep.
Yeah, that's for sure.
You never know who's going to walk in the door and sit in with them. That's the cool thing.
Nothing like live music.
Oh, nothing can beat it.
Yeah, we're going to see that show. We did down in Franklin, and we're leaving the next morning to go to drive down to Florida. And I said, what the hell? Let's just go to the show, have the car packed, and leave from there. Well, I guess I'm going to have to be the one lone non-drinker. I think we'll drive most of the way, maybe get down to Birmingham, Montgomery, and just find a good place to stay for a while and drive on.
Is there an interstate that goes from Montgomery down to the border?
Not really. You get down to Montgomery, then you get off on that 4-lane highway. It's not a bad drive.
It's an interstate, but it goes down to 10.
Yeah, it goes way away from where we're going, so it's better off.
So by the time you get on 10, you're too far west to do anything different.
Yeah.
And Montgomery's kind of a poop hole.
Yep.
Well, you're going down there to Fort Canal.
No, that's in February.
Oh, so what are you going to for?
We're going down to San Martin.
Redneck Riviera.
No, it's not as bad as it used to be.
Food.
We got a hotel we like down there. They got a real nice lazy river, nice pool, right on the beach. And you just go crash out for a week. Nice. About time.
Yeah, more power to you, man. Do it while you can.
I'm going to continue to do it while I can.
I'm 70 years old, pushing 71, and I think all that travel stuff, I'd love to do it, but just because of my wife, I don't think it's going to happen. So, I'm going camping.
Well, you do what you can.
Going to Vogel State Park in a week or two.
I like that place.
Yeah, it's very nice. I'm trying to put up a vertical.
How is the camper? Is it outfitted and everything?
Oh yeah, it's fully ready to go. Plug it in, you know. Turn on the AC and the water heater and just chill. Ready to roll. Full hookups, you know, you just go to town. A lot better than sleeping in a tent.
Yeah, I can't do it.
No, we did it for years.
I know y'all did. You noticed I wasn't there.
We had some good times.
That didn't drink any liquor or anything, did you?
I don't recall.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Ask Jeff.
He wouldn't remember either.
Okay, I talked to Jeff 1 this morning.
Oh, really? What's he up to?
He's retired, newly retired, and bored as hell. And to figure out his new life.
Well, wait a minute now. He was going to school all this time to get ahead in his job, now he's retired.
Yeah, they booted him out the door, and I don't know the details, but I don't think he needs to work.
Okay, well, that's good.
That's a good question. I don't know that offhand. He's younger than me. He's been in his 60s.
Well, that's good. Hate to be all their education go to waste.
Well, right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Breaker.
He's not hearing us. Hey, Yui.
Was that Yui?
No. Nope. Oh, Yui's in the kitchen. Somebody, 2 FMU.
Hey, U4, I'm going to jump off here and get on the treadmill. See you guys later, 7-3. Enjoy your trip there, Steve. W4, WMT, so long.
See you, monkey man. Enjoy your trip.
Enjoy and treadmill don't belong in the same sentence. 7-3 there, monkey man. See ya.
Oh, you sure got that right.
Treadmill, it's spelled with a D.
Treadmill.
It's the treadmill. Alright, but too. I guess we're the last man standing. I'm going to head upstairs. Let me catch up with you. We'll talk to you later. W2FMU.
Alright, I'll get back in there tomorrow. W4BVU. Have a good one.
Dumbwaiters.
He's got that electric bike, so he's going to carry it up to the fourth. I told him, if you can carry that up to the fourth floor, you're in good shape.
Yeah, those are heavy.
Good blood. So what's Trump doing today?
I don't know, maybe eating Big Macs.
Should be going to New Jersey soon.
So the governor's going to give us $400.
Who's going to give it? He's going to give you money?
So Wayne says that we're going to get a $400 check from her.
Oh, how nice.
She's up for re-election, so she's going to give everybody $400. It's our money. Trump's supposed to give us a stimulus check, but we didn't hear much about that.
That's what he said towards the beginning of when he was with that Doge, whatever, right?
Yeah, and then after that, nothing happened.
Supposed to give me income tax break too. I mean, Social Security break too, but I don't see that. No tax on Social Security. I don't see that either.
They take a tax out of your check?
But still, yes.
So they were supposed to do away with it.
Yeah, we're supposed to do away with a few things, but they still have it. And and the other stuff, it's only up to $2,500 on overtime. And that's in Local 3 in the union I belong to, Tony. That's like a weekend, a Saturday and Sunday overtime, and then you're paying again.
You make $2,500 a week in overtime. A lot of those guys.
2 days, yep. Some of them guys working when they work 8-10 hours, putting in the service, they're making $2,500, $3,000 just in the overtime for 2 days. Yeah, big pay. They make Tony a garbage man today in the city. I couldn't believe it, Tony. Go look. That's public record. Garbage man, an average garbage man. I don't know if George knows this. Is making $150,000 a year with a little overtime, almost nothing. Way back 40 years ago, Tony. People are making big money today. You know, I tell you the truth. I wish I was 20 years old and going into the trades now. They're going to make tremendous amount of money. These young guys. I did okay, but they're doing better, Tony.
Yeah, well, their increased quite a bit. So yeah, my pure signal it did it again. It went haywire for a second. Now it's okay again.
I didn't see you cut out. The amp cut out.
Oh, you didn't? Because I seen the power was down low. When I made that comment, I think it was only at 23 watts, I think.
Oh, yeah?
We'll see. Maybe I didn't hit the foot switch hard enough. I don't know. But it's solid now. It looks all right now.
Hey, Ed, you going to the West Indian Day Parade?
Nah, you going?
I'm not going.
When is it?
I think it's this weekend.
Where is that at, George?
It's down at Flatbush Avenue down here.
Oh, really? Wow, that's okay.
Oh, Flatbush Avenue, you get cut up over there.
Every time they have a parade, somebody gets shot.
Care about shot? They like using knives over there, machetes too.
Don't worry, they're going to put another 1,200 police officers.
Do you hear what the idiot wants to do? He wants to put social workers. That's when they have these domestic calls, he wants to put social workers there. Did you know my sister's husband, Sal? Did you know him, George?
No.
Well, he was a cop in the 60th precinct where you are, George. He got called on a call. Domestic violence call, okay? And this is what the jackass wants to put. He wants to put social workers. Make a long story short, he talks the guy out of the house. The guy had a gun, and the guy comes out of the house, George, and he comes out with a shotgun. He said, you're the lucky. He tells my brother-in-law, you're the luckiest guy. Well, they're divorced now, but anyway, tells my brother-in-law, you're the luckiest guy that ever lived. He says, what are you talking about? He was a young guy. Maybe he was 25 years old, 26 years old, whatever. He said, what do you mean? He said, I had the shotgun pointed right to your head. If you didn't say the right things, I was going to pull the trigger.
Unbelievable. And this was the domestic violence guy.
Yeah, so this jackass wants to put social workers there with no guns for the domestic violence calls. Is he stupid?
Did they arrest the guy?
Oh, yeah, they locked him up. He had an illegal gun or something, too. Yeah, he was locked up. It's a long time ago, George. If he was 27 years old, older than me, I was like 17 or something.
Unbelievable. Yeah, put a social worker there.
Did he hang out at Mike's, Delancey Mike's store?
What was that, Tony?
Did he hang out at the store over by the Lowe's? Those 60th precinct cops, they used to hang out over there.
Yeah, I don't know where he hung out. He was in Coney Island, though. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. He used to go to Nathan's. I'll tell you one time I used to work in Nathan's when I was a kid, Tony. I used to work up. Believe it or not, George, I don't know if you noticed, I used to work in Nathan's on the fries. We have to, when summer break come, I used to work in Nathan's to make extra money. And make a long story short, who walks in? He walks in. All the cops, George, go in the back and they eat for free in Nathan's. They don't pay.
There you go.
60th precinct cops.
Yep, unbelievable. That was back in the day.
Let me tell you something, George. You didn't see the nonsense that years ago that you see today. They hit you. They would smack you in the side of your head or hit you in the shins with the billy club. I don't even think they have billy clubs anymore.
I used to have the nightsticks. They don't have them no more. Some of them got that. It's like a metal thing, but it collapses, and then they swing it. It opens up. It's like a metal rod.
Yeah, what happened to the nightsticks?
I guess it's abuse of power. I don't.
Unbelievable, huh, Tony?
Yeah, it sure is. I think people respect the cops a little bit more when they used to do that.
You can't go around hitting criminals' heads.
Tony, listen to this. I'll never forget the guy's name, Mr. Silverglad. And I'm not good on remembering names, George, only on certain instances. When I was in junior high school, I think it was in 8th grade, I think 8th grade, yeah. So, but and make a long story short, he had a social studies class, and he was sitting on the chair, and he had his legs, crossed there, and he had a hole in the bottom of his shoe. And they say, hey, Mr. Silverglad, you better fix your shoes. You got a hole in the bottom of your shoe. So make a long story short, after class, he says, Armstrong, I want you to stay. So I stayed. George, so help me God, this is not a story, it's the God's and the truth. He says, he punched me right in the stomach, George. So I guess you won't say that again. Go home and tell your mother now.
Unbelievable.
They do that today, they lose their job, they'd be in jail.
Exactly.
You can't even look at a kid the wrong way today.
Yep.
The mother disciplines their kid. The kid calls the child and labor law or whatever.
Child abuse.
Yes.
Yep. A lot of times, they think the cops. I think I told this on the air too. I think you remember me saying this, George. You know the buses on Mermaid Avenue, George?
Yeah.
When we were kids, we used to hitch in the back of the buses. You probably can't do that anymore. They have bumpers on there. So we used to hitch in the back of the bumpers. So this cop, He says, hey, get off that bus. Make a long story short, I said, I'm not getting off nothing, I tell him. George, so help me God, he took the nightstick. I said this on the air already a long time ago. You might have heard me say it. He took the nightstick and threw it. He missed my head by inches. Are they crazy? They didn't take any baloney years ago.
Not at all.
Now, maybe he aimed to miss me. I don't know, but it scared the hell out of me.
I think he wanted to hit you.
I think you're right.
Or it took your head off.
I don't think he wanted to miss you. It just happened. You moved, the bus moved or something.
I'll never forget the other time, George. I was on Mermaid Avenue again in one of these, I don't know, 4-family houses, 3-family, whatever it was. I said, I don't remember how I got that job, but I get a call. They had no lights. And there was a hardware there, George. I don't remember the hardware. I don't remember the name. And make a long story short, there was a 150 amp bus fuse that blew. So I went and basically got a fuse and double parked my car. I come out and there's a cop car waiting there. I was going to be in there a few minutes. There was no place to park. I don't remember exactly where it was, but anyway, make a long story short, the cop says, he says, buddy, he says, I was waiting for you. He says, come here. I said, yeah. I said, yeah, I'm sorry, officer. I said, it's an emergency. They had no power. They had no lights. The building was out of power. Half of the building had no lights. So he goes, I don't care. I don't want to hear your story. He says, I should take you in the car and work you over. So help me God, George. I said, what? I said, what, are you sick? For what? Work me over? All of a sudden, his partner gets out of the car. He heard him. He goes, he says, listen. And they got near me, George, and I smelled liquor. His partner said, no, he had a bad day. He says, get over here. I don't remember if he was a Joe or Frank or whatever. He said, come on, let's go. He said, never mind. He said, just go away, like that. Make a long story short, the guy wanted to take me in the car for double parking.
Oh, they give you a beating. Unbelievable, huh?
Well, what do you think?
I think he wanted to give you a beating. He was drinking over there.
Yeah, you can smell the liquor in this guy's breath, George. He was definitely drinking. But like years ago was a different ball game, George.
Yeah, it's not like today. Well, today they got computers and everything. Back then it was paper, pushing paper.
Well, you're exactly right.
They didn't have cell phones, beepers, none of that crap.
You're 100% right. The only thing they were pretty good at is if you didn't pay a ticket, they still get you.
Really? How much for your car?
I got a couple of tickets, and then you get notices. Even back then, when I was 20-something years old, so it's over 50 years ago, they still were able to get the money for the tickets.
Yeah, I used to get the cutting cards. I used to have to go home and run to the mailbox, get the cutting cards.
There you go. Crazy cops in that 60th precinct, George.
My father had the store, the donut shop. They'd all be in there at night playing cards in the back.
Yeah, they didn't care. Do you remember Irvin's Luncheonette?
No, I remember Irving's Delicatessen over here.
Nah, there was an Irvin's Luncheonette. It was down the other end. It was like in the 32nd Street or whatever it was. And the cops used to go in there, too. He loved the cops, Irving. He loved them, George. And he had a lot of pull with the police, George. He had a lot with the detectives and all. If you had a problem, he would be able to fix it for you.
There you go.
That was the guy Tony used to buy all the ham gear, and his daughter had a 59. I'll never forget, a 59 Cadillac convertible with the big fins. And this guy Jimmy Lee. Make a long story short, he loved him. He loved Jimmy because Jimmy used to be involved. Irvin used to sell the radios, Tony, from the store, and he had a setup there. He liked to get on CB, and he had a Johnson 500 hooked up and all. And make a long story short, he had a iMac, I think, in Laura's car, and with the big 102-inch whip, and we used to go to Big Daddy's with that car and light up the whip. But he had a lot of pull in that area. He'd get you out of it. If you had a problem, he'd get you out of almost anything.
Oh yeah, the LMAC. Yeah, that's an old transmitter. It's got a small receiver. I think a PC6 or PC8 or something like that.
Yeah, I don't have no clue, Tony. This is years ago, but Jimmy was, like I said, you see the way Dave is, with the way he builds stuff and how smart he makes the couplers and all. You see Dave?
Yeah, Dave, yeah.
Well, this guy Jimmy was the same way. He built transmitters and everything. This guy was the same way.
What was his name, Jimmy?
Yeah, he's calling him Butch, but his name was Jimmy, yeah.
He owned a luncheonette?
No. Irvin owned the luncheonette. Jimmy, me, and Louis Karate used to hang in the luncheonette. Did you know Louis Karate, George?
No. You told me stories about him, though.
My father knew him.
Your father knew him?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you a story. We used to, him and Jimmy were like really close. And make a long story short, Jimmy used to, Louis used to always wear these short sleeve white shirts. Remember the white shirts, George and Tony, with the little rims around them? He was a real, like, fussy dresser, this guy, and he was in great shape, tall, slim, and he had a black belt in karate, and not only that, he used to fight in tournaments and stuff. This guy used to go overseas and all. This guy was no run-of-the-mill black belt, So make a long story short, we're walking down Mermaid Avenue, and there's these 3 or 4 Spanish guys or whatever walking by us, and Louis used to always keep this pack of cigarettes in his shirt pocket, a white shirt, and you could see him. So the guy comes over and says, "Give me a cigarette, man." He goes, I don't smoke, he tells the guy. And he did smoke. He did smoke less. I don't smoke. I don't have any cigarettes. He goes, "You got them in your pocket." The guy went for him, Tony, to his shirt. He laid the guy on the floor, and then the other guy come. He laid him on the floor. The other guy ran away.
There you go.
Yeah, and these guys were almost bleeding from their nose. I don't know what the deal with the other guy, but yeah, you didn't play. That's what I'm saying. This guy's just stupid.
Can't do that today. They'll sue you.
Yeah, Tony. You remember the Renaults?
Car?
Yeah, Renault. Remember the Renault car?
Oh, yeah. It's like, it wasn't anything. It was like a plain car.
Yeah, well, my father had a little Renault. It was brand new, okay? Make a long story short. But they were small, you know what I'm saying? And I used to use the car. I used to drive the car. And make a long story short, these Spanish guys, I knew them from around the area. I guess they see me in the car. They picked up the car, Tony, and they basically put it on the sidewalk. And I'm not kidding you, Tony. They took the car and put it on the sidewalk. So make a long story short, I found out who the guy was. He's walking down. So why'd you put the car on the sidewalk? Make a long story short, Louis, me, and then Jimmy. I was a little crazy, too, when I was younger, Tony. Louis Butch, and myself, we were together. And I said, "Why'd you put the car on the sidewalk?" He goes, so he started cursing him, but he goes over to hit me. I took this guy, wrapped him in the face, Tony. I grabbed him by his neck and his head, and I was slamming him by his hair with his hair into his head. So make a long, Louis said, "Stop, that's enough. You're going to kill him." So make a long, so you did that today. You'd be in jail.
Oh, yeah. For less than that, you'd be in jail.
Yeah, I was a pretty crazy kid. That's what I say. A lot of people, look, I'm an older guy now. I'm matured. I'm smarter. But the bottom line is a lot of people, they got to be careful what they say and what they do. Some of these stupid people don't know who they're talking to.
This is true.
Because I would walk up to you and hit you before you would even open your mouth. That's what he's, and I would still do that at this point. I'm still in pretty good shape, sir. A lot of these jackasses, they just shoot their mouth because they're on a microphone. Off the mic, they're not, you've met me, George. Off the mic, they're not so tough.
This is very true.
But anyway, that's the good old days, Tony. And you do half of the stuff that I did when I was younger. I'll never forget. I had a '69 Roadrunner, Tony, and the guy Butch. He used to be a chauffeur for American Standard, Tony. George American. He was a chauffeur for American Standard, and he had a brand new Cadillac. He used to chauffeur these guys, and he liked speed and stuff. This guy Butch, Jimmy. And make a long story short, so he used to race me with my old junk car. I don't remember what I had. I think it was a '57 Oldsmobile, and then I bought a '68 Roadrunner. Okay, make a long story short, and I said, "You want to race now, Jimmy?" So make a long story short, we're going to race on that. There was, where is the, let me see, so you got Neptune Avenue. We raced down Neptune. I was probably doing 80, 90 miles an hour. Cop George looks at us, and I see from the side of my eye, he shakes his head. Today, you'd be in jail.
They would slap you with a ticket faster than you could shake a stick.
Oh, reckless driving, everything else. I'll never forget this. I could tell you a million stories, Tony. Me and my wife, when I was keeping company, we weren't even married then. Oh, no, I just got married. We met this couple, and we used to go to this place called the Gridiron. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. It was in Bay Ridge, the Gridiron. So I go in the place, and here I've had the Roadrunner also. I come out, me and my wife come out. Make a long story short, you'll be young, Tony. We're 20-something years old. You know, we come out. I wasn't feeling any pain. Let me put you that way. I come out of the place, and we're saying goodbye to the other guys. And there's a guy trolling up on my car. You might have heard me tell this story too. There's a guy trolling up on the car, and I said, "Man, this guy, what? Come on!" I get in the car, and I'm stupid. You're young. I start rocking the car back and forth to get him off, the car. You know, I said, I could have killed him. So make a long story short, a cop walks over and he says, "Oh, he says, get out of the car." And he puts his hand in the window down, put his hand in there and turned the key off, gets me out of the car. He goes, "What do you want, to kill the guy?" I said, "Guy's trying to blow up my car." He goes, he said, "You had a couple of drinks, didn't you?" I said, "Yeah." I said, we had a good time. Make a long story short, the guy tells my wife, he says, "Can you drive?" She says, "Yeah." He gives her the key. He says, "You drive." He said, "Listen, don't let me see you do this again. We'll be back here and again drinking like that and getting in the car and drive, because I'm not going to be so nice next time." Make a long story short, he let us go. He let us go. And I got news here. He walked away, Tony. My wife couldn't drive the car. It was a stick shift with a heavy-duty clutch. I got back in the car and drove home.
Luckily, you didn't see you do that.
Yeah, he wouldn't be so nice. Hey, they wouldn't do that today.
Not at all. Nor Yankee 3 rating.
WV2K.
I could tell you a lot of stories. Like I said, I wasn't such a good kid, George. I got smarter when I got married, after that. But I was a pretty rough kid. You ask Wayne, he'll tell you some of the stories.
How many years younger is Wayne than you?
Wayne is 10.
Wayne's 64?
Yeah, 64.
64 years old?
Yeah, Wayne's in good shape. You wouldn't think it, right?
Wayne's my age, 69.
Oh, he's 69. God, that goes to show you. So is he 69 now?
Yes, sir.
He probably he's in good shape for 69.
Carried that electric bike up 4 flights of stairs. I told him, if you could do that, you're in good shape.
No, he's in very good shape. He's active. He moves around. That's what you got to do. But yeah. So he's 69, Tony. So yeah, he's 10 years. What am I talking about? I said 9 years older. Like I said, 10 years older. I don't know why I said 64. The math didn't add up, but I said 10 years, and that's about. He's 9 years. He's 9 years younger.
And your other brother is older than you or younger than you?
No, he's the youngest. He's Michael is. Let me. I'm not good with things. Even though my brother's Tony, I would say Michael probably he just retired, so he's probably 62. He's actually selling his house. He's going to Arizona.
He's moving to Arizona.
Yeah, he worked for Merrill Lynch, J.P. Morgan. Tony, he's network engineer. He retired.
Hello, it just kicked off. It said no output. Now it's back to output again. It's crazy.
Do you know my brother Michael, George?
No, I never met him. Where did he live before he moved? Before he went to wherever he's going?
he moved from Brooklyn, Tony, right to Jersey. He bypassed Staten Island.
Like bypassed Staten. Okay, yeah. So he lives near you, or another part of Jersey?
No, he's not far from me. He's in Englishtown, which is not far from Manhattan. It's right at the border. He actually bought 2 houses over here. He bought one, it was a smaller one. Then he bought a beautiful house. I mean, the 9-foot ceilings and all. But it's I don't like the property. The property is not that. Anyway, but it's a nice house.
Yeah, all right, very good. That's good. Well, I guess he's going to sell and go out that way.
Going to Arizona from right here. It's my wife spoke to him. I haven't spoken to him in quite a while, but not for any reason, but just time goes by.
Yeah, well, that's good. Well, at least it's nice over there. It's nice and dry. That's for sure.
WV2K.
I don't know if I could take it, Tony. A friend of mine went to Arizona, George and Tony. My friend Milton, I'll never forget this. One of the electricians on the job. He says, Eddie, I wouldn't live there if they paid me. Went to see his brother. His brother lived there. I said, what do you mean, Milt? He says, the minute I got off that plane and my feet touched the asphalt, I could feel the heat through my shoes.
Really?
You could kid. Yeah, that place is hot. You got 112, 113 degrees on an average there, George.
Yeah, but they're saying there's like no humidity, so it's not bad.
Oh, yeah? They can say whatever they want. Heat is heat.
Oh, even in Vegas, it gets real hot down here in Vegas.
That's the same thing. It's a desert. That wasn't made for people to live. That was made for snakes and stuff. It's a desert.
Yeah, they got scorpions over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really hot. I used to watch that guy who used to fix CB radios. He don't do it no more. He lived in Arizona. And he was always complaining about the heat, how hot it was over there.
Yeah, it was awful. I don't know. I never was there, but like I said, he was there. He said it was awful. They couldn't wait to get out of there. Florida's bad, but not like Arizona. Arizona's hotter. It's drier, like George says, but it's you can't stay outside.
Well, you must have air conditioning over there for 100%.
In Florida, air conditioning, yeah, you have to have it in Florida too, but Arizona, really. Florida too, you can't do without air conditioning in Florida. Can't do it. Tony, I couldn't live without central air here.
Right, well, it gets hot here, it gets days that's hotter than it is in Florida over here sometimes.
Yeah, look at that. We had a hot summer here.
Yeah, very hot summer.
I sure did.
So let's see what the weather is for George. Right now, it's mostly cloudy, 72 degrees. Tomorrow is going to be 76 high, 53 low. Tonight's going to be 59 low. Oh, no, that's yesterday. Oh, no, tonight's going to be 53 low, 76 today. Tomorrow's going to be 76 with sun, same 53, 77, 76, 77. So I don't see any 80-degree days. I think it's done, George.
Yeah, you're not going to see. You're lucky if you see 80 degrees. You might get a few 80 degrees. Maybe we'll get an Indian summer.
Yeah, well, it's like I said, I like the weather. I don't like being in the house when it's hot, but I enjoy being out. I think it was a nice summer.
I think it was a very hot summer.
Yeah, but you know what? You basically sit under an umbrella or you shade or you're in the house with the air conditioning. So yeah, I guess it was hot.
Well, I got to go take the dog out, so I'll catch you tomorrow.
All right, I'm going to get out of here, too. I'm going to wish you and George a good evening, and I'll catch you tomorrow. George, you have a good evening, George, and don't do anything I wouldn't do. Good night, Tony. Good night, George. WB2K clear.
Good night, Ed. Good night, Tony. WZ2K clear.
All right, George, you're really loud right now, so catch you later. See you later, Ed. 73, it's Norway Yankee 3 rate.
73.
Pleasure to meet you. And Paul, I guess you are listening on two different receivers, so I'm glad you're able to get it direct. I'm listening on a wire antenna. If I listen on the vertical, there's too much noise. So let me keep it fudge here. That's okay. So WD8BIL AB3HC.
Oh, I'm so sweet.
Yes, you are. You are not this week. You are this week. No, Timmy. Good copy on you. But very good. Roger, good to meet you. You know, we may have chatted once in passing, but good to hear you tonight. And good signal here. Your carrier's S9 with no sweat at all. And Paul, you're pushing 10 over whatever. Timmy, you're at S9 too. So Timmy, stand by. I'll get at you. I'm not going to stick on long. I've got. I'm going to head off to the cabin very early in the morning. Planning to leave at about 4 o'clock, so I'm going to have to hit the hay soon. But the wife's working, and she gets off at 10. And I've got homemade chicken soup in the crock pot, so I got to check on that, make sure it's ready for her before I hit the hay. So it's been a busier than a dog with two tails chase today. But and Paul, I was sitting back here laughing because yes, this is the one that caught that caught fire. I have done some maintenance on it and went through an alignment on it about 3 years ago, and noticed the remnants of the flames. But it's on the air. In fact, I was calling at 5 o'clock. I was calling what's for the internet session, hopefully, with that radio. It was on the air today, so. That's when I was using that driving the SB200 amplifier, so it's on the air and working well. So there you go. Timmy, I'm going to kick it to you. When you're done, kick it over to Mr. Paul there, B3BJP, and I'll stick around maybe one or two more rounds, and I got to hit the hay. It's a long day. I got an early morning tomorrow. WYHR in a group, WD8BIL as the beaver.
Okay, good evening all the way around. This is WA1HR, Henry Yalwar. Yeah, doing well in here, Paul, as usual. Good signal, and I didn't catch the AB3, but not a bad signal either. Yep. It was a fun night out here on Friday. I was going to go to 75 and look around for Dave KA1UAG. So I ducked in the bedroom and told my wife I was thinking of going out for a walk. And then I had a little bit to drink and fired up the 811 rig, and it had been raining earlier. And my wife tells him, well, I heard a rumble of thunder, are you sure? So I opened up the front door, and it was pissing rain. And I put the 40-meter dipole, or the 75-meter dipole on 75. I have to go out there and friggin' frag with a Junction Flashbox tuner. I didn't feel like getting wet, so I've been doing other things and had the receiver on, turned everything else off. Way in the background, I could hear the scratchy of some layer voices, so I thought I would stick a bust in here. And that's the story. This WA1H Yalwar, Henry Yalwar.
Hey, I'm going to get it back over to Roger for another turn so you guys can see if you're hearing one another. Roger is in Alpha Bravo 3 Hotel Zulu Hertz. And Roger, you're doing fine into the home receiver here, the inverted V. But you're also doing very well into Vermont. That's a receiver I tend to default to because it's in a very quiet location. And it also seems to reduce by 10 or 15 dB any other congestion on or about the frequency. on incompatible modes.
That's Motorola for you. But yeah, that's called a control channel that they use it as a control channel, and that control channel just stays running all the time. You know, it's constant.
Fire marshal wanted to see. I guess you knew that story. And some of the background there, Frank spraying the tuner cleaner into it while it was lit. It was pretty funny. I mean, as John related it, it was pretty funny. I can only imagine, you know, in that tight little basement, you were over there to Frank's place, that tight little basement radio room, fire, the workbench is aflame. Yeah, I don't think I would prefer to be there in that particular moment. I'd rather see it on video. Roger, go ahead, introduce yourself there. AB3HC in the group WA3VJB Annapolis at the top of the hour.
Nice group. And hello to Tim. I've worked with Tim a few times, but I'm not on the air that much, so I'm not like a regular. And matter of fact, I worked with Tim for 75 years. So that's a compliment to his receiving capabilities there. I'm just running 125 watts on a 28 in Class C linear, driven by T360 fiber. The 6000 tube, which is now a 6x6. So that's the setup here, and I'm listening either he's like 20 over on the vertical, but my 50-foot piece of wire is not going to work. And so he's the vertical's run long because it's near a power line, so I have trouble using it, but I have to leave it for Paul because vertical I can hardly hear him. So the other receiver of choice is the 540X. Either that or the Flex 1500. So that's the rundown here. Starters next, so WB4BIL, AB3HC.
Hello, Buddy, in the group. Victor Mike Charlie.
Hello, Robert. Good to hear you. Very good. Now, Roger, it's Whiskey Delta 8. I'm in Ohio, WD8BIL. Just north of Akron, a little town called Stowe. But, and I think you looked me up, so that was probably just a misquote. But anyways, and you know, Paul, yes, John, JN, had told me the story shortly after Flo had given me the radio. And, you know, I had brought it home, I went through it, and, you know, made sure, you know, it did alignment on it, which it really didn't need, because Timmy, you know, he was a great technician. But, you know, I gave it a good going over before I put it back on the air. And the first night I had it on the air, it was on the What's for Dinner net, and he, you know, John had told me about the story. So, you know, so yes, and when you were describing it just now, I'd kicked back here in my lazy ass boy chair and just laughing because I knew exactly where you're going. And you're right, that small little room. You know, first time I was down here, at Frank's house and stuff, I caught up in that room, and you know, fun place. BJP sat up, you know, most of the night chatting and stuff. He had a great time there. But anyways, yeah, the fire in that little room is it wouldn't take long to encompass the room, but I could just see them guys, you know, stepping and fetching, trying to get things under control. That's something. But yeah, I got a good chuckle out of it when you started describing it, because I was well aware of the story, and I did some cleaning up too. You know, a little acid brush and some alcohol and stuff, and cleaning it up, and you know, dressing out the wires. They did a great job resurrecting that radio, and of course, the fact that it's on the air today shows that. So there you go. You know, I was going to fire up the Drakes, and then I realized that they're tuned up on 80 meters. So up tonight. Sorry about that, Robert. But, it's going to be a short night for me. So, Robert, I'll kick it over to you. When you're done, get it over there to Mr. Tim, WA1HLR, who claims to be sweet. But I had a good copy of you, Tim. Hope you and Marcy are doing well. Give her our love and, give her a big hug. In fact, Stephanie was just asking about you guys day before yesterday or so, and wondering how you were doing. So hope you're all doing well. Robert, go ahead and take it. I won't entice you with my culinary stuff tonight, so that that little glass thing underneath your operating bench there with the little hammer. You bring that glass for the Cheetos. You don't have to do that tonight. W0VMC and a group, WT8BIL.
Yeah, fine business here, Budley. WD8BIL and the rest of the crew. I've been kind of peeking in and out the last, I'd say, 20 minutes or so. But I did hear there was Paul. I guess Tim is in the mix. Roger, hello to you. And maybe a few others. W0VMC here. Yeah, Budley, I had a DIL approved dinner this evening. It's some venison, chopped up venison, and my spaghetti sauce. So I'd say we're in good shape there, for sure. No doubt about it, man. Yeah, like I said, we got a little bit of static here this evening. We had rain all last night, heavy overcast today, little peaks of sun, so it's kind of a throwback into the summer conditions, but still hearing everybody pretty well. That's the quick take, sure. Now, I don't know, let's see, Tim has that cone of silence out there in Maine, at least headed in my direction, so hopefully he will pick it up for sure. WA1HLR and the rest of the crew here, W0, voice, my carrier, way up north.
Yeah, W0BMC from WA1HLR. I switched antennas. Can you hear me a little better?
Actually, I can there, Timtron. Sure. Yeah, welcome to the fall and winter conditions. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's been a while. Wow. Yeah, you're doing okay in here. We had quite a bit of rain. It's a rainy night, rainy day, and we really need it. Well, I'm seeing a little bit of reflected power because of the crappy brown stuff on the ladder line. Or the ladder line itself, I guess. Well, I just about see the plate meter. I think things are tuned in resonance, and that's what's important. Gotta have resonance. Well, I'm enjoying 40 meters and hope to be getting into spending more time up here. Some evenings on 75, some on farty phone. And AB3HZ. Yes, I remember our conversation. Very interesting lash up you have there. And yep, the piss weaker experience on 75. The wind really is to be blowing the right way. Well, I got the Blue Magoo on, so this is roughly a quarter kilowatt to 300 watts. I think the so-called 2,000 watt range on the Drake WFO meter is a little generous. On the 200 watt scale, I think it's slightly stingy. So I've got two of these WFOs in the station, and they're wired in series. One monitoring reflected, the other monitoring forward. So, if I put the meter into the forward position, I'm seeing a little over 250 watts, which is a little bit more believable than a little over 300. So I'm going to have to calibrate the damn thing. It's one of God knows how many things I need to do in my station that I'm too scrupulous and lazy to do. So that's the story. So there may be another station in here as well. Yeah. So go ahead there, Paul. WA3 VJB. Kittikins the Shat wants out, so I gotta put his furry feline ass out the door. This WA1HLR.
Yeah, I remember Tat the Chat and Timex the Cat, and many stories that surrounded them in years past. Wow. The cat called Timex, Timmy used to tell us stories about how he would disappear for like days and days at a time, and he'd come back like all beat up, missing an ear. No, maybe not missing an ear, but something traumatic had happened to him. And Timmy had nicknamed him the Timex because he was the cat that kept on ticking after he took a licking. So there was Timex and then Tat the Shat. I missed the name of this one, but nice to know you've still got the feline presence there. And Robert, how are you? W0VMC. And the group WA3VJB making a transmission. Nice to hear you on. I hear you on 7295 time and again. A little stronger than tonight, typically. I don't know why, but upper northwest suburban Wisconsin just isn't coming in as well here in Maryland as it has in the other occasions. I usually like to hide under Radio Peking if I'm going to run on 7295. And they're on 7305. I see them up there right now, as a matter of fact. It helps to obscure the odd little sparkly that might extend up above 73.
Tem toda a faixa de gás. E é daqui que Maher Ayat.
From the shack.
I would like to join the interesting conversations that you and Brian TBW typically lead the way about. It's just too close to the hairy edge for me, especially when you're running open audio. And Roger, very good on the vertical and the long wire that you're picking me up with, the short field antenna and the long distance antenna. You know, I've still got that highway information system center loaded vertical ready for 160. It's cut to 1900. I need some ground radials on it. I just don't find 160 that much of an allure. And definitely not enough allure to put up another 260-foot dipole like I used to have up when I had the T368. But I might just experiment with that now that I've got the advent of the SDR constellation to pick among for receive capability. Because I don't think the transmitting vertical antenna would do very well on receive. Maybe it would. I just don't have that much experience with one. But that's an idea that I could, get on with something with that you know about. And hey, coming into winter radio season, I got a host of visit over here for you. One thing I was thinking about just today, as a matter of fact, Roger, is to try to figure out some kind of checklist of stuff either to bring or maybe to make a reconnoiter mission and adjourn to gather up any componentry and then return. So I just don't have a very deep parts bench to try and effect some of the work that we were talking about. But anyway, this one's working, and that one is almost working. So we'll have to talk about that in greater detail. Matter of fact, depending on your health status, I'd certainly be willing to make the road trip out there, fetch you up, bring you here, and take you home again, so you don't have to deal with that either. So that's something to talk over there with Jody, make it an overnight or something. And Budley, we'll see you later. Hope you have a good trip to the cabin. I know you're not quite signing, but I do know you're going to make a shorter night of it. And I think it's Gloria was Derb's wife, not Flo, but Glow. Gloria, and what a nice lady. I was sorry that kind of turned out the way it did. I know we had a very nice gathering at the Howard County Fairgrounds one time when Frank had brought his 4x1 rig, and Derb and Gloria were both there. I think it was probably the last Hamfest he was at. And man, I just had a wonderful sense of her and how I'm sure he made Derb's final time much more satisfying than some of the things he'd been through over the prior years. Another guy who has come and gone, I don't know if anybody could hear him besides me, was Randy, N3 Yeller X. Randy passed away probably 5 years ago after moving to the Midwest somewhere, bought himself a super senior like this one, had not gotten it on the air to any significant degree, but he used to live about 10 miles from here in Bowie and had a very compromised antenna. And I was like the only one who could hear him, at least on 75 meters. And some of you guys made fun of me as if I had Harvey the Rabbit kind of a friend there in the form of Randy. Because, I would like have these imaginary conversations with him, and nobody ever heard him. Well, he kind of came and went too, and his loss was still felt because he ran a super senior page on Facebook that I since have inherited. So I run that thing in kind of in his memory because he started it quite a few years back. But it was nice to think of the Derv and the Slab Bacon and Randy the Yeller X, as you guys were talking earlier. Actually, Timmy was in there talking earlier with W3JN and Gary W2INR. And nice to know that you know the story. That's you probably fill in some additional details and color there, those guys in the radio room at Frank's. Yeah, that'd be a heck of a place to spend the night. Anyway, here comes Roger. Why don't you make a transmission there? See how you're hearing Robert's Whiskey Zero voice modulated carrier out in Wisconsin. AB3HZ and the group WA3VJB.
WA3VJB in the group. Yeah, I'm hearing Robert fine. He always clears all the static off the band when he comes on. And Paul, I was wondering, you were talking about bandwidth. I am assuming that you're running the Super Senior with the Max processor, which probably has a brick wall filter in it. I was looking at you on the pan adapter, and I don't see anything out more than 5 at the side. So you're probably good to go. And as far as projects, I guess you're referring to the neutralization of your 810s there in the columns. Yeah, if you really want to pursue that, we should probably wind that transformer first. And I might be up for a trip down there. I usually like to sleep in my own bed, though, so it means I got to get down there, I guess, in the afternoon and scoot out of there 3 in the morning or something. But we'll see what we can work out. I'm probably okay for that. And so next time around, Paul, we don't need to do an overflow. You could just let me know. I think you're using the Super Senior and the Max processor, so it looks like it's brick walled out pretty good. Yeah, I don't know the situation of that fire. I hope that it just involved the radio and the workbench and not the entire house. Probably fill me in on that too, whoever picks it up. What else verticals. This is 40-foot hanging in a tree. It's 2 pieces of number 14 wire spaced 9 inches apart, and they're driven in parallel, and the ground system's 24 radios of varying lengths from 15 feet up to maybe 50 feet. Some of it's bare, some of it's insulated. It's whatever I could find. So if you're receiving... See, I can receive Robert and Tim very well on the vertical because they're out there, but I can't hear you, Paul, at all on the vertical. And, of course, being near a power line, a vertical just picks up all that crap. So that's why I've got 2 antennas. I'm someday maybe going to build a loop, one of those little 1-meter loops with a preamp in it, see if that helps. But for now, I just switch back and forth. So let me get it over to Bud. And I did know I wrote it down, WD8BIL, and I don't know what I said, but this, I did have it right, I just wasn't looking at my sheet. So, Bud, let's turn it over to you and kick it around from there. So, WD8BIL AB3HZ.
All right, Roger. AB3HZ, WD8BIL as the beaver. Well, very good. A good copy all around, and 100%, no sweat. And Roger, yeah, the fire was around, in and around the band switching area of the FT-101EE. They had put an AM filter in the radio and were doing some wiring around to get it to work right and stuff. And as Paul said, Frank had sprayed some deoxit around that area at the wrong time. So that's what did it. So, but they did a great job resurrecting it, and the radio's on the air today. In fact, it was on the air today, and Paul, I don't know, I must have missed Gary and I can't remember what else you said was Johnny today. I don't know if that was on 3733 or somewhere else, but because I left here about 5:30, so it had to be after that. It would have been great to catch up with them again. But hey, the season's coming around for what's for dinnernet there, and I'll be in there and pick up with them guys, as things go by. And Robert, 100% copy. Just doing okay here. The family's doing great. We're all healthy, and for the most part, old but healthy. Put it that way. So guys, listen, I'm going to check out. I've got to go up and make sure that the chicken soup's doing good. It's homemade chicken soup, and I got a recipe. A couple days ago, my wife had like 4 days off, so we went up to Amish country here in the northeast of one of the biggest Amish country settlements here in Ohio, and I picked up a recipe for homemade chicken soup from one of the ladies up there, so I tried it today, and it's been in a crock pot since like 11 o'clock this morning. So I'll go up and make sure it's ready for my wife when she gets home from work. And I'm going to hit the hay. It's been a busy day. By the way, Roger, this is an ICOM 746. I just tuned up here to see what was going on. Heard Paul calling CQ, and then I was going to fire up the Drakes. And I'm sorry, Robert, but they're tuned up on 80 meters, and I said heck with it. Got the amplifier tuned up for Paul, and I left it there. So this is the ICOM 746 driving Henry 2K Classic, Roger, and the dipole's up at about 65 feet. So Robert, I'm going to kick it to you, and I think you can kick it back over to Paul. But I'm going to say my best 73s to all you guys, and check the chicken soup and hit the hay. There you go, from north of Akron, Ohio, Stowe, WD8BIL. Go ahead, Mr. Robert.
Fine business there, Budley. WD8BIL and crew, W0VMC. Well, that sounds like a perfect meal, at least from this climate there, Budley. It's kind of getting coolish. We're seeing some high 40s in the morning. And, boy, the way you are putting that together, even though it's from a different source, the recipe that is, I'm sure it's going to be real good. And I got my Drake fix. Yeah, we'll pin you down on those Drakes. I tell you, they sound fantastic. Remember you recently went through and did some fine radio business to the transmitter there. So I'm always anxious to get a good dose of that Drake, man. But you're doing okay on the 746. You're not going through those four horsemen, but that's okay. you know, give those bad boys a break from time to time. And hello to the rest of the crew. Roger, rolling in here in fine shape, as you always do, with a good tone. And of course, Paul likewise, and was hearing Tim. And it was good to do the throwback from the good old days, some of the wonderful AMers that are sorely missed. Talking about slab bacon, gosh. No screen modulated rig, just 4x1000 if I remember. Yeah, he had that thing working quite well. And of course, you're keeping the radio aspect of those folks alive there, Budley with Derbs. I know that 101, you really enjoyed getting that thing and getting it on the air for them, for sure. So they're up there listening, hanging out, you know. No doubt about it. Yep. And let's see. Oh, and Paul. Yeah, I'm saying you got that Mac 5 in there. You know, I just had one through the shop here a little while ago. You got enough sharp edges there to cut things off. Shoot, you know, I got mine with these digital filters, and I can multiply them actually. You know, piggyback them, and the way the software is written, they eliminate the overshoots with the, with all the group order delay that you have to do when you go through a mechanical filter. So you know, they can get pretty darn sharp. I don't know if you're dealing with a SDR back there, but you know, take a peek when we're on 95 sometime. And speaking of 95, you know, I've been trying to work that band a little more because there's a gentleman that's been emailing me, or back and forth actually, and he's from the Netherlands. And his name is Hank, Henk, de Boer. And he said he could hear me out there on 40 meters, but on 91 there is constant noise that he has. 7291. He actually sent me a recording of it. It's kind of reminiscent of the old Russian woodpecker. So whenever I can, I try to scoot up there on 95 because he's an avid shortwave listener. You guys, and man, he goes way back. If you get on his website, he was, you know, back in 2010. Brett, W1IA. I mean, hearing these guys on 3705. And, you know, some of the names that he mentions, like on his site, they're no longer with us. Bob, W2ZM. Oh, I miss him. And I don't know how many QSOs I've had with W2DTC, man, on his old 3x3, you know. But just a host of AMers that he heard on 75 meters, or technically 80 meters, and then on 40 meters. And of course, I'm going to work him hopefully quite often up on 10 this winter. Going to kind of catch up. But yeah. Oh, his call. What is his call? Let me look that up real quick. Papa Echo 1 miles per hour, MPH. And I told him anytime I'm on 40 and I think he's peeking through the keyhole, say hi to him and see what he's hearing. So 95 is a little better than anything but 91 for him, because boy, that's a racket he's catching there for sure. And the 1 and 2s and the 3s, the guys out east obviously have a leg up than us in the middle of the United States. But heck, you know, we get things tuned and pruned just right. Rascal said he can hear us out there in the Netherlands on 40 minutes. All right, actually, I'm going to roll it back to Timmy. And Timmy, yeah, I remember the kitty. That kitty, that last one, Shaq the Cat, That rascal could modulate that mic real well. He modulated that transmitter better than you did. He would come in and just be kicking up a racket. I really enjoyed that, you know. So I hope he's still alive and kicking, and still hitting things at 100% back there. All right, yeah, now grab one more here before we shut it down. Over to you there, Tim. WA1H, yellow. Shoot, looking forward to working you a lot here this winter up on the high ones. W0, voice mod carrier.
W0 VMC. From WA1H, yellow. I'm just having a little slot snack lunch. I'll hang in there a little while longer, and I think I'm gonna head to bed. It may have stopped raining, so I might hike out to the Hulk trailer where the 75-meter dipole was brought in, and put the Junction flash box back on 75. Even though I've got the wire array, the low dipole does yeoman's service because there's so many people that are too close in to gain anything from the array. And the other thing is where it's located on the hill, there's more electrical noise and garbage, except at night. So, anyway, Roger, I opened up the receiver. I had the thing tightened up quite a bit. And you do sound good on that setup. That's for sure. And Paul, on the shot situation, that's Kittikins the Shat. A feral stray shat that wandered into the area, and my wife befriended it, and it was, quite the job to get him to come in here in the month of November. I think he's been around about 6 or 7 years now. He'll lose track. And then the shat that would come around that the neighbors had lived to about 20 years old, 20 human years, and then he went downhill. That was the Bigelow shat, or Biggie. And he would always spread his time between living at the neighbors down below, or he'd come up almost every day.
QTH, but I haven't got any nibbles.
Where's lost his mule? He didn't have a mule.
Mexicano y arcipreste de la Basílica Papal de San Pedro.
Like Augustine, we come together.
Con motivo de la memoria litúrgica de San Agustín, el Papa León XIV envió un video.
And they just, added some, I guess, popularly requested features. So back to you now, Rick. WA3MJY from N2DTS. Now with plate modulation.
Okay, Brett. N2DTS. WA3MJY. Fine business. Yeah, but the new 7300 has a USB-C port on USB-C port on the back, as well as the HDMI port, and there's plus those are the changes that you set. Now on the IC7610, it has two USB ports on the front, plus the USB ports on the back. I mean, it's got a lot of connectors. So basically with this one, all you do is plug the keyboard into the USB port in the front, and then that's all you have to do, other than go in the menu and enable USB keying, and then it asks you the type of keyboard you put on her. So what I think I'm going to do, not with this one particularly up here, I'm going to play around with the one I got in Connellsville down at the other QTH. I'm going to get a wireless keyboard, and I'm going to put on it. And I'm going to play with it down there in Connellsville. So, well, anyway, Bert, that's about all I have. I think I'm going to sign off. I'm going to go in the room and get something to drink. It's nice talking to you. Your transmitter sounds okay, and we'll catch you later. And you have a good Labor Day if I don't talk to you for the next couple of days. N2DTS WA3MJY. I might listen around for some teletype because, like I said, I heard the guy on 10 meters today, and you know, it's not like it was back in the 70s and 80s. It was all over the place. So you got to hunt for it. But yeah, it's going to be it'll be fun. At least I can try to set it up so these guys who are interested in a club can get into it, and I think they're interested in doing contesting. But they have to learn how to talk to one another first. 73's Brett, N2DTS WA3MJY clear.
Yeah, I got some big impulse noises coming in. You're going well over it, though. You're just about pinning the needle there, Rick. Yeah, it seems pretty interesting, pretty cool. You know, old school digital communications. It'd be cool to have like a round table with RIDI. You know, that would be kind of interesting. If you're a good typer, I guess that would be a great mode. I'm kind of a hunt and peck, so. All right, we'll let you go. Good, it's good to hear you on, and I know that 7610 is that's a really. I mean, if that had good audio, I'd be all over that. I had two of them. I just couldn't. I couldn't get over how nice that was. You know, really nice radio. It made big screen and. You know, has everything you want except, you know, another 200 watts and good audio. But you can't have everything, right? 73, N2DTS clear with W3MJY and done with the frequency.
He didn't understand fun in that particular way. So that was 35 years ago. He has an understanding of the greater world situation and what it means to have something important and satisfying in your life as a hobby. So, Pam likes you. See? The story has a happy ever after. Roger, this is the Optimod. This is the 9105A, the Optimod HF, and it's set for 5.5. And it's just about where I'm seeing it on the SDR as well. So yeah, we'll have to talk further about the project and see what we can do. Yeah, I like the Super Senior, not only because of its cleanliness, but because of its equivalent power level to the 300G. I've said a number of times how I was able to switch back and forth between the two, and nobody could tell the difference as far as the audio quality. To my way of thinking, if a modular built solid-state transmitter can sound as good as a broadcast transmitter, it's doing something right. And it's got the frequency agility on the two major bands that I ever occupy, which is down low on 75/80 meters, or up here on 40 meters. The only thing it doesn't have the capability of doing that the Collins can do is on the same antenna operate on 7160 as well as on 7260 on up. This one is happy from 7260 on up. And it does not like the SWR at about 1.7 by the time I get down to 7160, where some of the guys out in the Gulf Coast states and farther northwest states operate. And, of course, England also, the UK and Europe is on 7160 on 40 meters AM. So I'd like to be able to talk with them as well, but this one won't do it. I'd have to create a whole nother antenna cut for 7160 in order for this one to be happy. But how often would I be on down there, you know? It's easy enough to put up another inverted V and do the same thing I did with this one to get it happy and non-reactive and transforms a long time and all God's children are happy and smiling creatures. But it would be nice to get on with the other one and just power up at the same quarter kilowatt level and carry on at some length. So that's what I got. I'm going to get out of here too. We were out in the boat yesterday. Usually a pretty significant project to get out and get back. Got to clean the boat up when you get home and do the trailer up, going out and coming in, and all the prep that it takes. But man, it's was put in, and when the guy was here, it was funny when he was here putting them in. I said, those are vinyl, right? He said, yeah, well, they're vinyl. They're vinyl covered aluminum. I said, what? They're aluminum inside? He goes, yeah. I goes, oh crap. He says, why? I said, because I can't close that on the window. I says, it'll arc out. So what I did, we had to have the new windows put in. So what I did was I just drilled 2 holes right through the house. Right through it, you got those fake shutters outside. I just drilled 2 holes 4 inches apart right through there. Came right in the room here, and I just ran 2 pieces of 3/8 threaded 3/8 or quarter-inch threaded copper rod right through the wall. And I built this room, so I noticed the insulation inside the wall doesn't have the tinfoil on it, so it won't arc out. And I just run it right through the wall, and because my tower's on the other end of the house, 40 feet, and the open wire feed line comes over the top of the roof, comes down this side, and it just comes right in the. I just, like I said, drilled a hole right through the house. It worked out pretty good. I don't have any problems with it. K1 KBW.
I'd be afraid if I drilled a hole in this house that the house would fall down. Look at everything. I took out one of the basement windows in the basement. It's wood now. It's just a wood pane. All the helix comes through and then it goes to a big copper. It's a commercial. Working in the industry here as well. It's a thick copper plate. I drill holes so that the helix terminates right in there. I get the connectors, the female connectors that have the long thread on them, so it bolt goes right to the copper payload. So if lightning ever hits here, hopefully nobody's in the basement. Well, good. No RF here. I'm up by power here. So. Yep, there we go. It's 350 watts on 70 here. Back down 200. Yeah, I gotta do some work here. I'm probably gonna end up doing something different with the feeds. I'm either gonna bring the open wire in here, or I'm gonna feed this thing with coax and just make it an 80-meter dipole or 75-meter dipole. Done with it. Trying to make it open band, but I'll see if we do it clear once I get that back there. I think it looks pretty good. It's kind of cool. I still receive one of it. I wouldn't trust transmitting on it until I pick some stuff up, but I was on 40 kind of listening around. With AB in between the 2 antennas. It was pretty amazing the difference in having a good vertical mix when somebody's, 400, 500 miles out. Passed down south where we were yesterday. Bouncing around with it. Pretty cool stuff. Yeah, that's not because you have
she was really coming over the right thing to Android.
There it is. That's about 400 watts and it's coming in, so. Yeah, I get everything Should take some of the audio equipment out of here and see if it's getting into that or if it's getting into the actual radio. Who the hell knows? But whatever. Tomorrow's another day. This is KA1UAG.
Is this Brian?
No, it's Dave.
Dave. Well, I'm thinking, Brian was on last night. Okay, yeah, we get different guys coming in here all the time. Yeah, I like the open-wire feed line. It's because what you do is you put up an antenna that's not cut for anything. It's just put some good wire out there and not have it resonant anywhere, and let the and of course you run an open wire feed line, let the link couple tuner tune it, and that's why my antenna is 204 feet long. It's 102 feet on each leg, and it works fine. It works great on 160 too. It's a little teeny bit short on 160, but it gets out pretty good on 160 meters too. And I just turned real quick a minute or so ago up on 40. There's a lot of people up on 40 meters. Wow. I got to get on there. I finally got my other rig set up for 40, so I can run on 40 meters. I haven't been able to run 40 in quite a while, so I can run it now. So now that the band is finally opened up pretty decent. K1 KBW.
Yeah, believe it or not, I actually just recently got some QSL cards from 6-meter AM about 2-3 weeks ago, probably 3 weeks ago. The band was open, and I went up on 50.4 and said, let me see if anybody's up on 50.4, and I jumped on 50.4, and I'm like, wow, worked a guy in Kentucky, and where the hell was the other one? Tennessee, I think. And they actually sent me QSL cards, so I'll have to dig out some out of the box. And 10 meters was open a little bit too. I heard a couple of Europeans on 10 meter AM this morning, so 10 meters is opening back up. I like the higher bands playing around on AM. It's kind of fun. Don't hear a whole hell of a lot of activity like you used to, but the bands here, it's so friggin' noisy this time of year that I'm surprised 75 is as good as it is tonight. So, all right, well, I'm going to jump out of here. Just had some people come home here. I want to go do a little visiting here, but at least this thing's sort of working. I got a little work still to do, but I mean the antenna's working. At least it's only up about 35 feet, so it's not very high. It's more for local crap. That's why I kind of put it up. So, all right, I'm going to get out of here. Get you later. KA1UAG.
All right, very good, Dave. Yeah, I'll let you go, and nice talking to you. And I'm usually in here usually on 85 here somewhere. And yep. So we'll catch you in there next time. You have a good one. Thanks for coming back to me. 73 K1 KBW.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. But, just the nice gesture, sometimes gets you more. Maybe I guess that's what you're saying.
Oh yeah. Well, anyways, it was up in Syracuse. I never shoveled snow in Buffalo, but in Bath and Syracuse, New York, I shoveled my fair share before we went south. And you talk about blizzards. That Mohawk Valley down from...
I know what it's like up there.
Between Lake Ontario and Lake Erie and going down to Mohawk Valley, man, those were blizzards.
Yeah, well, hey, when they get them, we all see them because they show them all over the news.
Oh, yeah.
And I've been up there already, lake effect snow in Pulaski, salmon fishing. And I was up there with 44 inches of snow and still snowing, and I'm fishing in the river.
N1MRK.
There's Bill. Hello, Bill.
Good evening, Bob, Jim.
Jim? Who's Jim?
Oh, God. I just drove in from Maine. I lost it. Sorry.
Okay, that's Wade we got down here, and we're reminiscing about what we do with snow.
Man, all the years of snow removal that I did. Boy, I could write a book.
Don't bother. I don't want to hear about snow.
Sorry.
I'm going for a dry winter.
Well, I got out of that 4 years ago, so all I do is see it come down. But I was away up with my grandson and daughter. We're up in Kennebunkport. I told you I was leaving, so I just got back 3-4 hours ago. I said, let me get on the radio. So hope you guys had a good week.
But weather-wise, we had a wonderful week. Work-wise, I think this week I got, what did I get? Almost 20,000 steps in mowing the damn lawn.
Well, that's good.
So I'm done. I'm not going to look at a lawnmower until Tuesday, probably.
Well, that's good too.
Yeah, I think you mowed enough this week.
Yeah, I overdid it yesterday. 11,500 steps just yesterday.
Yeah, that darn lawn's going to catch up to you.
It already has. I'm thinking either I'm going to use a riding my John Deere tractor next year, or I'm hiring it out.
Yeah, well, I mean, even, you say you do it, you get the exercise. Well, it doesn't mean you have to do it all with the push mower. You can maybe just do some of it.
Yeah, that's true. It's very true. And there's when you have a lawn like I've got here, there's always places to use a push mower, and it's inconvenient to use the tractor. So, yeah, you're right. I think that's probably the way I'll go next year.
Yeah, get what you can, because most people, of course, they do that. Get what you can do with the rider, and, then you get out the push where you can't get with the rider. That's all.
Get a couple of goats.
We got a friend down here who's a doctor in Roanoke. He's W5 FAC. He raises goats, and I could get them and probably put them to good use.
And you could. Wait, I just caught the end of your cabin and going out to get the firewood. Whereabouts is it?
Oh, just only 15 minutes from my house, but it's up on the side of a mountain here on the Blue Mountain.
All right, I was picturing that. The snow coming down, the porch light on, the snow collecting, bringing in the firewood, putting in the wood stove. That sounds nice.
Stop. We're way too far ahead.
Yeah, we don't want any snow.
I'm done with snow.
Well, you don't get much down there.
Yeah, well, 2 years ago we did, but we didn't get anything last year or the year before. But 2 years ago they shut down I-95 all night, and you couldn't move.
I remember years back, maybe it was 10 years ago, 15, 12 years, somewhere in there. The mid-Atlantic states through your area used to get clobbered, remember?
Oh, yeah. That was Snowmageddon. That was 2010.
All right, so I was close. So it was like 15, 14 years ago.
Yeah, oh, yeah. That was something. We went down to get my daughter in Tennessee, ran into a snowstorm there, ran out of, went to Florida. We had to go to North Carolina before we ran out of snow. We had to come back on an emergency basis and ran into a snow from all night from Florida all the way up to Virginia. Got stuck in front of my garage door when we arrived the next morning.
Oh, at least you got stuck at home.
I remember seeing that on the news.
I had a brand new Cadillac that year. It was an 09, just got it, and that was the first winter for it. And boy, did that do nice.
Front-wheel drive.
Oh, yeah. No, this was the rear-wheel drive Seville.
Really? Must have had a lot of weight to it.
I'm sorry. The rear-wheel drive STS.
Wow. And it was good in the snow?
Oh, yeah. That car did marvelous.
Must have had a lot of weight to it and balance just right.
Yeah, it did.
Getting back to the cabin with the porch light.
With the porch light? Yeah, I like to be up there during the day when it's snowing because I got big windows. And you can sit on the couch and you can watch it snow.
Ah, God, that's beautiful.
You know, and got a wood stove, but you can open the doors, and I have a screen that you sit in front of it, so you can, look at the fire. You know.
And what do you have? An overhang? Do you keep all the wood in?
No, I have like a wood shed. I have a wood shed.
That's nice.
You know, we used to go to Maine. My brother-in-law up in Maine, my wife's from Maine, and we used to go up there snowmobiling. He had the largest skidoo franchise in Maine, and we'd go up there for a week at a time snowmobiling.
Oh, well, yeah, that's the place to do it, man. Well, we did it back in the day, too. We had many cabins and places to go snowmobiling, and that is when, it would snow in November, and you had it on the ground, and you were snowmobiling until the beginning of April.
Oh, yeah, and they kept the trails groomed very, very nicely. Maine Snowmobile Association had so many trails to go on. It was gorgeous up there.
Yeah, that's like up in the Tug Hill region in New York. Oh, another home run.
Another one?
Yeah, Volpe just hit a home run. You mean you didn't see it before I did?
No, it's still 10-1.
Well, I just saw it 10-1.
Oh, he made it 10-1, right?
Yes.
Okay. We got it.
Yeah, I used to race snowmobiles when I was young, because I was light, small, and we had an Arctic Cat dealership, and they put me on the Arctic Cats. That back then it was just the drags. There was no oval racing yet, and I got out of it just before they started oval racing.
What, on ice on the lakes?
Ice on lakes, yeah. They started to do it on the lakes.
Unity Pond was a great race track, and I'll tell you, I I got ate up by snow one year, I'll tell you.
That's a lot of fun doing that.
It sure is.
Yeah, my whole family used to snowmobile, so we had a good time of it.
You know, my buddy that owned Frank Pepe's Pizza had a place, a condo up in Big Sky, Montana, and I visited a couple of times. And he used to take me to the next town over, and they had all the snowmobile trails. It was the big thing there, and they would have whiteboards like posted at all the junctions or all the bars, saying the exact conditions, which trails were open, depth, and we'd stop in and have something to eat, and you see these guys just come in, they throw a steak on the grill, have a drink, and off they went again. It was just, that was the way it was.
Yeah, last time I was in Montana, that's where I was at, Big Sky.
Well, I'll tell you what, they knew they had clubhouses up there in Maine, and that was a very, very active. As a matter of fact, my brother-in-law was one of the founders of the Maine Snowmobile Association, and he offered me a job up there with acreage, and he would help build the house if I'd become executive director paid for the Maine Snowmobile Association. And my wife and I talked about it, and we said, no, we're not going to ruin the relationship between my brother-in-law, her brother, and business. So I didn't do it.
Probably a smart move.
Yeah, don't mix family and business.
Nope.
So the bottom line is we just went up there sometimes twice a year, twice in one winter, sometime in the Christmas holidays, and then late in February or March, and when it got real sloppy, and we just enjoyed doing snowmobiling, that's all.
Now, how far up past Portland that way was that town?
Unity, do you know where Belfast, Maine is?
No, not offhand.
Okay, that's up above Portland by about 100 miles along the coast. And you go inland 25 miles, and there's Waterville, Augusta, the capital, but we were east of there, between there and Belfast.
Okay, I know where that is. And Bangor is north of that, right?
Right. That's where I was at one time stationed at Bangor. That's how I met my wife.
Interesting. That must be beautiful up there.
Yep. Now, that's a long time ago. My wife and I just a couple of weeks ago celebrated our 64th anniversary.
Congratulations. That is a beautiful thing.
Oh, thank you. I thought it was, but if I'd known I'd be with the same woman 64 years later, I think I would have run away.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah. Well, she taught me how to duck.
She must be upstairs.
Yeah, far away.
She's upstairs, that's right. She's sleeping probably.
Yeah, you don't want to talk too much louder.
Hello, Ron. How are you?
Hello, gentlemen. You're having a nice evening before the big Labor Day weekend?
Oh, yeah. Boy, that was a bunch of knuckleheads down there today, wasn't it?
Boy, a lot of people were on frequency.
Yeah, I couldn't keep track of them all.
Yeah, lots of folks.
Well, Ron, I think I've decided what my next amplifier is going to be.
What's that?
SPE 1.5K 3990 with a automatic tuner that goes 5 to 1. And if I go that route, that's what I think I'll wind up with.
Oh, you know somebody has one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's a good price.
No, that's if you look it up on not Amazon. I just Googled it, and they said $39.90, and that's the average price.
Okay. That's good.
And I was going to get yours, but the problem is yours cost too much money.
Oh.
I'm not as wealthy as you.
Yeah, right.
Bob, I thought you were getting the Italian one.
That is the Italian one.
Oh, it is?
Spaghetti amp.
Yeah, it's spaghetti amp.
Oh, that's the king of them all.
So you can put Parmesan or some kind of cheese, sprinkle it on top, and it's pretty good.
They give you a packet of ziti right in the box.
Oh, my. How about vodka sauce?
Oh.
You got to go to Uncle Giuseppe's for the vodka sauce. We just got some.
Well, can I rely on you to send me a thing of it?
Well, I could try.
Okay.
We're having shrimp with vodka sauce sometime this weekend.
How is that pea soup?
Oh, it's delicious. That's a really good pea soup they make. I really liked it.
I love pea soup.
And my wife dug down deep in the pot there to get all the carrots and other vegetables that were in there.
Well, we got Wade in here, and we got Bill in here, and you are in here, and I'm in here, and anybody else want to be in here? I guess not. W4OGH for ID.
A2PSD.
And 3FHN.
And 1MRK, the SPE expert.
Hello, Wade.
Yep,
oh, Ron, feeling good tonight?
Yep.
No night's sleep.
Setup here is complete. I got a printer cable for my spaghetti amp, so I'm running the remote control from my PC.
Wow, you are so high class.
So it is officially complete. All connectors and cables are hooked up.
Hey, do me a favor. What'd your wife say when that cable came in?
She says, "What's that?" She says, "You have to stop this."
Too many packages lately?
Too many cables. She's got a thing about cables. She doesn't understand why I need all these cables.
Oh, mine used to say that too when I had a spot years ago. But she could see that's when she used to clean. I'm not going back there.
Yeah, well, that's what it is. I have a big box of cables in a plastic tote in the basement. And she says, "Why don't you ever use one of those cables?" I said, "Because those cables are different than the ones I need."
I got the same thing.
And besides, they're old cables.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. I found some old cables from some things from 30 years ago now, from stuff that I used to have hooked up from Packet Radio.
Oh, boy. Packet Radio, yeah.
Yeah, now you're bringing in the old-fashioned days.
Yeah, and the HF one, it was pretty. Well, I'm trying to think of the model of that one, the Pack Rat one. I'm not sure if that's what it was. The one you could do RIDI and all that stuff with.
Yeah, they had a couple of fancy ones. They were expensive.
Yeah. Well, I had one of the fancy ones.
Whisper, you talking about?
No, this is back in the old days. What they called a TNC, Terminal Network Connection.
Yep, TNC, PS. Well, you do RIDI, and you did a bunch of them with the same box.
Yeah, that's all obsolete now.
There's guys still do that.
Yeah,
What the heck?
still
I was
do
on,
traffic.
not what frequency I was on.
First of all,
And
I don't understand
I'm going, what is this noise? What is this noise?
Second
Here it
of
was
all,
somebody doing slow scan TV.
It just doesn't thrill me.
Yeah. Did we double?
Yes, you did.
Uh-oh.
I just wasn't going to say anything.
Well, why didn't you mention it?
Anyway, but I heard this noise, and here it was slow scan TV.
Oh, man.
You remember that noise.
Doppler radar.
Yeah, but you remember that noise, slow scan TV.
Oh, yeah. It used to be on 40 meters at, let me see, 7120 or something. You know, we used to get on, and every now and then a slow scanner would come on, and we'd drive them off.
Remember when you had over the Horizon radar?
Oh, yeah.
From Russia?
It's the woodpecker.
What's that, Bill?
It's the woodpecker.
That's it. There you go. The 20-meter woodpecker.
They still run it.
Yeah, but they've cleaned their act up, too.
Yeah, it's on other frequencies, though, shortwave stuff.
That's true, Wade.
Yeah, you couldn't get rid of the noise, and you couldn't narrow the frequencies down on the receivers, and you know we're talking antiques.
Hey, we did a wash tonight, Bob, with a new washing machine, and it went to the end, and it was good.
No leaks, and how was the vibration?
Well, it was making a little noise, but then my wife tracked it down. It was the hose coming from the washing machine was hitting the wall. So what I have to do is get a little cable tie and tie the hose from the washing machine to the drainage pipe, and that takes it off the wall, and the sound is gone.
Oh, fantastic. So your wife figured that one out,
yes,
huh?
She did. She did a good job.
Hey, reward her.
Yeah, right.
Get rid of one cable. Bring a cable out and say, I'm throwing this away in your name.
Yeah, well, next Sussex Hamfest, I'm going to bring all that crap that I've got down here and try to sell most of it.
Oh, you going to set a table up next year?
Yep, I'm going to set a table up.
I know where I'm going.
Yeah, the other direction?
I'll get rid of, I got a few things here. I got the, what is it, the thing to, you know, on the 5000 you can, what do they call it, LP pan. I'm going to get rid of that.
Well, what you're going to get rid of?
The LP pan that's made for the FT-DX5000, so you can get a, you know, get a panoramic display.
Oh, okay.
And that worked very good. It was a very nice display.
Yeah, I had a few things I was going to sell this year, and I don't know. I just didn't want to cart that stuff all in there.
I know.
Hey, Shelby's in process right now. I talked to a guy down there.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And by the way, on 15 meters, China came through BG0. A friend of mine with a 7610 barefoot worked them.
Oh.
With
what mode?
With a wire antenna.
What mode?
Sideband.
Oh. Very good. Is he Taiwan or People's Republic?
People's Republic. Taiwan is Baker Victor and Charlie Victor, I think. I was BV1 USA when I was over there.
Wow.
I didn't think the Chinese would allow their public to have radios.
Well, the nationalist China, that's not a problem. The only problem we had was that we could not speak to anybody from Taiwan into mainland China. And I did, and I got caught, and boy, was there hell to pay. I didn't realize when I called him who he was, and I had to go before their communications commission with a government lawyer.
Uh-oh.
Wow,
On your
how
record,
did they know?
huh? Your permanent record card?
What's that?
It's on your permanent record card?
No. What they would have done is escorted me off the island.
Oh. I didn't know nothing, Judge.
I was honest with them. I said, when I realized, I stopped, and they said yes, and they even had my recording. They recorded everything we Americans did over there.
Oh, that was sneaky.
Sticky business.
Wait,
Well, I'll
that's
tell you
when
what,
you were on the island of Taipei?
What's that?
That's when you were on the island of Taipei?
Yeah, the island of Taiwan, outside the city of Taipei.
Okay. All right. I was going to say, you couldn't talk to mainland China.
No, that's... Communist China was forbidden, and so was Russia. We couldn't talk to any communist country.
Not even Cuba?
No, not from there.
Ah.
We were a military, a Mars station with amateur privileges.
Radio guys.
You guys doubled.
Oh. Go ahead, Ron.
You would think China would have 1 million amateur radio operators.
No way.
Oh, no. Very few.
That's too bad.
I mean,
and you got to know somebody to be able to get a radio on the air in China.
Yeah, we doubled, and I think we said the same thing. You have to be somebody.
Yep.
Or know somebody.
I could have been somebody. I could have been a winner.
Yeah? Just don't go to Taipei or go to Formosa/Taiwan because you're very limited on what you can do and do right.
How's Dave doing? He been?
He was here last night. Oh, he was on fire the other night. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, God, when he gets like that.
No, he was out shooting, and he shot a few good rounds, and boy, he was on fire.
Yeah, good for him.
Wade will have to tell you, I don't know anything about the shooting business.
I don't think that's the reason why he was on fire. He was, I don't know. I don't know. He was just all about himself last night.
It was funny.
Yeah, it's like lighting a fuse.
Oh, it was.
But it's always nice to see every once in a while.
How about Al?
Nobody's heard from him.
Must be having a good time.
Hey, well, you work 60 meters, Wade. Has he been up there?
I've only been on there a few times. I listen here and there. No, he hasn't been there either.
Okay. He's probably given up ham radio, which to him, there's something else more important.
Hey, I get it.
Yeah, everybody comes back around when time's right.
Yep.
I'll give him this winter.
I'm not losing any sleep over it.
Oh, no, I mean, he's going to, all the power to him.
Oh, yeah.
Like I said, when winter rolls around.
Oh, snuggle.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Up in Maine, they used to put budding boards in there.
Hey, I'm going to bed, guys. K2PSD. It's past my bedtime. How did you let me go on so long?
Hey, Ron, you were just a rambling, and we enjoyed your rambling. Hey, have a good night. Talk to you tomorrow.
All right, guys. Take care.
Have a good night.
Good night, all.
You came on at 10 o'clock. That was your fault for not coming in early. Good night, Ron.
Good night.
Hey, he's getting chewed out now.
That's Ron Jeremy.
Yeah, you gotta watch out. The cable. He's on forgiveness now because he's got a new washer for his wife.
Well, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yep. I gotta figure out what I gotta do now.
She wants a new kitchen.
I've been trying to give her a new car, and she doesn't want it. See, where I'm really lucky, Bill, my wife has got my old call, WA40GH, my original call, and so she's very forgiving.
Oh, I didn't know she had her license.
Oh, yeah, WA40GH.
Oh, how's that? That's great.
And she helps me put antennas together. Whenever I do antenna work, she's right out there with me. We put the tower together, the self-supporting tower, the big antenna, and then called a crane to come in and put it all up.
How cool is that?
At times, very cool.
You don't hear that much.
No, she's very understanding, and as far as my life has been a part of ham radio, I've never been off the air, so she realizes it's important to me.
She takes them to ham radio meetings.
That's right. We go to dinner before, and with a lot of friends, and she goes to the meetings, and she's a regular now.
Wow, you almost never hear that.
She has a lot of fun. There's a lot of women that are a part of the organization, and she gets along with all of them, and they have a good time.
Good for her. When I was a member years ago, 91, 92, around there, and it was SCARA, Southern Connecticut Amateur Radio Association, on the VA hospital in West Haven, Connecticut. And there was never a woman, I never remember a woman in it.
Well, CARA is what we have, is Culpeper Amateur Radio Association. And, there's a number of women, and I would say probably 8, 9 members.
Well, that's a great thing. Good for you.
Well, for a small club in Culpeper, Virginia, to have 62 members, 64 as of last week, that's a pretty good size population.
Yeah, ratio, that's almost 25% women. Wow, that's a lot of members. I remember when I went to these meetings, there was probably, 20, 25 guys at maximum.
Well, not all of these people show up for meetings. We're talking 25 to 30 maybe. The average, I think, at amateur radio meetings is about 50% of your population of members to do anything. And to physically get outside of meetings and do things, it drops down even more. So we have 3 repeaters up on the mountain. We have 2 meters, 220, 440, and also that new home, not new, but the home type repeater. And we got that too.
Nice setup.
Yep. 50 years old. W4OGH.
And 3FHN.
Hello, Bob. How are you down there in South Carolina?
And 1MRK.
Well, we got, let's see, Bill and Wade and myself, and now you, W1RPG. Go ahead, Wade. You hear him?
Yeah, I got a little copy on him there. I sounded like pretty weak there. How you doing down there, RPG? Gee, that's something up here. I've never heard of Hamfest being on a Friday or a Saturday.
Yeah, we down in Florida at the Hamcation, that is Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Yeah, I'm hoping maybe I go to Hamcation for the first time, maybe this coming February.
It's a great Hamfest. It's my favorite one. Second largest in the United States, and they do a really, really great job down there.
Yeah, we're going to try to make it Hamfest that I'll go to, and then we have acquaintances. My wife, a high school friend that lives in Orlando, and a former work colleague that we've been in touch with for years on the phone that lives in the area. And another couple that recently we met on a cruise that we took in June in Alaska. They're originally from New Jersey, so we're in touch with them. So probably stay there for a week.
We probably will just stay with my brother-in-law, her brother, which they winter in Bushnell, Florida, about an hour away from the site.
Very good. Okay, very good. All right. Well, you said somebody else was in also. You said, I think, Bill?
Bill's in. Go ahead, Bill. Hey, Bill. And 1MRK, he may have gone to sleep.
Quick run down the hall.
I think he fell asleep.
He did sound sleepy.
He's done that before. I get a kick out of it. Anyway,
it wasn't that long of a period.
Well, he the last time he did it, he woke up. We had all signed, and I turned my amp off and everything, but I was listening. He came back up and he said, "Where's everybody? Where's everybody?"
Well, it happened.
I've come close.
Yeah, White Sox are hitting the ball.
I know. But it's
they
still
got another
10-2.
run. They're going to need a few more.
Yes, every Tuesday night on 3841 at 8 p.m. I'm net control for the HF group.
Okay. Yeah, I was just listening. I looked it up on my phone, so I see 3841, 8 o'clock. Okay, very nice, very nice.
Yep, it varies, and from 3 to 4 members up to 10, 11. And we have not a member, but we do have a member down in North Carolina. He checks in. We have a fellow up in Canada that's been a friend for many years. He comes in. We have a guy on a boat, TJ. He comes in off the Chesapeake Bay, so we have good coverage on 3841.
What is that? When is that? What do you do?
I'm net control for the HF group of Kara on 3841 every Tuesday night at 8 o'clock.
Oh, for the club.
Yeah, and everybody's welcome. You don't have to be a member.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know you did that. Well,
we'd like to have out-of-staters come in because a lot of these people that check in, and this is the reason we have it, is first-time HFers, and we're trying to get them through being tongue-tied and helping them on their first endeavors on HF.
When is that? Thursday night?
Tuesday night.
Tuesday.
And they get a big kick, several of them, when VE3 DNB, bagels never or donuts never bagels, Dave comes in because that's a new country for him. Yep. Well, one of the guys was over here helping me do some work on my automobile, and I had him in the shack, and he really enjoyed Vox. So I got him, showed him how to do it, and now he operates, as of this week, Vox. So it's always something new with the group. Yep. Some operators that never had to do it before. What happens usually, DX stations or DX petitions where they're going to operate split or special events, they get so deep that they go split on how to set up the reason for split operation. Yep. These receivers today are pretty complicated and sophisticated, I want to really say. Well, today I felt like we were actually walking through a museum of equipment of years and decades ago on the tables. All sorts of equipment, and also old citizen band transceivers. Wow. I'll tell you what, one man's junk is another man's treasure, and the Hamfest, I basically go to Hamfest to see old friends, because I've been involved with the radio thing for so long, and I've got friends I run across that I haven't seen for 25 years. Yeah. Hamfest go up and down and up and down. Shelby used to be a real big Hamfest. Well, I don't know about that because number 2 in size is under Dayton is Hamcation down at Orlando.
Hey, Bob.
Yeah.
I'm going to get out of here for tonight. Have a good night, you guys, in 3FHN.
Yep, I'm going to be leaving too, so. Okay, very good. Good to hear you, and see you tomorrow.
Yep, 3.
Huntsville is a pretty technical Hamfest. It always has been because of NASA being there and all of that stuff. So, yeah, Huntsville's a good sized one, but no, I've gone to many Hamcation and enjoy it. Yep. Well, maybe I'll see you there this year, so I'm going to get out of here. I've been on for some time, and good to hear you, Bob. Come back again soon. You got to become a regular again. W1RPG, W4OGH. Yeah, good night. And that's why I got to get to bed. We got family coming in the morning. So we'll see you later, and have a nice Labor Day weekend. How about you?
Antenna backup?
Yeah, but he's having tuna. There's something going on with the connector on the tuna. So I talked to him on the phone before. He put up the whole do it better, and he's still having an issue now with the tuna. That was probably the problem all along.
That really isn't nice when you go through all of that and find out that it was something else. But it's the nature of the beast.
Yeah, I reckon. Yeah. Anyway, I got my friend Kevin out there sandbagging. He's listening. He's gonna work on his upgrade. This way he could join us. And he's telling me I'm hitting him pretty good over there. Let me see what he says here. Oh yeah, sounds like snap, crackle, and pop over here. Yeah. I wonder if 40's a little more quieter. Not that I'm going to go there. Otherwise, I got to tune everything. And I don't mind doing that. But it's time to relax.
Well, that one was a solid 20 over. It just gets better all the time. And then it gets really terrible right afterwards.
Well, maybe if I lean on the key a little longer, maybe it'll just keep on going. Let me know when I'm like 50 over. S9. I'll just sit here for a second and hold it down.
I don't think you held it long enough. You stayed right at 20.
Yeah, I think I'm going to buy another Behringer microphone. I kind of like these. I'm going to use it in the mobile. What do you think with the 706?
I think if you get one of these condenser mics in the car, it's going to pick up every little pebble that your tire runs over. These things are just way, way too sensitive.
Yeah. Well, you know, a friend of mine gave me a microphone. I didn't plug it in yet, but it's an old style. It looks like an Electro Voice. I want to play around with it. Not now. You know, during the day. I want to just throw it on a dummy load and plug the mic in and see, monitor myself and see what it does. You know. I'm not buying any more mics after I buy this V1 again. After it, and I won't buy any more. And if you believe that,
well, then probably I can sell you a bridge complete with toll booth down in the city. But I keep saying I'm not going to buy nothing, and I have to sit on things tonight. By the way, I won with tube bid.
Oh, good. How many? 3?
No, I got 4. I'm interested. I want to see what those black plate 6146s actually do, and compare them against the 46As. If any of them are any good, you don't know. They say they're good, but who knows? They could have put it in an emissions tester, and they're absolutely junk. But we'll find out when I get them.
So what's the difference, KB2ZST? What's the difference in those and the 6146Bs?
Well, the black plates are 6146Bs. The standard ones are 46As. I don't know, reading up on them, the 46Bs will give you a little bit more output than the A's. A little bit more than the standard 46s, but in the long run, I think they're all going to be between 180 and 120 watts out if you're going to run it that hard.
And that's a pair, correct?
Absolutely. Well, they didn't say match pair, but apparently they came out of the same radio, so they're probably pretty close.
Yeah. Well, I don't remember seeing any black plates. Yeah. I don't remember that.
Well, first off, people have to be aware that they actually have them. Like I say, they were made probably in the 40s, and it was just the thing to prevent bounce-off from the plate. People claim that they got better audio quality out of the tubes, but who knows. I'd actually have to put them up on the bench, put them first on them, but who really cares at that point? If they work, they work. If they don't, you throw them off.
Right. So did you find a RF meter?
Oh, you mean to neutralizing an RF voltmeter?
Yeah.
I found several, and every one of them don't have a probe. And the probe is the thing that you need to actually do the testing, so without it, You know, it's kind of like having a car without gas.
Yeah, no, I understand. They want a lot of money for that probe, huh?
If you can find them to match the unit, and that's the big thing. The guy put up an HT, he said that it worked, and he was guaranteed. He said, oh, we put it on the bench, we tested it. How do you test it without a probe? You know, you turned it on, you know, the light probably lit up on it, and it's working. You know, let's mean it. You know, when we had these things in industry, it wasn't enough that the thing worked. You had to send them out and get it traceable, that it and be traceable back to the National Bureau of Standards. Otherwise, you know, you really don't have anything, especially when you're working for, you know, a company or a government that has designing something. They want to see the certificate of compliance. KBP, KBP. Well, I don't even know my own call sign. KBP.
Yeah, alright. Well, yeah. Kind of tired. Bundle up tonight. Nothing to drop down. We're supposed to have some decent weather in the next week, though.
I don't really pay too much attention to the weather. My Echo device over here tells me the temperature every night at 6 o'clock. I'm listening to it. Have you heard that? It's going on for tomorrow. It's going to be 59 degrees Fahrenheit at 6 o'clock.
But you have company.
That thing, boy, I tell you, you don't even have to say the wake word. You could just be having a conversation, or the television will be on, and it'll pick something up, and the next thing you know, it flips the television into YouTube, and it starts bringing things up that you don't even want to listen to. It's crazy. These things spy on you constantly. But that's what everybody's into.
Yeah, I don't need none of that Siri stuff and this stuff. I don't need that around. There's no privacy with that. I mean, it's like, I'd rather just walk over there and turn something on. I don't need Siri to do it for me. Or Alexa, or whoever the heck she is.
Well, you know, kind of seriously, the Ninth Circuit Court in California just ruled that a police officer just in a traffic stop and forced you to unlock your phone to look at your data. And they don't consider that they're taking you forcibly and putting your finger on the phone to unlock it. They're saying that it's no different than taking fingerprints. I think it's ridiculous. So much of their lives on bank business, people that you talk to, it's ridiculous the information that they can find, and the way the law works, the simplest little thing they could end up charging you with, and they'll make that story, believe me.
Yeah, well, what kind of rep? Did you turn your power up, or did you turn it down? Because you're starting to fade out.
What's happening with it? Oh.
You turn your power up to like 80 watts, Charlie?
Alright, I turned it down. It's around 55 now.
about turning it back up?
Want me to turn it up?
Yeah. Bring it up to like 80.
How's that?
Yeah, no difference.
I think that's around 120.
That's too high. I want to keep it below 100. That's fine right there. Sounds like you went around and you're in another room and left the mic behind.
Really? I got the mic in the same place that I had it before, unless something happened to it.
Now, are you right up on top of it?
Well, it's near me.
Yeah, I was just curious. I'm a good, I'd say 4 or 5 inches away from the mic. I'm trying to make it a habit. This way I don't get right up on it like this, you know. But, yeah. This is KB2ZST.
You guys sound great with it turned up. W3 MMR.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Not much. I was just on the other side of the room. I was like, don't turn them down, turn them up.
Yeah. I haven't heard you in a while.
Yeah, I've been around. I've been listening. Been busy, man. And, but I'm like over, I got the DX100 ripped apart on the other side of the room. I got my Browning ripped apart on the bench. Man, I got so much stuff going on over here, but I figured I'd jump in for a second.
All right, nice signal. Nice signal. You're coming in, over 20 over S9 here. Are you mobile?
No, I'm at the house, but I'm only oh shit, I'm on the wrong, might be on the wrong profile. There we go. That might be a little better there. No, I'm on, just on the SDR on the Anan, 7000 DLE, and running about 25 watts of carrier.
Oh, really nice. Very nice. Yeah, you cleared up real nice. Very good. Yeah, I'm running a FT-101EE into a ALS 600 solid state amplifier. A little audio gear connected to it. A little modification to the radio. And running it into a dipole. That's about it. And we have Frank out there, K2PTZ. He's in Ellenville, New York, and I'm in Kerhansen. But you're doing a real good job there. Good to hear you. Been a while.
Yeah, good to hear you too. I think it's Manny, right? Was that your name? Was that your name, Manny?
Yeah, you got it. Manny. I'm here.
All right, man. Good evening, dude. Good to hear you again. Yeah, it's been some time, man, since I've been on 75 in the evenings. Dude, I spread myself around. I go everywhere, you know, every band, you name it, I'm there. And so let me get it over to the other gentleman. I missed his name, KD. I'll just get your call and your info here in a second. Go ahead, man. Good evening.
You copy him, Frank?
Yeah, K2PTZ. Well, I'm not very tall and I have a short memory, so I didn't hear his full sign. So go with it, please.
Yeah, no problem. The call here is Whiskey 3, Mike Romeo, W3 MMR. And name here is Perry, Papa Echo Romeo Yankee. And we are located 4 miles west of the city of Philadelphia down here in Pennsylvania. And, yeah, it's the first time I've been back on AM here in a while, so good to hear you, boys. Back to you, Frank.
All right. You're coming in about 15 over 9. Good signal.
don't know what else to say. It's been really a dead band, and I'm glad somebody else popped in.
What rig are you on? From what I was gathering across the other room, is that a new rig? You're talking about 6146 black plates. I'm guessing it's a 100-watt class, you know, transmitter, maybe a DX100, Johnson Viking, you know, 2, something like, or, you know, something like that. What do you got?
Well, I'm actually talking on a Flex 5000A, and I'm pushing it through a Heathkit SC200. Nothing special. The tubes I bought off of eBay just to have spares. Between Manny and me, we probably have 30 radios that have 6146s in it, and it's just curious to see what the difference in output and clarity is between a standard 6146, a 46A, a B, and tubes that they call black plates. Prior to the Second World War, they made these tubes for the government. At least that's the story that I got. And they coated the plates with carbon to prevent bounce off of the electrons. And they claim that they gave better audio and quality to the sound. Who knows? I bought them to test and see if they actually do anything but suck money out of my wallet.
I'll have to say they're worth it. In my opinion, I think I outfitted my Heathkit DX100 with nothing but RCA black plate tubes, new old stock. Spent a lot of money off it, man. Went a little crazy, but I believe it was worth it. And I run the 6146Bs in mine, and black plates, and I see about 20 watts more of carry. Before with just regular 6146s, I think they were GE, a matched pair, I would see about 100 watts of carrier at normal, you know, manual, what the manual tells you to tune it up at. Off the top of my head, whatever the current is, I can't remember, but when I put the black plates in there, the 6146Bs, I saw almost about a 20 watt increase in carrier. Same line voltage. I mean, those things, I can see almost 120 watts of carrier out of my DX100 with, you know, with not a problem, not running things hot. I mean, it'll sit there and loaf along at that all day long, about 100 and, you know, 14, 15 watts, 16, 17, you know, somewhere in between there. But I'm a big fan of the 6146Bs, and I'm kind of sad because I dropped one last night and busted the damn anode top off of it, you know what I mean? So, oh well. Back over to you, Manny. W3MMR.
Yeah, very good, Perry. So that tells me something. I guess now I'm anxious to try those black plates in my FT-101EE that I just acquired. My friend gave it to me to play around with it. He says, "Hey, you want this rig?" He says it was blowing fuses for him, and he didn't want to bother with it. So he says, "It's yours." So all right. So I took it home, and I didn't think of pulling the finals out, so I put some fuses in and blew them too. And I said, "Well, let me not put the heater on." Well, anyway, long story short, I pull the tubes out, and it didn't blow any fuses. I got a shorted tube. So I put a set of tubes in there. Thing came on. No pop fuses, and and that's the end of the story. So it works.
Oh man, that's awesome. Talk about a good find. Well, I got a HT140X in the other room a buddy of mine gave to me about a year ago, and I still haven't plugged it in yet. The power cord's a mess on it, but inside looks very clean. Underneath, you know, I took the bottom off. It looks great. I'm going to plug that thing into the Variac and fire it up one day, but I didn't have a chance to yet. But as far as, I wanted to make a quick comment about the audio quality, and I'll send it back to you, Frank. I don't know if I ever really took notice. However, there's a documented progression of the audio quality in my DX100, and at certain times I'm running certain types of tubes. And I remember what tubes I was running at the time, because it's not up until the end is when I put all those black plate RCAs in there, and then that's like when that's like I got it all right. You know what I mean? At that point, it's like that's when everything went well. And you can check it out. It's on YouTube. You can just search my call and DX100 on YouTube, and you'll find probably about 6 different recordings. And if you put them in ascending order, you'll be able to figure out which one's the latter one. But anyway, that's if you have time. So yeah, it does sound pretty good. They sound great for me. I enjoy them. They're a little bit pricey, but I mean, I don't think they're that much. If you're buying the same tube, I don't think they're that much more expensive than the same tube number, but a different kind. Back to you, Frank. K2PTZ with KB2ZST, W3MMR.
Yeah, Barry. The article that I read on the black plate tube, I think it was something from the military that they claimed that they to prevent, I guess when the electrons fly into them, sometimes they bounce off and it changes the signal or the audio quality. I bought 2 of them. If they're good and they actually work, I would like to put it to the test and see if there's any difference. But as far as the output is concerned, there is a much greater emission quality on the B series than the A or the standard ones. And I know there's probably a 30 or a 40 watt spread that you can have between running a B and a standard 46. The nature of the beast. But these tubes, if they didn't get soft, they should be good forever. It's sad that you dropped one and broke it, but on tonight, there was probably, there must have been 50 of these things on. People were selling them in lots of 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. And the prices weren't bad. Most of the people started bidding at $7 and nobody bid on them. So I bought a group of them. What the heck? Back to you, sir.
W3MMR. Yeah, well, good stuff. I haven't even checked. This just happened last night, so I haven't even checked the stash to see if I have another 6146B. I believe I do. I know I have more 6146s, but of what ilk, I don't know. But we're going to have to find out. Your 101EE sounds great, and so does your Flex, Frank. And your audio might be a little low, Frank, or maybe you get back off the mic a little bit at times. But beside me, great signal from both of you gentlemen. And I'm looking at my FT-101EE right now to my left. It's got the AM filter in it. Really bone stock besides that. I run a D104 on it. And I have a whole bag of capacitors and resistors to modify it and, make it pretty much broadcast quality. And I just have not got around to it. It's been sitting over there for probably 3 years now. And just haven't got to it. And this will be the first time I'll have my DX100 on in almost 2 years. So it was filthy in there. Every time I've been on, which it hasn't been much, it's been on this. And I have a Johnson Viking 2 over there that I restored, along with my DX100. I usually pair them with an NC303 for my receiver. And I love it. I'm sitting here like, can't wait till it's cold outside. You wake up real early in the morning, because I like getting up early and getting on. We used to get up 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, and there'd be a group of like 10 of us, guys all up and down the East Coast. Every morning, all transmitters from, T368 military transmitters to, ICOM 7300s and everything in between. It was a lot of fun. So it's going back about 5 or 6 years ago, 7 years ago maybe. Right here on the Big 8.5. Back over to you, Manny. I'm going to get on out of here. I'll do one more. I'm going to get up on out of here. KB2ZST in the group. W3MMR.
W3MMR, KB2ZST, P2PTZ. Yeah, very good there, Perry. Yeah, really glad I bumped into you tonight. Like I said, it's been a long time. I don't know. It's got to be over a year or more. Daryl is having antenna problems. He just put up 2 antennas, and he's having the same problem. And he narrowed down to the tuner, which the tuner shouldn't have failed, but it did. So I think he's running on an old tuner. But it'd be nice if he was in here. But I just talked to him on the landline. He's relaxing. But he's usually in here. But anyway, yeah. I have another 101F Foxtrot that I got from a friend, and I also have another E. So a friend of mine picked up 2 of them at the Hamfest. I got one of them, and it runs fine on all the bands, full power. But the 101F has an issue on 40. It's only putting 5 watts out. So I got to go through the band switch and do some measurements and see if I got a bad cap or a resistor or something, or look further than that. But the 101F, I put an AM filter in there, and all I have to do is finish the rest of the mod, and then I'll have 2 rigs set up for that are set up good for outboard gear. So that's it. Yeah, I'm running a small 10-band Symmetrix EQ into a Behringer mixer with the B1 Behringer microphone here. That's it. Simple setup. And I got to try to keep my distance from the microphone, otherwise I'm going to sound terrible. But anyway, Perry, good hearing you, buddy. I'm going to back out myself. So 7-3, God bless, and try to jump in a little more often. And we'll catch up. KB2ZST, over to you, Frank.
Yeah, well, getting around sleepy time for me also. Perry, that DX100, that's a heat kit, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
I used to work for heat kit back in the 70s, and I'll tell you a funny story. An advanced class amateur bought a I think it was a 101 that he made, and he didn't read the manual at all, and he brought it in to have it fixed, and when I looked at it, I fell on the floor laughing. He actually called the company and complained about it, but all the wires were covered with ZD. And when I asked him, I said, what do you want me to do with this? Fix it or cook it? And he told me, he said, well, they said to put spaghetti over the wire. He says, but I looked in my wife's closet. He says, none of the spaghetti had a hole that would fit over the wire, so I used ZD. And I thought, wow. But the company being what it was, they had him send it back, and they had their techs build him a new one, and they sent it to him free of charge.
Oh my God! Yeah, that is a classic. Can you imagine opening that thing up, man? You know, you start sitting, this sweet aroma of lasagna starts to come out.
It cracked me up, but when I told him that he didn't read the manual, I took one of the manuals out and I said, here, right in the very beginning, it showed you all the hardware And it says here the spaghetti was very plainly labeled. And he went, oh, he says, is that what those tubes were? He says, I couldn't figure out why they were in there. It's because they didn't read the manual.
Nobody ever wants to read the manual. And it's an epidemic. My father, like, beat that into my head over the years. And I used to do a lot of radio repairs, man, putting up antennas, and so I'm helping a lot of people a lot of times. And people call me, I'm like, well, did you check in the manual? You know, you can find that in the manual. You know, like when they ask me, how do I do this? Or, man, I don't know what to do. I'm like, well, did you read the manual? Well, yeah, well, no. Well, yeah, okay, I can look there. You know, so the manual is a very important thing. Well, I'm going to get on out of here, gentlemen, myself, and great catching up with you guys, especially you, Manny, and pleasure meeting you, Frank. My father's name's Frank, and he's a ham. W2SDR, he's an AMer. I don't know if he's been up here on 85 much, but he's all over the place. He's 40 meters, and down on 3705, and does a lot of sideband operating. And, man, but there's been a lot of 40-meter AM activity. I've been listening a lot. So I've been around. I just haven't keyed up. But 40-meter AM has been hopping the past, as long as I've been listening now, for 2 weeks up there. And especially tonight, they have 4 QSOs jammed up in that 72, like 85, up the, you know, right up to the band edge. Or it's like QSO right up on 7295. So be good to get up there as well. And I'm just using a 125-foot inverted V up about, I don't know, 80 feet to the apex. Yeah, fed with a 600 ohm open wire line, and I'm using a homebrew balanced L matching network. I usually run a linear, but it's off. I didn't want to turn it on. I usually turn it on once a day, and when it's off, it's off. So there you have it. We'll catch up with you soon, gentlemen. Manny, real quick about the good on the FT-101F. Bummer about 40 meters, but the rest good on. I just picked up a Symmetrics 528E myself. My dad has one. Symmetrics makes great stuff. That's what made me. You mentioning yours Symmetric gear over there, the 10-band EQ, made me think to mention this. And I have an Innovonics 222 broadcast processor, which, you know, brick wall, bandwidth limiting, and negative peak limiting. And for what both of you guys are doing, and me, that's the golden ticket, gentlemen. Okay, you get something with a little automatic gain control. Oh my gosh, it's all you need. A little bit of AGC to keep, so you don't have to worry about dancing around the mic. You get negative peak limiting, so you don't have to worry about, like, you can crank the audio up, you could scream into the mic, you're not going to distort, because you're never hit 100% negative on your peaks. And you know, it's kind of nice, you know, it's a courtesy to other operators to limit your bandwidth. Because some of us, man, on these modified transmitters can get out there, boys. You know what I mean? 15 KC on each side, whew, 20 or more. Yeah, so I try to limit it, but I haven't even used that thing yet, because I've never used audio processing on all my boat anchor stuff or anything that's needed. This SDR has all the junk in it, but so I got to get around to using that, and I got a lot of plans for this DX100 coming up, so it's going to be a lot of fun, boys. It's going to be a lot going on coming up this winter. Hopefully it's a cold one, so we get stuck inside and sit in front of these tubes and all these radios and with a warm cup of coffee and get to enjoy each other's conversation. We'll catch you later, boys. K2PTZ, 7-3 to you, Frank, and over to you, Manny. Tie the ribbons on it. KB2ZST, we're out.
Very good, Perry. W3MMR, KB2ZST, and K2PTZ. Yeah, you take care, and you sound great. 40 over, you're just peaking 40 over here. What a nice signal. Actually, I took a little recording. I got to check and make sure it came out. Yeah, you're doing real good. And all the best to you and yours. And hope your DX100 comes out the way you want it to. And I hope my 101F comes out the way I want it to. So anyway, all right. You take care, brother. 7-3, God bless. And hopefully we'll catch up again. KB2 ZST.
See you guys. I forgot to say my call. W3MOR. See ya.
Kilo 2 Papa Tango Zulu, W3MMR, KB2 ZST. I'm going to shut it down for the night.
All right, Frank. And you got to do a little work on that microphone there. I don't know if you're if it's turned up too much, but before you were a little clearer. But anyway, we can go over that another time. All right, take care, Frank. Thanks for jumping in. We'll catch up soon. KB2 ZST. I'm going to sit back and monitor. Maybe I'll get back in later on. KB2 ZST.
Yeah, KB2 ZST. I think I'm going to go over and get one of those beet salads tomorrow morning. That looks really good.
Oh, yeah. I used to go in there all the time and get them. Very good, yeah. That's a good breakfast. A beet salad. Very nice.
I turned the mic up a little bit before. I don't know if it's getting better now. But in the equalizer circuit, I dropped the gain on the whole thing way down. I thought my audio was out of this world.
Well, what about your mixer? What's your mixer set at? Up there, the gain on the mixer.
The mixer. Where is that on this thing?
Go up to the top menu, and you'll see mixer, EQ, and whatever else is up there. Hit the mixer, bring it down.
Okay, when I bring the mixer down, I think it's okay. No, it's working. They're all up in the top. Input. The line volume is -30.
Yeah, what's your mic gain on the front, on the screen, on the right?
20.
Bring it up to 25, I'm curious.
Okay, 25 now. I had it up around 25 when I was talking.
Yeah, now, let me ask you something. On your EQ, where it starts, from 250 back, where are they? Curious.
Oh, on the equalizer settings?
Yeah. How close are you to the mic right now?
I'm about a foot away from it.
No, that's too far. But all right, go to EQ for a minute. I just I want to see what you have your settings on.
Okay, I can't drop that down while I'm talking.
Yeah, you can. What you got to do is when you're talking, drop it down.
Okay, let's see if that works. All right. Well, you can't talk back. I dropped the preamp level down to -8 dB on both of them. I found that it got rid of a lot of the hissing noise on the band receive, and it pretty much flattened my transmit curve out a little bit better. Don't know though.
The last 3 slides on the right, turn them all the way up to the top, and drop the last on the left. Drop those 3 down flat. Just do that for a second.
Okay, I got the 3 on the right all the way up, the 3 on the left flattened out. And I gotta turn this off.
So now you sound so much better. You have some highs, and you're not muddy. At least you sound decent to me.
Okay, well, maybe, let's see. Let me put the preamp level back up to 0. I had it down -8. Is it any better this way?
Yeah, baby!
You're hitting something too hard. I don't know if you got close to the mic. I would bring the mic gain back down.
I think EQ or whatever sounds good. You're right there, though. You're very close.
He is, right? Perry, a lot better than he was?
Oh, hell yeah, man. He's a lot better than he was. He got a little distorted that last time, but if it could be that same audio level without the distortion, you know, excuse me, it's hard to do without any form of limiting, because you have to, like, stay right at one spot, but, man, you're right there, bud.
You hear that, Frank?
Yeah, I heard him. How does it sound to you, Manny? Is it better or worse to you?
Bring your mic gain in the front back down to 20. It's on 25. Bring it down to 20.
Okay, I'm on 20 now. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2.
Bring it down to 15. It's still too hard.
Okay, testing, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2.
No, something else has to be adjusted. I don't know if you have your mixer mic gain up too high, but you're still hitting it too hard. Bring it down to 10. Maybe it'll compensate.
Alright, I turned the gain down in the equalizer. Does it sound any better this way?
Yes, you're getting there now. It's starting to clear up. Right, Kerry?
Yes. I agree.
Yeah, so what we got to do is work on your center frequencies a little bit. I can give you my settings and on my flex, but I can send you a picture of them. I usually take a photograph. This way, if I touch them like I usually do, I could put them back. I hope nobody else heard that.
I adjusted the gain in the equalizer. Is it any better this way?
Yes, much better. You had your levels were a little too high. So, all right, yeah. Well, that's a start.
Well, the start is always better than an ending.
Yeah, you still need a little more mid-range, you know? Just a little more mid-range, but we can work on that.
Alright, let me see if I can bring up the mid-range. Well, mid-range. Come on up. Alright, I brought the mid-range up a couple of dB. Any better?
Yeah, well, the band condition
Hold on.
thinks, but I thought it sounded a little more on the higher end. You know, it sounds like you're getting there.
Can I make one quick comment? Let me make sure I got it. If you want to put a cut, like from 0 dB down, you want to put a cut and get those mud frequencies out of there. That's what's going on, in my opinion. And you can second this here in a second. Let me pull up my EQ here, and I'll tell you the frequencies. Because I run Thetis, which is very similar to every flex software that's out there. So let me go into the EQ here. Bang. All right, give me 1 second. Sorry. Yeah, you want to put a cut from like 100 hertz and go down to about 300 hertz, like gradually working your way down. So like, say 125 will be like right in the middle, or say 100 to 125 hertz for your EQ, and then start cutting from there up. 250, bring that down, 300, 500, and then gradually work your way back up to about 1,000 hertz. So you're putting like a smile in it. You see what I mean?
Got that, Frank?
I did what you said. Is it any better?
What do you think, Manny?
Yeah. With all the noise, I still hear him in there. Yeah, yeah, you're right about that, Perry. You're right. He definitely has there is a big change there.
Go ahead, Frank. Let's hear that audio.
Alrighty. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Oh my God.
2, 3, 4. Testing.
There you go. You can probably bring that mid-range down that you put up before. Say like around, I don't know, 2,000 hertz, 2 to 3,000 area, and maybe bring that down a scooch, because it's got that honky sound into it a little bit, you know, and you know, almost like you got your nose pinched. Not like it's very, look, we're splitting hairs here, but there's a huge improvement, Frank.
Okay, I pulled down the 1 and the 2K settings. Does it sound any better? Testing 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, I think you might have to go. I think Manny might have been right about that one. What do you think, Manny?
Yeah, I agree. And I think he's still hitting a little too hard. I think you should back it down. Where are you, at 15? Bring it down like to 13 or 12. You might gain in the front.
Well, I'll tell you, the band conditions are getting so bad, I can barely hear Perry sometimes, and you're not doing much better. But as I'm talking, I'm going to start dropping this thing down. Does it sound better here?
Yes, much better.
Hold on, I'm turning the amplifier. I'm getting the amplifier turned on. Yeah, you could stand to bring that mid-range where I told you to turn it back down. I guess I would say to put it back where it was. Hello, 1, 2.
He's kicking his amp on. That's it. He's fired up.
Yeah, there we go. Is that a little better? Hell.
Hey, you're peaking over 40 over here.
How about it, Frank?
Well, you're hitting me around 30 over, so nothing like amperage.
Yeah, well, I think your audio has been a big improvement. I'm glad me and Manny could get you going there and get you pointed in the right direction. Like you said, the band conditions are getting a little crappy. Static crashes are getting a little bit louder. I'm a little closer to the south. I'm the furthest south, obviously. One of the furthest south stations that people I talk to of the northeastern guys, but I can get hammered with late summer thunderstorms, all summer long thunderstorms, you know. So, nevertheless, we'll catch you later, gentlemen. I'm gonna get back over on the other side here, get things shut down, and head up to hit the sack. Real good hearings. What a fun night. I'm glad I got in here. Over to you, Manny. KB2ZST W3MMR.
W3MMR, KB2ZST. Thank you very much, Perry. I appreciate your expertise there. That's a great help. And yeah, I'll get together with Frank and we'll see if we could get on the rig with the sampler and just put the headphones on and clear it up a little better. But 100% difference there. 100% different. He has a deep voice to start, so like I do. But yeah, I'm constantly sampling. I want to make it perfect, and then when it's perfect, I want to make it more perfect. You know the deal. Anyway, 7-3 Perry. Thanks again. God bless, and hope to hear you in there again soon. KB2ZST.
Yep, 7-3 Manny, and I sent it right over to you, Frank. And yeah, no problem helping you guys out. I've no issue, man. I went through it all myself, but I was lucky. My father's been an avid AMer, audiophile, and professional sound engineer, and you know, I was very, very lucky. So I've been in this crap all my life. I almost slipped there, but so I owe it all a lot to him, and obviously a lot of these AMers on here, Timmy, Chris, W2JBL, and Brent, God rest his soul, W1IA, and you know, Daryl, the KD2 AFL, Clark, M1BCG. I don't want to forget anybody, you know what I mean? But there's been a lot of guys on here. There's Steve, WA1QIX. I mean, there's just, the list goes on, of extremely smart, intelligent, experienced engineers and broadcast, electrical and broadcast engineers, and that are willing to help everybody and pass the knowledge along. So the little tiny bit I have, if I can pass it along, I jump at the opportunity. Over to you, Frank. Tie the ribbons on it. Crap, where's my paper? Okay, K2PTC, W3MMR. See you, gentlemen.
Yeah, thanks for the help, Terry. And don't worry about not knowing my call sign. I keep on calling myself by Manny's call sign. I get it all screwed up. But I just like to say Kangaroo 2, Pigeon Toed Zebra. That I can remember. I don't know why.
Amen to that. What? Oh yeah, they used to call me measles, mumps, and rubella. That was my acronym. So yeah, mine isn't quite as fun. So mine's actually pretty depressing. 7-3, Frank.
I'll remember that one, man. That's great. Appreciate the help. I'm going to go off. Terry, great talking with you, Manny. I say 73s to the group, and I'm going to step down here.
Pretty good, Frank. We'll catch up to you later on in Terry, you got some penetrating audio, man. It's amazing how sharp it is. Like a razor. So, I'll let you go. But you take care. And, I don't know if you got Steve's number, but Steve had some issues. He's been going through some things. So, yeah. I'll tell you, man, he's like the bionic man. You know, he really is. But anyway, you have a good night. 7-3. KB2ZST.
Well, I actually heard him, was it last night or a couple nights ago? I can't remember. I think it was on 40 meters. And, yeah, he went through some stuff, man. Holy macaroni. And, you know, the most recent one, then the one before, and it's just, whew, I didn't know about any of it, you know, so, but boy, he loves his pickleball, man. And, thank God he's healthy, you know. That's all I'll say about that. And, I'm young still. I gotta keep it up. You know, I gotta get healthy, man. Catch you later, gentlemen. W3MMR. We're out of here.
All right, very good, Perry. You have a good night. KB2ZST.
test 1, 2, 3, 4.
Plugged in without charging. But yeah, so, and then another one was in a Kroger parking lot, and then the one in Knoxville.
Plus, if you want more than one coupler, it's bigger, more money than that.
Oh, okay, no, that's good. That's the price I got quoted a year ago or so. I was supposed to have it about a year and a half ago. I was supposed to get one. I never did because I was buying all the other crap. But I do want one. I want one, or I want a 500 and a 700. So, but I'm going to start with the bigger one first.
The LP100A does things that the 5 and the 7 don't do.
Well, what do they do?
It shows you the reactance of your load.
All right, well, and the guy's name is Paul?
No, it's I'm trying to remember his name now.
All right, I'll look it up, but I'll do it within another week or two. I'll get that ordered because I'm not buying. There's nothing else I'm buying. I'm not buying no more radios. I'm not buying no more amplifiers. Pretty much. The only thing I need is a better, higher antenna, I think.
Yeah, well, what I do, the LP100 has an RS-232 port on it. I think the 5 and the 7 do too. And I connect that to my Ethernet port server, and that's how I remote control it.
Yeah, repeat that, Fred.
You've been saying that for the last 2 years. I'm not buying anything else.
No, Fred. In all honesty, no, I'm done. I'm fed up. I'm done. I can't even use what I have. It's ridiculous. I'm a spoiled, rotten brat.
You should be buying some gold and some 25-year food.
Coming up on Christmas time. That's the best time for us to sneak stuff in.
Well, yeah.
What's that? I said we get close to Christmas time and we can sneak stuff in. They'll never question the packages coming through the door.
a while ago. I'm so glad I didn't. All right, Fred, pick it up with Mike for a few. I gotta go load another micro disc in the for copy. I'm burning a bunch of copies now, so I have I could distribute out. I could give to the guys that are going to be using the CM4s with the built-in displays. And I got them loaded up with the 64-bit and all the accessory software, everything.
Yeah, I'm going to go, guys. Hillary getting ready to fly over, dropping pus. So we'll catch up with you fellas. Good hearing you, Fred. And good hearing you too, Richie. We'll catch up with you tomorrow, guys. Into LYM.
All right, Mike, why are you cutting out so early? This is not like you.
And we'll pick it up again probably tomorrow. So have a good one. KC1 RMY 73 Mike.
All right, Mike, have a good night. I'm surprised he's cutting out so early.
No, I'm having issues hearing, Rich. It makes it very difficult.
You don't use diversity, right? You haven't tried that. Well, I got that AES, whatever it is, that noise canceller. I never used it. I bought it when I had the 101, and I was going to use it because I was getting all kinds of noise. It turned out to be the Keurig, the coffee maker.
Oh, really?
Remember when I was...
You know, I've been all over the house. This is coming from outside somewhere. I'm fairly close to some very high voltage transmission lines, thanks to the magic nigger. Notice how testy the magic nigger got, being that Trump's talking about going into Chicago.
In Richmond. I know you're saying?
Yeah?
Man, I read something horrible today. Trump did a terrible thing. Uh-oh.
What?
Even if you had one of these radios, or if I ask the question to somebody that has the radio, they may not know how to set that. Because, well, that's assuming that there even is a setting for it. It's just not something that's, you know, most people would look for, I think.
Yeah, and I think that radio likely has a lot of similarities to the 101 and the 10. Yeah, and of course I have a 101, I have a 10, I have a 991 Alpha. The only one I don't have that people are talking about nowadays for Yeasu is the 710. I don't have one of those, but I would think there's a lot of similarities. Maybe not on everything about the radio, but some of the functionality I would think would be similar. I know there definitely is, you know, with the, like I said, the 10 and the 101. There's great similarity. And even the 991 Alpha has some similarities to the 10 and the 101, although it does deviate some, you know, compared to those other two radios. Anyway, so Mr. Dick, you're on the Flex radio tonight?
Yes, sir. Still on the Flex.
Yeah, I would say that audio, I heard, who was it, Jim or somebody earlier said sounded muffled. I'm not going to say it sounds muffled. It just doesn't sound as brilliant as, I've heard you before. So, but it does not, I would not classify it as sounding bad. It's just, it's just definitely not your usual bright, real super clear, sharp audio that I'm used to hearing.
Yeah, I think it's the microphone.
I agree. I think it is mostly the mic. So maybe someday you'll get to change that and we'll find out.
Yeah. Second, I keep changing the whole assembly. Yeah, because it's not two different plugs. The Anan has a 8-inch plug. The Flex has the 8s and the Yeasu.
And still looking at the scope, there's a lot of energy, like 200 to 600 or 700. But then when you get above that, there's not a lot of signal, not a lot of energy in your audio. So that's, I'm sure, a big part of it, There's just not a lot of highs and not a lot of mids either, but the highs is probably what really is making that difference, that lack of highs. So a lot of times when people hear, if they hear a lot of low like that, especially around 200 to 400 hertz, well then they'll describe it as muddy or muffled or, descriptions like that. And really, a lot of the time, it's just because there isn't, those highs, you're hearing that low end so much more. So there's a little bit too much on the low end and not quite enough on the mid and high. So anyway, either maybe, like I said, a different mic, or I don't know what all the EQ settings are, or how you do that on that radio. So I wouldn't pretend to know how you set a Flex. I did operate a Flex one time when I was at Danny's house, but that's the only time I've ever really done anything with a Flex was when I was camping at his house, and that Bovee Island was on, and I wanted so badly to work them, and half the time I couldn't figure out how to work his radio, and the other half the time it was just the pilots were so huge, I never broke the pilots, so I did not work them.
Yeah, no, regular EQ with 265. Slide.
So I still say, I think we talked about this yesterday, you can just listen in a monitor to yourself and kind of play with those someday and see what you think, if they need tweaking or not. Or maybe, like you say, you just get a different microphone someday and try it on there. And I'm not familiar with the connections on the Flex, so I don't know how difficult that is. I think you had a 781, if I'm not mistaken. Well, I know you have a PR40. And of course, the PR40 uses XLR. But I don't know what all connections you have on the Flex and, how difficult or easy it is. So, again, I know very, very little about the Flex and the Anan. I used Danny's Flex, as I said, and I saw and talked on your Anan one time when I was at your house, and that's as close as I've ever come to a Flex and an Anan.
Yeah. Right now, on a monitor, and the difference is the Flex has a regular anything that's just the Yeasu.
So how do you copy him, Dave?
Well, he's a little, I want to say muffled, but I shouldn't say muffled. He's got a little less high end than what I'd like to hear. He's lacking on the high end. And his signal's a little low, so that makes it worse. But quick question, though, on the, back to the, what I was saying about the sideband, switching sidebands frequency. Just real quick, you say the 10 and the 101 are similar to the 710, how they operate.
How do the 10 and the 101 operate switching sidebands? Do they shift frequency or do they stay on the same?
Now, let me just look so I don't misspeak. I'm going to switch it real quick, just a second. Yeah, it switches at 1.4K. Yeah, and that's what I saw, like I told you. What do you know? I never paid attention to that, but yeah, it switched it when I switched sidebands. I didn't transmit, but I switched it and looked, and it dropped at 1.4K. So that it perfectly correlates with what I had to adjust my pan adapter on the HDSDR software, was I had to change it by 1400 hertz. You know, I had subtract 1400, I guess, on lower sideband, and add and add 1400 on the upper sideband to get my pan adapter software on HDSDR to be on frequency properly. So anyway, 1.4K difference there when I switched between them.
And there's no way to undo that, because I think every radio I've ever owned, besides this one, has not done that.
Well, I don't want to say there's no way 100% for sure. I'm sorry, I'm eating peanuts again. But there's none that I know of, and I've done a lot of playing with this radio. I've had my 101 since December of 2019, so, you know, we're coming up a couple of months short here of 6 years, so pretty familiar with the radio, and there is none that I know of off the top of my head. I'll pull up the manual again real quick while we're talking and see if I see anything. You know, I have my manual on PDF, so it's pretty easy to look up stuff, but I don't know of any way to do it.
Yeah, and if the 101 can't do it, this one probably can't either, because that's a more sophisticated radio with more options and things. But this is newer and it's a little different, so there's, I guess, a small possibility this could, and that one not, but I doubt it. Anyway, I think I'm going to get out of here. I'm getting really tired now. I dropped out of there before, and I wasn't hearing the guys so well, especially Jim wasn't hearing me when you came in there, but now I'm getting really tired, so I think I'll say 7.3. Maybe I'll hang out for just a minute, give you a chance to look at those, look at the manual, but beyond that, I think I'm going to get out of here. So back to you, Tim, in 4PBC.
Yeah, I'm thumbing through the manual, so let's let Dick pick it up for a while so I can concentrate on looking this up. You know, I can't chew gum and talk at the same time. I guess I'm getting old. Pick it up, Dick. Give me some time to look this up. K4TK.
K4TK, WBC383. Tell me you, Roger, what did you do exciting today?
Not too much there, Dick, but I'm falling asleep here. I was just getting ready to doze off. Thank you for waking me up. But with that, I think I better go to bed before I fall asleep completely out here at the radio. Didn't do much today there, Dick. Just, you know, our usual Friday thing when Cindy gets off of work, we go grocery shopping, and then, you know, and in the evening we watch a movie on TV, and that's pretty much it. But during the day, for me, just, you know, just putzing around the house, ham radio stuff and whatever. So, anyway, 73 is my friends. Always a pleasure. Take care. Tim, Dick, Dave, everyone else. This is Kilo 2, the Crispy Pickle, signing off, and clear good night.
Good night, Roger. And yeah, I think it's quite a part of this. I had to first pick somebody up at 6:30 this morning, but got up at 5, and then just laid there till 6 o'clock and figured up. I might as well get the hell up, because we only live 5 minutes from the house, Roger.
Hello, Roger, and 7.3, Roger. I think maybe you already shut it down, but anyway. K2CP and 4PBC. Have a good night.
Good night, Roger. K4TK.
And I think Roger has a 710 also, I think. But
chances are he hasn't ever explored this little, I want to say issue, because to me it's an issue. I don't like the way it works, but really it's probably not. I'm sure they did it on purpose. I'm not exactly sure why, but they probably did it on purpose.
Yeah, I'm going through the manual now, and so far I'm not finding anything.
Maybe I'll Google search it. Maybe there's some discussion about it somewhere.
I was thinking about doing that, so why don't you do that while I keep looking in the manual? I just found a thing talking about that CW shift I was mentioning earlier. It says in changing modes from single sideband to CW, the display frequency will shift on the display even though the actual tone that is heard does not change. This shift represents the BFO offset between the zero beat frequency and the audible CW pitch. The pitch is programmed via the menu, of course. So that was one of the things I remembered, but of course that's not what you're talking about, I know. So far I'm still striking out. I'm about halfway through looking up these different things.
I think I'm going to go also because I don't have to think 5 o'clock like I said. So the three guys have a good night and I'll catch everybody on Yagi.
Good night, Dick, K4TK.
Happy BCGH, too, I think.
Good night, Dick. Have a good one. N4PBC.
Again, for CW, and I know that's not what you're talking about, but that was one of the things I knew of. It's called CW frequency display. There's direct frequency in the menu. You can set it for direct frequency, which displays the same frequency in CW mode as in single sideband mode without any offset added, or there's pitch offset, where it displays the frequency in CW mode with the pitch offset added. When CW DFO is set to upper sideband, the display frequency will be increased, and when CW DFO is set to lower sideband, the display frequency will be decreased. Again, I know that's not what you're talking about, but that was the thing I remembered.
I Googled it, and all I'm getting is information about the shift. But I don't think that's it. That's just a normal shift to kind of shift your skirt over to block out some interference.
Yeah, I just got to the end of my search, so I could not find anything in the manual. I don't think there is anything like that, because I do think I'd come across it by now. Again, I'm not going to say that with 100% authority, but I feel pretty confident. I'm about 90-95% sure there is no setting on that. Why does that bother you? You're just used to it another way?
Yeah, most radios that I've ever had, they shift it, they don't really shift. This is like building in a shift for some reason. I'm not sure why, but you know, your upper or lower sideband, the frequency that I consider to be that frequency is the frequency that the carrier would be if it was an AM signal, you know, that like the zero frequency, and it should be the same whether it's upper or lower sideband, so it really shouldn't shift. They're doing it on purpose. Does it have to do with the tone on CW? But you know, I could see why it would shift on CW, because CW, the frequency of the operation is the tone frequency, like 700 hertz, so it's 700 hertz off the carrier frequency.
I'm still guessing they're doing it something to do with, I could be wrong, but my first gut, just spitting this out without thinking about it a lot, is that carrier frequency is, like, I could be wrong. Let me think about this before I open my mouth more. Let's see, where would that carrier frequency be? If I'm transmitting on 3755, then yeah, I guess now that I think about it, you would think the carrier frequency would indeed be on 3755, and then the lower sideband will extend down, however far you have your transmit bandwidth set would be the way it should work. So if I'm transmitting on 3755 lower sideband, you would think the carrier we're pretty sure the carrier frequency is going to be 3755 in that example. I'm set for 3K wide, so my signal should go down to 3752. If I was on upper sideband, that carrier frequency should be on 3755, and 3K wide would take me up to 3758. So, yeah, I'm not sure why they're shifting that like that, but they sure enough do.
You say it's 1.4 kilohertz, right? That's what they're shifting it?
That's what they're shifting on mine, at least with all my settings as they are. And again, like I told you on my pan adapter, which on my HDSDR pan adapter, which is software, of course, on the laptop, running out of the IF out into a RSP Play 1, I think it is, RSP1A or whatever, a dongle, let's say, that's a shortwave, a software-defined radio, and that IF out is feeding that. I have to set up in the software, I have to tell that HDSDR because I'm using the IF out, I have to tell the software what my IF out frequency is, which on this Yeasu is 9 megahertz, by the way. So I have to tell that software that, and then that's not enough. On CW, it lines up perfectly wherever you have the dial set on the radio, and it's tracking everything through CAT commands. But on single sideband, I have found, and I had to experiment to find it. At first, when I set it up, I'd go to click on signals, and it would be all, all frequency. You could tell. It's like, what the hell? So, like if I would, before I set it up, if I clicked on 3755, I wouldn't hear it correctly. So then I had to read up on it, and it's like, oh yeah, you got to set this offset in the software for the HDSDR, and that offset is, oh by the way, 1.4K, and I did not know that. Like it doesn't say anything like that. I just experimented. I kept trying, like I tried, 1,000, not enough. I tried 1,100, not enough. And I just kept going, and then when I hit 1,400, bam, it nailed it. When I click on 3755 on HDSDR on my laptop, my God, my radio tunes to 3755 and lower sideband, and I'm perfectly tuned in to any stations on 3755. But I had to set that HDSDR for a 1400 offset. And again, depending on upper sideband or lower sideband, it was a negative or positive offset.
And for PVC. Well, the best I can figure, it's like this. First of all, both CW and sideband are similar in the regard of that they have where the where the carrier would be on an AM signal, but on CW there is a carrier that's used, and that's where you're where you're actually transmitting. And if you were listening on the zero beat frequency where the carrier would be, it would be zero beated, so you wouldn't hear anything. So of course you have to listen 700 hertz off to get a 700 hertz tone. I guess you do transmit on the, I guess I got that wrong a little bit there. Yeah, because you do transmit on the zero beat where the carrier would be on AM, but you listen 700 hertz off. I guess that's how it is. And on sideband, that doesn't really exist. So the part about the carrier, where the carrier would be, that exists. But it's like they're using that same idea of CW and mixing it with sideband or bringing that over to sideband for no good reason. I don't see why they're doing it. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Anyway, it doesn't really matter, but it's kind of annoying because a lot of times you'll want to shift between upper and lower sideband. Like we're on lower sideband, and just to see how much somebody's splattering, you just hit the button and you see if you can hear them on the other sideband. And of course, then you're off frequency, and you got to move the VFO every time you do that little test. You got to move the VFO instead of just punching that button and listening and punch it and come back. So that's why it's annoying to me.
Yeah, and I will admit I've actually used it to my advantage, not on sideband, but on CW, because of course the radio has, CW, what is it, L and CWU, upper and lower sideband CW, and I've actually had cases where some stations were interfering a little bit, and I was able to switch from, USB-L or USB, not USB, but I'd have to go look at it again, but you know what I'm saying, the upper sideband or the lower sideband CW setting, and depending on which one I chose, I might be able to get the passband where I don't hear an interfering station, so I've used that trick before. But yeah, that's interesting. I'd never thought about that before. I just looked in my offset command on HDSVR, and sure enough, like I said, I'm adding 1400 hertz on lower sideband to make the display work with my radio, and I'm subtracting 1400 hertz on upper sideband to make the radio, the pan adapter of HDSVR coincide with the proper frequency on my radio. So, and that offset is exactly what I see when I push the upper sideband button when I'm sitting on lower sideband. I've never done that before, and thought about it in that regard, but sure enough, there it is. So I always wondered about that offset that I have to put into HDSVR, but again, I just had to experiment to figure that out. I guess I could have scientifically deduced that, I guess, if I would have been paying attention and played with the buttons before, but I didn't. So I don't know why they do that, though. I don't know if it's something in the design, the way the receiver is designed, or what. I mean, I don't have an answer to that. Maybe somebody else that's more familiar with receiver design could speak to that, but I can't. But that's it's a good observation on your part, and you made me look at mine and see it.
Well, it may be just that they're trying to align how CW and single sideband works and keep the frequencies, the same, or the way that they function, switching sideband. So CWL is in alignment with SSB, lower sideband, and CWU is the same as upper sideband or something. But I don't think there's any real reason to do that. I mean, there is also a situation with 60 meters because, and this is because you're not allowed to transmit a carrier there. At least you're not supposed to. You're only supposed to transmit single sideband. And as a matter of fact, I think it's only one side. It gets its upper side. I'm not sure, but I know that they define the frequency as the center of the pass band in that case, and it's a specific pass band. I think it's 2.8 kilohertz or something like that. But the frequency that they define is not the carrier or where the carrier would be, but the center of the pass band, which is kind of weird, but it all because of the rules on 60 meters is kind of unique. So it reminds me of that a little bit. Anyway, I wish it wasn't like that, but it's not a big deal. But I've been looking for a way to change it, and I don't think there is. I think they built that into the firmware. I think what they should have done is made it switchable. I don't think it's a big deal to change it. I don't think it's a limitation of the design, because these radios, the way they're designed, they're SDRs, it'd be very easy, I think, to do it either way or make it switchable. I think it's just the way they wanted to do it. I think they got it wrong. Anyway, we kind of ran this one into the ground, but it's kind of interesting, though, somewhat. And maybe somebody's listening that's probably not. But somebody that's involved in it, I don't think that they did the right thing on it. But there might be more that I don't know. Anyway, I'm rambling on. I'm getting tired. So, like I said about a half an hour ago, I'm going to go to bed. So I'll listen out. K4TK and 4PBC.
Yeah, and every once in a while there was a little fade on your signal, but you're still always perfectly copyable. But you'd be at 20 over, and then you'd drop to like maybe 5 over, or just above S9, and then come back. But that's to be expected. The cat was always good and strong. Now I can hear the cat well, so say hello to the cat. And she sounds like I have a cat that lives outside my house. I have barn cats, but I have one that just lives outside the house, and she is extremely friendly. And anytime I go into the garage, or I go outside and go walking very far, sometimes I don't see her at first because she'll kind of sneak up on me. But by the time I get halfway down the driveway, like let's say I'm going to check the mail or something, and I have a long driveway, like a long 500-foot gravel driveway. Next thing you know, I'll look back, and there she is. She'll walk down there with me. She'll walk right down to the edge of the road, and I'm glad she doesn't go out in the road. I'll go get the mail, which is across the road, and then I'll come back, and then she walks all the way back with me, and at that point, she's no longer like off to the side of the driveway. Oh, she's like going in between my legs and my feet, back and forth and meowing, and trying to rub against my leg. And then when I lift weights or work out in my garage, I have a gym in there. She always comes up and gets up there, and sometimes she kind of hurts me a little because I'll be like bench pressing, let's say, on my bench, and I'm laying down. All of a sudden she jumps up there and kind of scares me, and then she gets on my chest and she'll start kneading those paws, because she's happy to be up there. So she's super, super friendly. And all the cats on my property, by the way, are cats I found. Just, people abandon them or something, and I just find them along the road or whatever, somewhere close to my property, and I just kind of inherit them, bring them in and take care of them and feed them. And but I don't have any cats in the house. They're just all, at the barn, or this one cat. Used to have a couple of cats that lived at the house, and one of them, I think, just died, probably of old age. Never saw it. It must have just gone off in the woods and died. But this other cat, her name's Batty, and I found her like in a trash can on my neighbor's property, and she was trying to get something to eat out of the trash can. She'd been abandoned, or thrown out or something, and her jaw was busted up and her tail was all infected. But my daughter's a doctor of veterinary medicine, so I took the cat to her, and it was a kitten at the time, and she did surgery on it and everything and got it back to, fixed it up, and then we had to keep it inside for about 6 or 8 weeks, let it heal up enough it could go outside, and then out she went. And that cat quite often is up on the roof. She likes to hang out on the roof a lot, I don't know why, but so yeah, we got lots of cats, but none in the house. Anyway, with that, you may already be dozing off. I'll say 73. Maybe we'll hear you tomorrow and give a final report on the Hamfest there. 73, enjoy this. We'll catch you whenever you're back on. N4PBC, K4TK.
Sounds good there, Tim. Yeah, the Hamfest, it was pretty good, but, I can't judge it by today. Today is like a pre-day. There was actually quite a bit of activity, but not what you'd normally see on a Saturday. So I'll see how it is tomorrow, let you know. So with that, I'll say goodnight. 73, K4TK, and 4PBC. Going to bed.
73, meow meow, K4TK.
in the 90s. Old Kurt Schilling and old Randy Johnson, old sidearm. They had some other pretty good pitchers too, but them was their two ace pitchers. Yeah, they were unhittable for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yeah, Randy Johnson, man, he threw that thing 100 mile an hour and it come at you sidearms.
He had long arms too.
He was about 6'9", wasn't he? Pretty tall pitcher.
Yeah, it's like trying to hit a ball up a steel pipe, with a baseball bat. That thing coming down at you that fast, yeah. That's really hard to hit. Joe Rocket Ryan, old Ryan out there in Texas too, man, he was up. He'd throw 102, 105 mile an hour sometimes.
Yeah, I think he holds the record for the most no-hitters of anybody. Most pitchers get one or two no-hitters in their career. He had like 7, 8, 9.
Oh yeah, he could be unhittable when he gets up there to getting to. I think his slowest pitch was 96 miles an hour in one game. That was his changeup. His changeup was 95, 96. There ain't no guys like that anymore. I don't think any of them's like that anymore. Old Gaylord Perry, he never did look like an old pitcher, did he? He was a farm boy. He worked on a farm.
He was from North Carolina, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Old Catfish Hunter, he was up there, I don't know, up around Morgan or somewhere up, I believe, where he's from.
Yeah, he was a great pitcher, too, yeah. Yeah, he was one of the greats there for New York. First, you'd say the New York Yankees. A lot of times when I say New York, I'm talking about the Yankees.
Yeah, he went from Athletics, I think. Athletics had that Raleigh Fingers, Catfish Hunter. I don't know where they won the World Series or went to the World Series. Anyway, they was 2 or 3 pitchers. They had a good staff. That's back in the 70s, late 70s, I think.
Yeah, I remember old Bob Horner and old Dale Murphy, old Dale Washington, old Chris Chambliss, and, that was the Atlanta Braves players, the batters and stuff. They were pretty good. They had some good pitching, though. They could go all the way. I watched one game one night where the Atlanta Braves ran out of pitching. They ran out of pitchers, and they got old shortstop, old Louis Gomez, to do the pitching. He was better than some of the relief pitchers.
Yeah, I love games like that where they they go in the late innings. They got everybody about that pitching.
Yeah, I've listened to some games. I've listened to some games on the radio, AM radio, and they was saying about 20-some or 30-some innings before the game ended. My gosh, I said, this is going on all night long. It'll be 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, but there's about a 2-hour delay on some of them games. Because of the time out west. But yeah, I watched a lot of long games too on TV. They played extra innings and everything. And
I don't know what they call them. They probably call them now. Inning for him.
Yeah, probably so. I ain't messed with, I ain't listened to it or anything, hardly any this year. This is KG4H.
One All-Star game went like that one night, and they finally called it. It went about 12, 14 innings, and the commissioner called the game. I don't remember who was playing, but it seemed like to me, it might have been Atlanta, might have been involved in that one. I don't remember, but it went, no, it was an All-Star game. I said Atlanta. It was one of the All-Star games back in the 90s, I believe, 2000.
Oh, yeah. Old Alexander was his uncle, you know, pitched for New York, and he pitched for Atlanta. Well, he'd been retired for many years. He did eventually make it into the Hall of Fame, though. He's up there in Youngstown, Ohio. I'm not certain.
Back in the 90s when they had, when Atlanta had all them good pitchers, these teams, I bet they hated to play Atlanta because they know that usually you have one or two good pitchers and the rest of them you kind of maybe get a hit or two off of them, but they had four boys, you just couldn't hardly hit them.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Wasn't much chance of beating them there, not unless they let their guard down or somebody got lucky, they didn't really care. Yeah, hey, we could drop a few games, we're still going to be in it.
Yeah, I watched Greg Abbott. I believe it's Greg Abbott. I seen him go 9 innings a bunch of times and lose the game, one to another, and several times he pitched 10 or 11 innings and still lose the game. Atlanta just couldn't hit a baseball.
That's a good thing when you got a good staff, good pitching staff. You ain't under no pressure like a lot of other teams. When you're under a lot of pressure, you start making mistakes.
Well, yeah, I just got away from baseball, but I just don't interest me like I used to. I don't know why. I guess over time, we just get tired of this and move on to something else.
That's it, yeah.
I never was a big football fan. I like to watch football, but when the Panthers hired that old pitcher out of Louisiana, what was his name? Not pitcher, quarterback. I can't think of his name right offhand, but they went to the World Series in 03 or 04.
He's just good, you know. He stayed with us 3 or 4 years, but that 1 year he was just hard to beat.
Oh, that is true. That is true. Yeah. They went to World Series. Oh, not World Series, Super Bowl.
He wasn't a great pitcher. I keep saying pitcher. He wasn't a great football player. In fact, he played in Europe. Played football in Europe for a couple of years. And he come back to the States. They trying to make up their mind who they was going to have as a quarterback. He come in about halftime one game and won it. Pitched the next game and won it. And then the first thing you know, they was going to playoffs. Well, speaking of Carolina Panthers, I don't know whether they're going to have anybody this year or not.
Man, I don't know. I ain't kept up with it, man. They let me down so many times in the past. So I just don't keep up with them.
Well, I started out watching them. And last year I watched about the first 3 or 4 innings, about half the game. I just go off and watch something else. Especially with the race on, I just go watch it. It's so bad. I've got to follow Ryan Blaney. You know, he lives down here in High Point. And I got to watching him, darn, he turned out to be a pretty good race car driver, so I've been following him a little bit.
What did you say his name was, Blaney?
Ryan Blaney, his daddy raced too, but he never was very good. I don't say he's very good. He may have won a race or two. Blaney, he's good.
Oh, yeah, I watch him. Yeah, YouTube watch shows, usually about once a week. They show the last 15 minutes of about every race there at NASCAR. You know, it shows the last 15 minutes. That's all I need to watch. Yeah, he's a good driver.
We won last Saturday night, Daytona. He didn't lead nothing but the last 100 yards of the race. Won it.
That's all it takes, man. Be like a sleeper coming through at the last minute. Yeah, that's all it takes.
He got from 12th position. You know, he's all piled up there trying to take the lead, and he got in the right lane there, and he comes from 12th to 1st in the last lap.
Yeah, didn't he drive? Just see, that one time was it him or his daddy that drove going back to anyhow, going back when they had the Intrepids running back in what year was that? 2003, 2004, somewhere back in there. So, but he was driving. I think he was driving a Dodge, wasn't he? There at one time. I know he done pretty good in a Dodge or something back there at one time. I don't know about the Charger when they ran the Chargers, but back when they was running the Intrepids, he done pretty good. It was either him or his daddy, and old Boyd Burton, he done pretty good. He'd finish up, and old Ryan Newman, he'd do pretty good. He was called the Rocket Man, and they done real good in them Intrepids. And I tell you, he done good in the Chargers. That was, who was that guy from Georgia down there? I'm trying to think of his name. I can't even think that guy's name from Georgia. The red-headed guy.
Bill Elliott.
Yeah, old Bill Elliott. Yeah, man, he done good in that old red number 9 Dodge Charger there for years.
Yeah, when he first started, he was driving a Ford Thunderbird back in the 80s. When him and his brother was racing together.
Oh, yeah. He got a museum down there in Georgia now. He's got a nice place. He's got a son that's driving that's doing pretty good, I think.
Yeah, his son's doing real good. In fact, he's one of the most popular drivers. He's really fan favorite. About 5 or 6, 7 years in a row now. I think he's done won the championship one year.
Yeah, what was all this stuff that come out about Richard Petty's number 43? Of course, Richard, I don't guess he has anything to do with that much in racing anymore. But tell Bubba Wallace that won that one race there. Did what was happening? What happened about that? They thought that people should they didn't congratulate him on winning that race or something. You may not know nothing much about it, though.
He drove Richard Petty for 1 year, I think.
Well, he was driving a 43 car, and he won, I think it was a month or so back, didn't he, some race?
Yeah, he won at Brickyard up there in Indianapolis.
That's it. You nailed it right on the head, the other Brickyard.
Well, I have to admit, he didn't just sneak into it. He won that race.
Yeah, he sure did. The 43, the number 43 car, that was good to see it finish. You know, if I start telling how many races Richard Petty would have won if he hadn't went to a Chevrolet and went to a Ford. He drove a Ford for 1 year and won one race in it. He didn't win too many more races after that in the Chevy, but he did win the Daytona in a Oldsmobile, didn't he? Was it a Pontiac or Oldsmobile? Somewhere back in the 80s, Ronald Reagan was down there and watched that race that year.
I'm going to say it's a Pontiac. The latter part of his career, he was driving Pontiac.
That's it. You're right. You're right. That's right. It was a Pontiac. He won his 200th race there in that Pontiac. Hey, they're coming back out with them this year. I think it's this year. They're coming back out with the Pontiacs. They're coming back out with the Plymouth.
I know now Dodge is coming back in truck races with they're going to be back in next season with the truck. But I don't know whether Dodge is going to have anything in Winston Cup yet.
They probably will. They probably will. They're going to be hard to beat. Have you seen their cars?
I have not seen the new one.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to. I have. I don't know if they're going to allow them cars to run or not. They all look like back cars. Back cars. Got, 850 horsepower. I don't think they allow them to run, to tell you the truth. I don't believe anything can keep up with them. I know in NASCAR, they try to keep all them cars running about the same speed. They won't let them go much over. I don't think they'll let them go over 200 miles an hour.
No, they won't even qualify for about 188 or so. That's about fast they run on the big track.
Yeah, because they don't want them to get airborne and go over the fence.
But these new cars, what they call it, N7, I think the only thing that Ford or Chevrolet on the thing is the nose and the tail piece. The rest of the cars, they're all the same. They're identical except for the nose section and the tail section.
It makes it hard. It makes it hard for any of them to cheat like they used to.
Well, it's only
Get caught. Yeah, but they can't, they can't cheat the way they used to cheat anyhow. It might be they can still cheat on something, but they can't do it by the templates anymore, or the size of the vehicle, or the vehicle being close to the ground, because they look at that stuff really close. I guess there's some little things you could come up with to gain a little bit extra horsepower they may not catch.
Well, there's such a high fire on now that they, usually if they get caught with a fraction, or no, if they catch something wrong, it's usually a mistake. It's something they didn't do right, because they find the crap out of them and cookies, all kinds of stuff now.
Yeah, Roger on that, yeah, KG4H.
AI5JL.
How you doing there, Rick? Good morning to you.
I'm doing fine, Keith. How you doing today?
Yeah, pretty good there. We're hanging in there. Probably I could say in the past I've done better, but I'm doing okay there this morning. Good to hear you. Sound like you're overcoming some kind of cold or something.
Nah, well, I've been asleep, but that's only, I'm not sick or nothing.
Okay, that's probably what it is. You've been asleep. Well, anyhow, you're 20 over, you're booming in here. Sound like you're across the street from me. Yeah, we're talking to Lowell, NE4NC there, over.
Yeah, I've got a plain copy on him. He's a little bit light on me tonight. I don't know what's going on. The band must not be good.
He's probably just running 100 watts or so.
Yeah, I'm not warming up my amplifier. Hey, Rick, good to hear you. Can you hear me? You turned it on. I got it on now, warming up a little bit.
Yeah, he's got his amp on, Rick, warming up. Yeah, holler back at you here in any second there, over.
Hey, Keith, have you heard anything about Danny?
Yeah, I talked to him a couple of nights back here. He said doing okay. Should you copy?
Yeah, well, I had an operator tell me today that he was a silent key now.
Well, it's not true. It's not true there, because I talked to him a couple nights back. He may even be in there right now or in the next 10 or 15 minutes there. Let me check and see there. WA4VLP, Danny, you around? KG4H. Oh, no, but anyhow, this person that told you that he may not be around, well, I mean, I just talked to him 2 mornings back there, over.
Well, I hadn't talked to him in over a month, so I didn't know. But the guy told me that he was silent key. I told him I couldn't believe it.
Well, you got to check your information, you know, and when was how much, I don't know if I asked you this question, and I probably shouldn't ask you, but how long has it been since you heard that?
I heard it today.
Was it a pretty reliable source?
Well, I can't say, Keith, I don't know. Apparently not.
Yeah, okay.
Top of the morning to you. I'm going to sit back here and listen. AI5JL.
Yeah, okay. Well, don't run off, man. Lowell's gone back. Hold on a minute, Rick. Lowell's gone back to Rick now, see if he copies you. Hold on, Rick.
Okay, Rick, can you copy now? NE4NC.
Oh, yeah, I've got a wonderful copy on you now. Whatever you did the trick.
Well, it just quadruples my power. I'm about 550 watts now.
Well, that's working for you. That's working for you real good.
I appreciate it. What did you say about Danny?
I had a guy today asked me if I knew him. I said, yeah. Asked me when's the last time I talked to him. I said, it's been a while. He said, well, he had talked to his wife and that he was a silent key. Had lung cancer or something.
No, I hate to hear that. I hope, well, I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. I hadn't talked to him in a month or more.
Well, it could be a different Danny, too. Well, you're exactly right. You're exactly right. Yeah, I just talked to him. I just talked to him two mornings back. He was doing just fine and everything. And if I'd stayed on probably late enough last night, I might have got to talk to him then, but I couldn't hold out till 2 or 3 in the morning.
Well, we need Randy in here. He knows all this stuff.
Yeah, we had, let's see, what is Randy's called? K4HCU, KG4H. Well, anyhow, Rick, I'll let you get on back to watching your TV there. Anyhow, good to hear from you. I hadn't spoke to you in a while. I was just going to ask you one question, though, if you're still listening to me. If not, that's okay, too. How's them honeybees doing? Well, I'm getting ready, me and the wife, tomorrow, Sunday. I think that's tomorrow. Well, we haven't hit Saturday yet. We're fixing to be Saturday here in about 3 or 4 minutes. But Sunday, I've got 90 pounds that I'm going to take off and harvest. So we'll be getting sticky around here next week. 90 pounds there. How much you going to sell it a pound there? You going to get you at least $10 a pound or so? Well, it's selling right now on the market for $11 a pound, so I'll probably sell it for about 8. All right, so 8 times, see, 9 times 9 is 81, 8 times 72. You're going to get you a little over $700 for the 90 pounds. Am I going to do what with it? Oh, if you're going to get over $700 there for it, that'd be pretty good, won't it? Yeah, but a lot of it I'll give away. The first year, I ain't out to make no money. I'm just out to have something to do. And boy, I'm gonna tell you what, they have really increased my activity outside. I have worked them the last 3 days, and they're probably pretty tired of me by now. Yeah, Roger. Well, that's probiotics. If that's raw honey. That's probiotics, man. That's worth a lot of money, man. Yeah, just that pure honey. Put you a piece of cone in there. Shoot, jack the price up another $1. Another $1 a pound. But yeah, boy, I tell you, you can't buy it cheap no more. That dark honey, that unfiltered, pure dark honey, that's good for a person's immune system there. Over. everything is medicine.
Yeah, you can't find nothing better for you than honey. I mean, it grosses a lot of people out how it's made, but it is what it is.
Well, you get a cut. This might sound crazy, but a doctor will tell you, a good doctor will that knows the pharmaceutical grade of honey. You get a cut on your arm, put a little smear of honey on it. Make certain that your arm is clean first, make certain that the cut is clean. And get your little smear of honey and put across it there. It'll heal up 2 or 3 times faster. The same way for animals too. But yeah, it's good for UTIs. It's good for UTIs, urinary tract infections, everything. And it's really a superfood there. It ain't like putting sugar on something, honey. Hey, put it on, here's what I do with mine. I get them old plain Cheerios, the old yellow box Cheerios, and I put a little bit of honey on them, and then pour my milk in there, mix it up real good, and I eat that stuff. Boy, that's good. It's some good eating.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. You're right. That's good eating. Can't get any better thing than that. But I've been eating honey I'll tell you something else that's good on, too. It's good on chicken. I use it on my chicken nuggets or my chicken strips. It's wonderful. Better than any sauce you can put on there.
Yeah, well, you get sauces there, barbecue or otherwise, got a little honey or a little molasses or honey. And sometimes you mix them up. Boy, that's good, too. Make me a good old hot biscuit and melt some butter and mix some molasses and honey together and put in that biscuit. Boy, that's some good eating.
But that's something that I haven't seen in a long time is molasses for sale. I haven't seen any. Not even in any country store.
Yeah, you don't see it like you used to. You can still find it, but it's hard to find. They made the old-fashioned way. You can get it evaporated or boiled or evaporated, or you can get the black strap, or you can get the regular. But, I know it on some people. I don't know if they're fixing it like they used to, but, I don't know what's happened, but you got to look real hard to find it. You really do have to look hard to find it anymore. Puts iron. He give you some iron there. I don't know if you need much iron, but he give you strength. He give you iron, and then the daggone honey will give you the probiotics to keep you well. Well, okay, I'll let you go, man. It sounds great there. And glad your honeybees are doing well. They're very important. They're very important to the welfare of the people of this country and of the world. You eliminate all the honeybees, then all the pollinators. If you eliminate all the pollinators in 7 years, everybody be millions of people dying. Won't be as much food.
Well, the one good thing, Keith, this past week it's been cool up here. It's only been in the mid-80s for highs.
Yeah, same here. It's been around 81, been around 79 to 82, 83. It's varying. It's 63 right now. Sometimes this time in the morning it's around 57. So yeah, it's been really autumn-like weather. That makes it easy on the honeybees too.
Yeah, they got hot this year. I had to put vent shims on the tops
so the hive could breathe, so that they all wouldn't be on the outside of the box. They were bearding real bad this year when it was 100 degrees outside. They were really heavily on the outside of the boxes.
Yeah, they should have little water coolers on top, you know, spray a little mist of water every now and then. You know, they put them little water misters on top of outdoor. They got them little kits, you can put them on top outside of your AC unit, and then spray a little mist of water every now and then, and it'll make you save electricity, and you can keep your house cooler. The AC unit don't have to work as hard because it puts a little mist out in 3 directions, all except towards the house, you know, to keep your outdoor AC unit cooled down. If you put your AC unit in the shade, it'll cool it down even more, and you can get even cooler temperatures out of it, keep them out of the hot sun. But if you spray a light mist of water on them, they'll run about 5 or 7 degrees cooler too. But if you put that on top of your beehive, it'd keep them cooler. It'd be a little added expense, but that could be something that could be added, you know, and it works automatically.
Well, I'm definitely going to expand. I'm going to order Russian bees. This next spring, I'm going to put 4 hives of Russian bees in. So I'll have Russian bees and Italian bees.
Roger, okay on that. My gosh, you'll have a hard time communicating with them, won't you?
They all use a international language key. They all smoke works good for any country of bees.
Roger. You use a special cotton. You use cotton balls or cotton cloth?
I use burlap. I buy burlap already rolled up in a real tight roll. And once I get that smoker lit, I'll stick that down in there and I'll get it lit. And it'll burn for 2 hours. Well, it'll take about 2 hours for it to burn it up.
Yeah, well, it'd be better than that burlap to put a little bit of hemp in the air, won't it? Make them real high. You put you some marijuana in that smoker, them little honeybees will be going around saying, hey, man.
Well, Sunday they're gonna get some chemicals put on a rag, put on top of it. It's gonna vent them bees out of there. They're gonna learn what it means to get out.
Oh, okay, Roger on that. Okay, well, I'll let you go. Hey, get you a pack of nabs. And get back to one of your Western movies or war movies or something. It's good to hear you. Glad to talk to you this morning. I'd hollered at you off and on there for the past week. Talked to Johnny a couple of nights this past week. It was not too late in the morning, and he may be in there listening now. I don't know there, Rick, but anyhow, like I said, it's good to hear you.
Yeah, I haven't talked to him on the radio, but I have talked to him on the phone. So, maybe he'll come in there in a little bit. AI5JL, KB4KQI, you out there? I'm going to sit here on the side and listen, and maybe Danny will come in there in a little bit. AI5JL.
Okay, Rick. Yeah, we're going to give him a call right now. Okay, we'll talk to you later, man. Have a good morning there. Maybe we'll speak to you there in the next night or two. KG4H. WA4VLP, KG4H. K4HCU, KG4H, around Randy. Well, I don't know, man. It's already after it's 1:20 in the morning. I don't know if they're going to show up or not. You still there, Laura?
Yeah, Randy's still running that vertical.
Yeah, he's still running the vertical. He's gonna put up a dipole though. He's gonna put up the inverted bay or something. I think he's gonna put up one or two different antennas where he's gonna put his remote radio and amplifier at that guy's location. So he'll be using one or two different antennas. I think this week told me. I'm not 100% certain on that, but it's not gonna be a vertical. Thank goodness.
Yeah, sometimes the band didn't cooperate. It's a little hard to hear him sometimes.
Oh yeah, well like tonight we're running amplifiers, or even not running amplifiers with 40 or 50 miles apart. Signals sometimes take a 10 dB dip. They can be 10 over, then be 20 over, but when they're 10 over and they take a 10 dB dip and they go down below an S9 sometimes.
Yeah, I was just watching you when Rick first came in there. You turned your amplifier on. You was 30 over on me. Now you're back down about 20 over.
Yeah, that's what you're doing here now, about 25 or so, close to 30. And you may take a 10 dB dip and it puts you down around 10 to 15. But if you wasn't running an amp, or if I wasn't running an amp, sometimes we may lose a word or two on each other's transmissions, fall down in the noise floor. That's just the way the band's been running, but with a vertical, can you imagine a vertical in, hey gosh, I mean, sometimes you're down there around the S5 or S6 on the vertical.
Yeah,
I'm trying to talk about Randy's signal. Sometimes I'd lose a word or two.
Power too, run 800,000 watts, it still drops down that low. Any 4 inches.
Roger. Well, I'm surprised WA4EHL's not around tonight, little Dave. And Reed too. They must have called Reed in. Reed's been pretty quiet, or either old Mary had him working himself to death today almost, and he's sleeping.
Yeah, he might have had to work on the farm before he could go fishing.
That's right. You never know. Well, you can't let his farm work go or get too far behind. She'll let him know. I think he has some automobile trucks or cars or something to work on. He had to do some work around the house. But he did want to go fishing real bad. He said where he was wanting to go fishing at, so he may have got his chores done and then took off fishing.
Well, last time I talked to him, he was going pretty regular in Chicago. Is that pretty much what he's doing now?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I know sometimes he likes for him to send him to Texas or Colorado, but yeah, he has been running up there to Chicago, Illinois some.
I need to ask him. I don't know where he can drive straight up, or he has to take a break before he can get to Chicago, I think.
You're probably right. You're probably right on that. He probably has to take him a break somewhere, get him a nap in.
Well, these new electronic logging, you know, he can drive 11 hours, but he has to take I think a 30-minute break in the first 8 hours, but he can drive 11 hours. I don't know where I get him up there or not.
He'll be able to answer that. He may be around tomorrow night a little bit, I don't know. But since he got onto this fishing thing now, he may not be on the radio as much.
Yeah, you might be right. Well, I went up to Milwaukee, Wisconsin with a bus, and we only got as far as, gosh, I don't know, somewhere up in Illinois. We had to stop to spend the night. Of course, we're going to drive 10 hours. But I don't know where another hour would have got us into Chicago or not. I don't think so.
Yeah, he's got a daughter. His daughter lives up there in Chicago area, and where she lives at, he can't park the truck up there close by. So he can't see her. And I don't think she has a car to come out to see him. And she doesn't own a car up there.
I guess they take the bus or the subway or something. I don't know where they have subways up there. They have them trains that run over top of the roads, I guess.
Yeah, they got them old trains, trolleys or whatever that runs. Yeah, you see it on TV. Yeah, them old black and white movies, them old trains that runs above ground.
I don't know what you call them, but anyway, you're right.
Well, she does. I guess where she lives out there in town is pretty close by to a lot of convenience and everything.
Yeah, well, I've been around Chicago. We went to Milwaukee. I'd never been to Chicago. Went around it going to Milwaukee, went around it coming back. We took the bypass around.
Yeah, boy, that's really nice. You can go to Washington, D.C. now and don't have to worry about getting mugged. Probably one of the safest cities in the United States right now.
I know it. If he's going to visit Washington, if you wanted to go see the sights of Washington, it'd be a good time to go.
Absolutely, yeah.
But I'm gonna wait till after the 4th of July next year to go. So Trump will have everything all cleaned up, have it all pretty.
Oh, gosh, yeah, man. Yeah, they're going to make that place look really pretty, yeah. Get the graffiti off of stuff, and or the daggone protesters that took hammers and chipped rocks and bricks to make rocks to throw at people. I mean, them people's crazy, ain't they? But anyhow, yeah, he's going to clean it up, straighten it up, and the daggone mayor up there now says, hey, man, crime has come down, way down, man. It's amazing, and she really likes it now.
I seen her on TV. That was yesterday, day before. Bragging on how they'd done a good job. But when I was up there, it's been a couple of years ago. When we went up there during the inauguration, Pennsylvania Avenue, you get out of the way from the Capitol. Pennsylvania Avenue was just plumb trashy.
Oh yeah, that's right, yeah. Yeah, well, you know, them kids up there never was raised up by their parents, you know, but they got to have a little trash bag with them they take around. They just throw it out the windows or throw it out or just let the wind blow it where it may.
Yeah, well, they took pictures of them. Some of them guards up there, they had them a trash bag picking up trash out there.
Oh, yeah, yeah. They say they're going to clean it up, make it safer, and crime's fell down even more, and they caught a big bunch of people. Did you see that big haul that the Coast Guard caught down there off of the Florida Keys? My gosh, it was so much cocaine. It was my God, it had been enough cocaine for everybody in the whole state of Florida. You know, they had a big cocaine party and a marijuana party, too. It was thousands and thousands of kids. I forgot how many kilos it was they found of cocaine and marijuana down there at the Coast Guard. It took them a long time to unload that off of the ship.
What did they catch them trying to sneak in with it, or are they coming in on a freighter and they caught them?
Looks like it. Well, there ain't no way you could bring this much in on anything other than a freighter. Yeah, it was a big ship. And it took them a long time. Well, I think it was some little boats, too, that was throwing the stuff out in the water. There was a bunch of little boats throwing stuff out in the water, but, yeah, this was a freighter, what I saw on TV. It took them hours and hours and hours and hours to unload that, you know, with little cranes and then little pallets and then the tow motors and little things to roll it off and put it on another ship. It was absolutely amazing. They started telling how much. I think they said how much money it was worth. I forgot how much.
Roger. Did you hear where they caught them at? Where was they at?
I think it was somewhere around the Keys area. I don't know exactly where down there. What part of the Florida Keys. Somewhere they was coming in with it.
What do you reckon they do? They come in there with the drug people come in there with smaller boats and offload on them things and then take off with it, while the freighter stays out in the ocean.
I think that's what they were doing, yeah. I believe they didn't want to go into any great detail of what was going on, because they don't give away a lot of their tactics and techniques and things that they do, but you'd be surprised the Coast Guard's capability with the modern technology, what they're able to do. They don't know what goes on out there.
Well, that's a good thing. NE4NC, it's about 130.
Yeah, KG4H. I know one thing, man, somebody's got a lot of them drug lords, they're going to be coming up short on a lot of money there to pay their suppliers. Yeah, that was my God, you're to see it. You probably go back on YouTube and type it in.
Well, they'll confiscate the ship too, won't they?
Oh, they had it. Yeah, they had it there in port. I don't know what they're going to do with it. But they certainly unloaded it. It took them a long time. Well, I tell you, you're talking about big business. That's big business. I mean, we're talking about hundreds and hundreds of millions, maybe billions of dollars.
I think Trump wants to send the military in down there and catch it where they make it.
Yeah, I think this particular source came from Colombia, South America. I don't know. I forgot what they said. I was just amazed by how much that they seized, and I wonder where they're gonna take it to.
They'll probably itemize it all, just bust it open, push it off in the ocean.
Oh my gosh, it'd make a lot of fish. That make a lot of fish go crazy, wasn't it?
I guess can you burn that stuff? How else would you get rid of it?
Well, if you burn it, you better be on a real windy day where you're upwind or downwind or whatever they call it. My gosh, I don't know if they put that in the incinerator. I think probably what they ought to do, save a lot of money, is send it to pharmaceutical companies. And let them check the purity out and everything. You know, and go ahead and resell it, check the purity out and refine it or whatever it needs, and shoot, they save them a lot of money having to grow the marijuana and make the cocaine or whatever. But you never know what it could be laced with, too. You know, it could be laced with fentanyl. I imagine that they probably will incinerate it, burn it in the big incinerators.
I might have to Google that one day when I think about it.
Yeah, okay. It was the biggest in history. It was the biggest haul in history there since it's been a Coast Guard, I guess anywhere. Here in the United States, the biggest haul they'd ever found or confiscated.
I've been curious on just where that stuff would have ended up. Probably all over the East Coast.
Oh, gosh, yeah. It would have been all up and down the eastern seaboard because, the drug corridor runs I-95. It runs I-95 and I-85, too, 95 and 85. And a lot of drug running goes on in trucks and cars and all kinds of vehicles up and down the eastern seaboard. You're right about that. I imagine it was destined to go all the way up to the state of Maine, and it's probably hard telling how far in. Well, they have been trying to run it from Mexico, Trump's got control of the Mexican border now, and they had been running it from Mexico to points east. And now I guess they're trying to get it into Florida and then run it back towards the west, and up the eastern seaboard. They're probably not getting in as much from west to east as they used to. So now they're running it from south to east, and then from east to north, and then back in towards the west a little bit. It was probably even destined to even go up into Canada.
Yeah, you're probably right. They get up there around Nova Scotia and stuff. I guess that's a pretty big area up in there. Coming that way, I guess, coming across the Canadian border.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'd love to stay in here, but I think I'm going to have to get out, Keith.
Yeah, I don't blame you there. Me too, I guess. I think everybody's done gone. Yeah, it's after 1 o'clock, and by the time I was getting out of here myself and try to get some rest here shortly.
Yeah, I'm going to try to get back in here tomorrow night.
maybe get in here about 11 o'clock or so. Yeah, I work pretty hard today mowing the yard stuff. I'm starting to run out of steam.
Yeah, I run out of steam just getting in preparation to do work. That's my problem, but it's like my mama used to say, ain't no count for nothing, but I am around. All right, we'll talk to you later, Laura. Good night to you. And we may be around here tomorrow night, which we tried to get in here earlier tonight, but we just didn't make it because we stopped by the computer to check on our internet things and information, things like that. And sometimes it takes a while to get through all that stuff. All right, good night to you, and we'll talk to you later there. NE4NC, KG4H. You enjoyed it.
Okay, Keith, I enjoyed it also. Okay, if you hang around a little bit, any of the rest of the guys come in and tell them I said hello. NE4NC, I'll catch you later.
Roger, Roger. Yeah, he was just in here a while ago. AI5JL, are you still with us, Rick? You got somebody hollering at you. Let me give him another call here. AI5JL, are you around, Rick? KG4H.
I guess he fell asleep. You doing okay?
Well, he could have went back to watching TV. He might have went and got him a pack of nabs and a drink and went back to watching TV. Yeah, he had taken a nap. He took a nap, man. And but I can't see him going right back to sleep. But yeah, we're doing okay there. Over.
Hey, Roger. Okay, well, I've been sitting over at the hospital about the last 4 hours, getting shots and everything else. Got bad bronchitis. They got me filled up and zoned out and about ready to go to bed, but since it's late like this, I thought I'd see if Rick was still out there before I went to bed.
Yeah, how did you get bronchitis? Did you get outdoors and get wet? Did you get cooled off, or did you get wet, or did you just get it sitting in the house, or what? There, over.
Oh, I don't know. We went to an hospital 2 or 3 weeks ago. Every time we go out there, it seems like we get sick. But yeah, I smoke and everything, and that don't help it. But boy, had a lot of phlegm with it. And it's just really been rough these last 2 or 3 days. So finally, they told me I'm going to the hospital, so I went over there and they'll check me out. Thought I might have had COVID or pneumonia is what I thought.
Well, take care of yourself. Take care of yourself, man. Cut down if you can on smoking there. Cut way back on smoking if you can, and just, if you light one up, put it out right. You take a draw and it'll last you longer and be cheaper too. If you gotta eat a meal, that's when you usually crave a cigarette lots of times after you eat something. Just light it up, take a draw or two, and put it right back out, Because you don't have to get rid of the bronchitis there. Well, that's good you got some antibiotics in you there. And try to eat right with it and everything and keep yourself warm. That cooler weather coming in, it'll make you sick, but you might be around other people that could get sick too. That's right, when you go to the hospital. And you can get sick like that, you sure can. And usually that's when I come down with something. Lots of times when I go in the hospital visiting sometimes. But anyhow, take care of yourself.
Yeah, we've been doing a little running around, so anyhow, yeah, I'm gonna have to quit these cigarettes. I've been smoking way too long. Looks like I'm a little bit out of tune here. I don't know if I can help that or not. Just a second, let me see if that's I 30 miles from Richtown. So I ain't been over there in a while, but anyway. Kilo 0, Bravo gasoline, listen to the call.
Yeah, okay, Bruce, yeah. Yeah, okay, Bruce. Yeah, well, next time I say if I can remember when it comes back in there, I'll tell him you hollered at him, and you should have come in there a while ago when you heard him there. You could have. You're welcome to break in anytime and holler at him there. You know, just because he's in a QC with me doesn't mean, you know, I get mad or anybody else get mad. There's just a few of us in here tonight, and should have come on in there and hollered at him.
Well, I didn't hear him, Keith. I said I literally just got home just a little bit ago, made me a cup of coffee, and I don't know why I'm about to fall out right now. They got me drugged up so much, but I didn't hear him, or I would have hollered at him, but I just got, we usually talk on 38. I didn't hear anybody up there, so I said, well, I'll come down here. I know he stays down here and talks to you and Randy, and I don't remember the rest of them. But anyhow, I just thought, he's going to start slinging some honey, and I thought this week's the weekend. I was just going to ask you about it. See how his honey's coming along.
No, it's doing real good. He's got 90 pounds. 90 pounds is about $7 or $8 a pound there. He's going to sell it. He's selling it pretty cheap, in my opinion. For our stores, it's getting $10, $11 a pound, and shoot, you know, he said he could sell. He said something about $7 or $8 a pound, so he's gonna sell that. I think he said 90 pounds. 7 times 9, yeah. Anyhow, yeah, he'd be making him $600 or $700 there. Sure would. But yeah, he's got the honey right now, and honey's good for you too, by the way. If you're not diabetic, even if you're diabetic, honey's better for you than sugar. It's good. If it's raw, unfiltered honey, it's got natural probiotics in it, and help you get well from various things too. It sure will. But anytime you hear me in there, Bruce, just come on in there and holler at me there, over.
Yeah, we'll do it. Yeah, that honey up here is about, at one place you can get a quart for, I think around $12 a quart. And, might be $12.98 for a quart. Pint jars around $9, I think $8.98. Anyhow, yeah, I was gonna get a couple quarts. I've got honey in there. I try to keep it all the time, but I was gonna get 3 or 4 quarts from it.
Yeah, okay, that's good. Sometimes a good old hot biscuit. That's good. I get them old regular Yeasu boxed Cheerios that don't have nothing on them, and put my own honey on them, and that with a little bit of milk and mix it up. Boy, it makes a good meal. It makes a good breakfast there. Okay, well, anyhow, I'll let you get in position there, get you some rest there and everything, and get out of here and go there and take me a half a Tylenol or something and a little bit of water, or maybe tea. Take the half a Tylenol and get my easy chair if I don't fall asleep in it. But I'm ready. It's that time in the morning anyhow, get a little bit of rest. But yeah, Rick, he'll be coming back in here, just listening out for him. And you know, he talks down 3770s a little bit with Johnny, but most of the time I talk to him up here on 3833. And okay, you only live about 30 miles from Rick. Okay, Bruce, take care of yourself. We'll talk to you later. And I'll get out here on the side and we'll listen for a few minutes here before we shut everything down. This is KJ48.
Hey, Bruce.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, looks like I'm gonna have about 90 pounds off of them 7 hives, which ain't a whole lot, but that's quite a bit.
Yeah, that's quite a bit. Yeah. They need a couple quarts at least. I'll buy a couple off of you. May need more than that, but a couple of that needs quite a bit.
What y'all been up to? Y'all been busy?
No, I'm about to fall out, man. I've been over to the hospital the last 4 hours. Getting checked out. I got real bad bronchitis. And they give me Percocets and all kinds of shots and pills. And I'm just like a zombie right now.
Well, take care of that bronchitis. That's pretty bad stuff. All right, Bruce, I'll let you go, brother. I just want to say good morning to you. And get well. AI5JL.
Okay, Rick. Yeah, we got in here, you know, we just got back, and I said, well, too late. Them other boys, they're already gone. Sometimes you get a scraggler to hang around. I thought, well, I'd put out a call if anybody was still out there. But anyhow, appreciate you coming back to me and Keith. You will just save me a couple jars, at least 2 jars, you know, if you got enough. I'll buy a couple off of you, maybe about 4 jars. But anyhow, just let me know. Y'all have a good night.